Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense, to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. Our story is about a very old man living just outside a tiny village. A very old man whose long life has been lived close to the soil and close to the people he loved. People still living and people long dead.
Lie still, girl.
Is it very bad?
I don't know.
She's very dear to me. If I should lose her...
She's trying to raise her head. She knows I want to help her.
Do you think you can?
Young man, I never said I was a doctor.
But I thought... the way
I'm just an old man. A very old man.
Our mystery drama, A Very Old Man, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Santos Ortega. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Look long and carefully at the face of a tiny baby. Look carefully and long into the face of someone who is very old. Do you see the wisdom in both? The very young and the very old have wisdom. In between, there is only accumulated information.
Oh, you're home. Good.
Well, he's done it again.
Who's done what? Are you talking about my father?
You know I am. I warned him. I said, Stefan, if it ever gets around, you'll ruin my medical practice. People won't believe in me. They'll only...
Manfred, come sit down. Now, what's he done?
Well, the same thing. Where is he? Isn't he home?
Not yet. He went to the cemetery as usual. But you still haven't told me what happened.
Well, Anna Brandt came to see me about a month ago. Severe attacks of pain in the upper abdomen. All the symptoms indicated appendicitis. I sent her to Carl Weiss for the operation. Of course, he examined her, too, and he agreed with me. No doubt about it, inflamed appendix had to come out. Well, he operated the next day, and that night, that same night, she had another attack.
Well, so it wasn't...
How could she have had another appendicitis attack when he'd just taken her appendix out? Well, he was as flabbergasted as I was.
Yes, but what's it all got to do with my father?
Stefan happened to be in my office the day Anna Brandt first came to see me. You know how he loves to hang around the office. Anna Brandt wasn't 10 feet out of the office when he told me there's nothing wrong with her appendix.
Oh, not again.
I can't have my father-in-law, who's been a farmer all his life, telling me, a doctor with a reputation, that I don't know what's wrong with my own patients.
Of course you can't.
For a minute, I did think back to that boy, the one with the asthma. What seemed to be asthma, anyway.
The Rothberg boy. Father was right about him.
I know. He made a lucky guess.
Father went to see him every day. Talked to him, rubbed his chest, his throat. In 2 weeks, the boy was all right.
The boy was hysterical, over-aspirated, nothing more. But this business with Anna Brandt, the day she came to see me, Stefan was asleep in the waiting room. I was explaining to Anna that I couldn't perform the operation, simple as it is, because of my hands, my arthritis. But I would send her to Carl Weiss. Well, she accepted that. Everybody knows about my arthritis. And she said something pleasant to Stefan. That was the first I knew that he wasn't asleep. Well, he didn't answer her. He just stared at her as though he'd never seen her before. I reached for the phone to call Carl Weiss. Stefan got up, came over to the desk, and took the receiver out of my hand.
Manfred.
Stefan, don't.
It's not so. Not so.
Have you had a bad dream, old man?
It's not so what you said to Anna Brandt. There's nothing wrong with Anna Brandt's appendix.
Stefan, don't start diagnosing again. You're not a doctor.
There's nothing wrong.
We had enough trouble after you diagnosed the Rothberg boy.
The Rothberg boy never had asthma.
All right, it turned out that he didn't. But that was a lucky guess. And it didn't do my reputation any good when word went around that you'd been right.
I never told anybody.
Yes, but the boy did. And his mother did. And people started coming to the house, coming here. All of them wanting to see you.
But I told them to go away. It's not always that I can help.
Well, I keep hoping. expecting God knows what miracles. Now are you going to start the whole thing up again with Anna Brandt?
There are 3 of them.
Come on now. Get your coat, Stefan.
They're dark, brown or black, and hard.
It's getting late.
They're the size of olive pits.
Are you talking about Anna Brandt?
I saw them close together. They were high in her body, about here. 3 of them.
You saw them,
3 of them. The size of olive pits, lying here, above the stomach, about here.
Have you got X-ray eyes, Stefan? Is that it?
No, my eyes are like everybody's.
Well, then, what do you mean you saw them?
Her body was transparent. I could see right through it, as though the skin had been removed. I could see everything.
Carl Weiss was as confident as I was before the operation, and he was as confused as I was after. I swear I don't know what made me say it, but I said it. I said, Carl Weiss, could it be a stone? A gallstone, perhaps? Well, he was taken aback a little, but he couldn't deny a possibility. Maybe a remote one, but a possibility. I felt like a fool, but I told him I thought he should go ahead. And he did. This morning.
And he found?
Gallstones. 3 of them. The size of olive pits.
Lie still, girl.
Is it very bad?
I don't know.
She's very dear to me.
She's trying to raise her head.
She's trying to tell you something.
She knows I want to help her.
Do you think you can, Doctor?
Young man, I never said I was a doctor.
What? But the way you...
I'm just an old man. A very old man.
Well, I took it for granted, the way you spoke.
My son-in-law is a doctor. Manfred Gottlieb. I live with him and my daughter Bertha.
Oh, then you know something. You've learned things from him.
No, I know nothing. Only what I see, what I feel.
When I passed you by the cemetery, what were you doing?
My wife is buried there. Did I harm her?
No, I even think she's a little better. Her eyes, they look brighter. Not so full of pain. You did nothing but touch her. Stroke her a little and talk to her. Let me look at your hands. No, they're just hands.
What should they be?
Now let me... Well, your hands are warm. On a night like this. More than warm. Hot. Very hot, as though they were burning. Burning from inside.
If it should get around about Anna Brandt...
You don't think I'd tell anyone?
Well, these things have a way of leaking out.
Look, you're not going to tell Father, are you, that Carl Weiss found the 3 stones?
You think I shouldn't? He wouldn't tell anyone. He didn't tell anyone about the Rothberg boy. It was the boy's mother who shouted it from the housetops.
And look what happened. People showing up here. When he saw them, he hid in his room. And when they left, he went to the cemetery, sat by my mother's grave.
You think that he's there now?
Oh, I suppose. Sometimes he stays for hours. I wish he'd get home before the rain starts.
Emily, my dear. Come now, Emily, my precious. I need you. You are my strength. I can do nothing without you. Come to me, my darling. Come to me, my darling.
I don't want him to start thinking that any of this is real. He mustn't think that he has some magical power. Listen, if you treat him as though he were possessed in some way, he might begin to believe it, and then his mind... Who knows what might happen?
Bertha, have you thought that, well, that perhaps it's already happened?
No.
That he is deranged?
I won't believe that. He's my father. I love him. He's old and childish, and sometimes I'm impatient.
I am, too, often.
But only the way I'd be with a child. In many ways, he is my child. The only child I have.
Oh, my dear. I thought you'd stop brooding about that.
Oh, I have. I stopped last year when I turned 40. But that's why. Because I have no child, he's twice as precious to me.
I understand. I do understand. You know that I'm fond of him.
Then let's leave him as he is. Don't let him think he's different from other people.
Whatever you say.
You know, the widow Holder has been asking for him.
The widow Holder? Why?
They keep telling me in the village that she has this great swelling on her head, big as an egg.
Yes, I've heard about it.
And she's afraid of doctors.
Bertha, you don't suppose...
The rain, it started.
It's coming down like crazy.
Oh, Father! Oh, thank goodness.
I made it. Just in time.
You shouldn't take such chances. Why weren't you home for dinner?
Where have you been?
I kept something hot for you.
Thank you.
Now, give me your coat. That's it. Oh, where were you all this time?
I didn't Bertha tell you? At the cemetery.
You didn't go to see anybody?
No, I didn't go to see anybody.
Oh, here's a plate for you, Father. Nice pot roast and potatoes.
Thank you, Bertha. I'm sorry I wasn't here for dinner. I lost track of the time. I ran into somebody. We talked a little.
Oh. Manfred, let's go up to bed.
Ah.
Father, you'll be all right?
Of course I'll be all right. Go to bed.
Oh. Good night.
Good night, daughter.
Good night, Steph.
Oh, Manfred.
Yeah?
How is Anna Brandt?
Anna Brandt?
I thought about it tonight in the cemetery. Is she all right?
Yes, she's fine.
I thought she was. I had a feeling...
Good night. Enjoy your dinner.
Good night.
His asking about Anna Brandt? He hasn't even mentioned her since that day in the office. Bertha, could he have heard about Carl Weiss finding the gallstones?
Oh, he'd have said so. He always says precisely what's on his mind.
There are times when I wish he didn't. Listen, he's talking to himself in the kitchen. Sounds as though he's calling someone.
Manfred, he's an old man. Leave him be. Oh, please close the door. Come to bed.
It sounds like Amelie.
What? Did you say Amelie?
Wasn't that your mother's name?
No, it was my sister's.
Oh, Bertha, I never knew you had a sister. You never told me.
It was so long ago, before I was born. Their first child. She only lived an hour. My mother told me they'd just agreed on a name. Father leaned over the crib to kiss her, and she was dead. But that was 45 years ago. All these years he's never mentioned her.
What was that?
The door opened downstairs.
Well, he's gone out.
In this rain.
Where could he have gone?
There's only one place. He's gone to the cemetery.
When those around us cannot understand, where do we turn? When the world is dark, where do we go? To the unknown? Or to the once familiar, the once well-known, the once well-loved? To those who have left the dark earth and moved into light. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Now come back with me to the story of a very old man and the people who loved him and could not comprehend him, or could not comprehend him because they loved him, or because they tried too hard.
Breakfast on the table, Manfred.
All right, darling.
Oh, well, did you talk to him?
He's still asleep.
Oh, let him sleep. after last night.
Yes, we're lucky if he doesn't come down with pneumonia. He was drenched, Bertha, soaked clear through. Lying across your mother's grave with the rain beating down on him, crying, Amelie, Amelie, as though his heart was broken.
Amelie is buried next to Mother.
Bertha, are you going to ask him about her?
Oh, it's been so long, 45 years. You know, in all that time, I've never heard him say her name. Naturally, I never mentioned it. She died years before I was born.
Your mother never talked about her?
Oh, just that once. When she told me she wanted to be buried near her. And how she died. Manfred, she was only 1 hour old.
Yes, crib deaths, they happen. We don't know why.
They thought of naming me Amelie at first, my mother said.
It's a pretty name. Who's that?
So early in the morning.
Yes.
Is this the Gottlieb house?
Yes, it is.
And you're Manfred Gottlieb, Dr. Gottlieb?
Yes, I am. But I don't see patients at home. My office is...
Oh, no, I'm not a patient. The patient's outside.
Well, bring the patient to my office in about an hour.
No, there's no need. She's quite well. Completely cured.
Well, then what's the point of...
I hoped I could see the old man. Your father-in-law, is he?
Stefan?
What's this about my father?
Madame, good morning. Beautiful morning, isn't it? After last night, all that rain.
You wanted to see my father?
If I may.
Well, what about?
He's asleep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, when he does wake up, would you tell him the patient recovered and is better than ever? Lively, frisky, enjoying life to the full, romping in the fields.
What patient is this?
You said she's outside?
Yes, right there. Look, the picture of health.
I don't see any...
You don't mean... Well, not the horse.
Yes, my prize mare, my favorite. I thought I might have to have her put away, but your father, madame. Oh, yes, it's all due to him.
Well, when was this? When did you meet Stefan?
Last night, just before the rain started. Didn't he tell you?
Oh, well, come inside. Huh? Have some coffee with us.
Oh, thank you.
Sit down. Manfred, get another cup.
May I introduce myself? Otto Kraus.
Well, I'm Bertha Gottlieb. This is my husband. Oh, but then my father must have told you. He lives with us.
Your father is quite a man.
Your coffee.
Oh, thank you. Yes. You see, I was returning to the village, and I was passing the cemetery. Suddenly, the mare sank to her knees. Her legs seemed to give way completely. And there she lay on her side in the middle of the road. I was frantic. I thought perhaps a stone bruise, but I looked at all 4 hooves. Nothing. And there I was, half a mile from home, my precious horse stretched out on the road and a storm coming up. And then I heard a sound coming from the cemetery. Someone calling a name.
Was it Amelie?
Yes, something like that. I shouted for help. In a minute, an old man appeared.
Stefan.
My father.
Yes. I asked him to help me, but I wasn't sure he even heard. He seemed very distraught. He went straight to the mare, knelt down and took her foreleg in his hands and started rubbing it very gently. He knew which one was hurting her. And after a while, the pain went out of her eyes. Couldn't understand it. It was something about the way he touched her. I asked to see his hands, and he held them out. And even before I touched them, I could feel the heat spreading out from them.
Heat?
What heat?
Haven't you ever noticed? The extraordinary heat from his hands?
Oh, I can't say that I have.
Oh, but it's true. His hands give off a warmth. I can't believe you've never noticed it.
Well, it could have been on such a wet, cold night. It only seemed that way to you. You imagined it.
Oh, I suppose that's possible, but I didn't imagine it when the mare got to her feet.
Well, she was all right?
I walked her home. I couldn't quite believe it all. I bedded her down. And this morning, all I could think was I must tell the old man about it.
There are stories going around about him in the village. Perhaps you've heard some of them?
Well, I'm only here on a visit to see my aunt. I don't live here.
Well, he doesn't really do anything. He's just around. And people love him. They like to think because he's such a sweet old man that he can do things doctors can't do.
And because he's such a very old man, we wouldn't want him to start thinking that there was anything miraculous about Well, about anything that happened quite naturally.
Well, you think it might affect him? Might affect his mind in some way?
He's a very old man. It could happen.
Well, I suppose it's possible she wasn't really lame.
Of course it's possible.
Only ask him, will you? About his hands, those amazing hands.
Yes, we'll ask him.
I mean, giving off that heat, I felt it, you know. Well, I'll be getting along. My aunt's expecting me.
Well, we'll tell him you stopped by.
Yes, I wish you would. Tell him, and please, tell him thanks.
We'll tell him. Do you think we should wake him?
Come on, it's time.
Yes.
We have to tell him about the young man.
And the horse.
But we won't make anything out of it.
Nothing at all.
Just say that he dropped by.
To say thanks, yes. Father?
Stefan, are you awake?
What time is it?
Oh, it's almost 9 o'clock.
Why aren't you at your office?
Well, it seems that a young man stopped by to see us, Stefan.
Well, actually, Father, he wanted to see you, but we told him you were sleeping.
Why me?
Well, it seems he met you on the road last night.
Had a horse. A mare it was.
That's right.
The horse had a swelling.
Do you feel well enough to get up now, Father?
I think so.
You're sure? After last night?
I'm all right.
All right, now, just let me help you out of bed, Stefan.
Yeah, I can manage.
Give me your hand. Come on.
Oh.
That's it.
Yeah.
Here are your slippers.
Yeah, I'll go splash some water on my face.
And then you'll have breakfast.
Bertha, his hands are as cold as mine. Colder.
That young man did imagine it about his hands.
Well, you know how it is. If your hands are cold, anyone's feel warmer, even if they're only a little warmer than your own.
And he'd been riding back from the village on horseback.
Yes, so of course his hands were very cold.
Of course.
My head is clearing a little.
Oh, good. I'll go down and have some coffee ready for you.
Thank you, Manfred.
And 2 eggs. 4 minutes.
Your clothes are on the bed, Father.
Thank you, Bertha.
Father, last night when Manfred and I came up to bed and you were eating your supper, anyway, that's what we thought you were doing.
It's what I was doing.
Well, we heard you talking.
Was I talking?
Well, you kept saying, we heard you say, Amelie.
I said what?
Over and over. Father, were you talking to Amelie?
What do you know about Emily?
Only what Mother told me.
What did your mother tell you?
That Emily died. That she only lived an hour.
She was our first child.
45 years ago, Father.
She died in the crib. I remember her so well.
Why do you talk to her now, Father? Why do you call to her?
Because she comes back to me when I call her.
Father, you don't mean that.
She comes back to me. To me. Not to anyone else. Only to me when I call her.
You don't believe in ghosts.
Emily is not a ghost. Her spirit comes back to me when I call.
Father, you can't believe this.
I am the only person left on earth she remembers. Her mother is dead. The midwife is dead. When I am dead, there'll be no one for her to come back to. No reason to come back.
You can't believe what you say.
I don't have to believe. Or not believe. I know.
I won't let you.
You have nothing to say about it. Nothing. I will not stay in this house and listen to you tell me that my Emily will not come when I call. I'm going to her now.
Father, wait. Father, come back.
Stefan, what's the matter?
Get out of my way.
Stefan!
Father. Oh, Father.
Well, he came tearing down the stairs. He brushed right past me. What's the matter with him?
I talked to him about Emily. I made him angry.
Where's he gone? Do you know?
To her. To Emily.
Emily, I need you, darling. Come be with me, my darling. Your father needs you. I need you, my sweet Emily.
Old man?
Oh, my Emily.
Stefan?
Emily.
Stefan, can I help you, old man?
No.
You remember me, don't you? From last night?
The young man with the mare. She was lame.
You should see her now.
They told me she's Better.
Better than better. Come have a look. Please come. Look there. Look at her.
Oh, very much fine. Not a sign of lameness.
I came to your house a little while ago. You were sleeping.
Well, they told me you were there to say thanks. There was no need for that.
Oh, I'd like to do more than just leave my thanks. I'd like to invite you to my aunt's place.
Oh, no, I couldn't.
No, I'd like you to meet my aunt, please.
Your aunt won't mind?
No, not a bit. Come on. We'll both ride the mare. Here, I'll give you a leg up.
You're sure about your aunt now?
Oh, she'll be delighted. She doesn't get out much these days.
Is she very old?
Well, she's not young, but that's not why she stays home. She has this disfiguring growth on her head. It makes her shy.
Well, she should see a doctor.
No, she won't. Absolutely refuses, won't hear of it, hates them all.
Oh, that's very wrong.
Oh, yes, all the money in the world and won't go to a doctor. So she sits in her parlor and reads her Bible. Ah, there's the house.
Oh, yes, the big stone house.
You know the house?
I've admired it since I was a boy.
My aunt bought it when my uncle died. My uncle was Fritz Holder. You've heard of him, the manufacturer?
I don't think so.
Around here, I understand my aunt is known as the Widow Holder.
Some folks are afraid of one thing, some are afraid of another. Everyone who's afraid wants to run and hide. It's natural. Most natural thing in the world. But what may be hiding in the hiding place? That's the question. It could be something else to be afraid of. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. A very old man is mounting the steps of a big stone house in the company of a very young man whose aunt is known to the village as the Widow Holder. Listen now.
My aunt is in.
Otto?
Ah, there you are, just where I knew you'd be. Come in, Stefan.
Where have you been all morning, Otto? I missed you at breakfast. Oh, you brought someone with you.
Yes, this is the very wonderful man I met near the cemetery last night when my mare went lame. Stefan, this is my aunt, Mrs. Holder.
How good of you to come by.
Madam.
I don't have many visitors, not anymore. And I seldom go out because of this on my head. I don't like to be seen. I hope it doesn't offend you.
No. Doesn't offend me at all.
Well, it offends me. Perhaps I'm too sensitive, but that's the way I am. So I sit here and read my Bible.
And that Bible's too heavy for you to hold in your lap all day.
But it's the family Bible. It's the one I'm used to. I love this Bible.
All right. Sit down, Stefan.
I'm all right. I'll stand.
Oh, both of you, sit down. And Otto, you tell me where you've been all morning and why you weren't at breakfast.
Now, I told you last night how the mare went lame and how I met Stefan near the cemetery. Well, this morning, I let her out of her stall and she was dancing on her toes. I couldn't believe it. Stefan hadn't done a thing but rub her postern a bit.
Is that really all you did?
I did nothing.
Well, he talked to her, rubbed her foreleg, and talked to her.
How remarkable. You're a remarkable man.
No.
Oh, you're staring at me.
Oh, I apologize.
It's this awful growth. Otto, fetch me my shawl. I'll cover my head.
No. Please.
It's in my bedroom.
I am not offended. I give you my word. Otto, don't go.
No, it's all right. I'll be right back.
Mrs. Holder, I am not offended. I am sorry I stared so. I will not stare again. Please forgive me.
It's quite all right. Please, be calm. Sit down.
I can't.
Otto mentioned that you live with your daughter. Is that right?
My daughter, Bertha.
And your son-in-law.
Manfred.
They have children.
No children.
How sad. Oh, here comes Otto with my scarf.
Mrs. Holder, forgive me, but I must take the Bible from you and...
Oh,
Stefan, have you gone mad?
Forgive me. I could not help myself.
Aunt, are you all right?
I think so.
I saw him take the Bible off your lap. Stefan.
He hit me with it. He brought it down on my head with all his strength.
Forgive me, I didn't know what I was doing. I wouldn't hurt you, Mrs. Holder. I wouldn't hurt anybody. When I feel this way, I see things. I feel things. The Bible seemed to put itself in my hands. I didn't think what I was doing. I could not think. The feeling was so great that I must smash this thing on your head. That's all I wanted to do, Mrs. Holder, to get rid of it.
And it looks to me as though you'd done that, Stefan. Aunt, go look in the mirror.
I know I'm not always in control of myself. I do things. I don't know why. I see things. I don't know why. But I would never hurt anyone.
It's unbelievable. The growth is gone.
Will you forgive me?
And there's no blood. No blood at all.
All the same, I'm going to get you to a doctor.
No doctors, no.
No, a blow on the head like that.
No, I'm all right. My head is clearing now. It was just the shock. And that awful, ugly thing is gone. I don't need a doctor.
Let me take you to my son-in-law. He's a fine doctor, a nice man. Maybe you've heard of him? Manfred Gottlieb?
Gottlieb?
You will like him.
Manfred Gottlieb is your son-in-law.
A wonderful man. A good doctor.
But you must be Bertha Gottlieb's father. You cured the Rothberg boy. And I've heard talk about Anna Brandt. Look what you did for Otto's mare. Look what you've done for me. Oh. Why, you're the man I've been trying to find. I've been asking for you. It was God's hand let you here.
Let me take you to Manfred's office.
I don't need him. I only need you.
If I've hurt your aunt in any way...
We'll soon know.
Otto, I don't want these spells that I have. I don't ask for them. Only sometimes the pain gets so great.
What pain?
Well, the pain of living. And it seems more than I can bear. I go to the grave of my wife and my baby daughter, my Emily. And I call to her, my little one, who only had 1 hour of life. And she comes to me and gives me comfort and courage and belief. I believe that even though I can do nothing about the great pain of living, there are other pains, and I can do something about them. I know I'm not quite myself when I'm like that. I know I'm not really strong or courageous. But when the spell is on me, the people in pain... they become transparent.
You mean you can see through them?
I do see through them.
How do you explain your hands?
Just hands?
Oh, no. The night you massaged the mare, I took hold of your hands and they gave off a glow, a sort of radiating warmth. I know, I felt it. They burned like a steady flame.
Perhaps I grow feverish when Emily is with me.
Now, you go home and rest, Mrs. Holder. Come back in a few days and I'll change the bandage, or you can do it yourself.
I'll do it myself.
She's all right, Doctor?
Right as rain.
Well, what was it? I mean, the growth on her head.
It was a wen, a common, ordinary wen, a hardened cyst. If you'd come to see me, Mrs. Holder, I might have recommended that you have it removed by surgery.
Oh, no.
On the other hand, I might have done precisely what my father-in-law did, broken it with some heavy object. Probably not the Bible.
Come, Aunt. I'll take you home.
And thank you, Dr. Gottlieb.
You may get more of these growths, these wens on your head, Mrs. Holder, or someplace else on your body. Now, if you do, call me and I'll...
Oh, no. No, thank you. I know whom to call. And you'll come, won't you, Stefan? Of course you will. No offense, Doctor, but I put my faith in Stefan. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Goodbye, Stefan.
No offense, Doctor, but I put my faith in Stefan. Why did I bother to become a doctor at all? Why all those years at school? Why did I take examinations, get my license? What good is it if everyone would rather put their faith in a farmer?
Manfred, I'll never do it again.
Come in, the door's open. Oh, you again?
Doctor, those pains are back.
Well, of course those pains are back, because you've been drunk day and night. What do you expect?
Can't you do something, Doctor?
No, I can't. Only you can. Stop drinking. You've been drinking steadily for 30 years, and you have cirrhosis of the liver.
But the pains are awful.
Stop drinking for a month, and then come back and see me, and don't come back before. Silly old fool. Hasn't been sober for 10 minutes since he was 16. I can't help him if he won't...
Manfred, he has an obstruction of some kind.
He has a diseased liver.
But he has an obstruction in the intestines.
Now, look, you're not starting all over again, are you?
I saw. I could see it.
It's getting to be more than I can take, Stefan. You're interfering.
I saw. He was standing in the doorway, and I saw. His body was transparent. I could see everything. In his intestines, there is an obstruction. And that's what gives him pain.
Stop it, Stefan. I'm warning you.
It's all so clear, I know.
You're going to stop it if I have to.
Manfred, take a hurt on my throat.
Oh, Stefan. Oh, Stefan, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do... Stefan.
I'm all right. Give me that down. I'm all right.
Let me loosen your shirt. Oh, Stefan, I don't know what possessed me. I lost control.
It's all right.
Stefan, look. Look at my hands. Look how they move. My fingers. No pain from the arthritis.
What does it mean?
It means... Well, it must mean the arthritis is better. It's gone, perhaps.
Oh, Manfred.
The way I unbuttoned your shirt. So fast. No trouble. No pain.
Is it possible?
It's true. Look. Look how I can move them, Stefan.
The way you used to.
Stefan, I felt the warmth Otto was talking about. The heat from your hands. When you were trying to tear my hands from your throat, I felt it. A warm glow.
You really felt it?
Yes, a glow. A radiance. Stefan, give me your hands. Yes. There it is. It's a fire. A fire. Bertha!
Manfred, please. I think you're wrong.
No, how can I be wrong? Look at these fingers. Look how they move. Watch me unbutton my coat. Oh, Stefan, I had to lose my temper. Try to choke you in order to touch you. I might have killed you.
Oh, you wouldn't
Where's
have.
Bertha? Bertha!
Manfred, you're excited
Excited?
now.
I'm delirious. I can go back to surgery. We'll be rich again. Our lives will change. Yours, too.
I don't want my life changed, Manfred. If it means my daughter thinks me mad, deranged.
Oh, she won't.
It's only when my Amelie is with me, my little one, that I see him. It's Amelie who gives me the power.
Bertha, where are you? Are you upstairs?
I'm nothing without Amelie. It's her innocent soul that enters into me.
What are you doing home at this hour?
Bertha, where were you?
Oh, I was taking a nap.
Bertha, look. My hands. Look how my fingers move.
What happened?
Your father happened. His wonderful hands. Bertha, you remember the young man with the mare? How Stefan put his hands on the mare's foreleg and the mare got up and walked?
We don't know that.
It's true.
You haven't seen the mare?
It happened to me. To me, believe me.
I can't.
I didn't believe it either, but then Mrs. Holder came to the office.
Mrs. Holder?
Yes, she's the aunt of the young man with the mare. Stefan went to see Mrs. Holder.
He didn't.
Her nephew took him there, Bertha. And Stefan broke the wen on her head with a big Bible.
Oh, no.
He did right, Bertha, right. It was only a wen, and he was right. He didn't know what he was doing, and he was right.
Manfred, you must stop this talk.
Bertha, after Mrs. Halder left, an old patient of mine came in. The man has been a drunk for years. I was sure his liver was enlarged, diseased. But I sent him away. And then your father said, Manfred, you are wrong. The man has an obstruction. His intestines are blocked.
You believed him?
No, I didn't believe him. I was out of my mind with rage that he would dare to tell me that I was wrong. But Bertha, I took him by the throat. He tried to tear my hands away, and it was then. Bertha, it was then that I felt the heat, the blessed heat from his hands entering into mine. And now look.
Bertha, if he can use his hands, be happy.
Father, how long will it last?
How can I know?
Your moods, your spells, they've bewitched us all.
I never meant harm.
Well, they've got to stop. I want you to stay away from the cemetery.
I'll stay away.
I'll watch you every minute.
If you like.
I won't let you out of my sight. I'll treat you like a child.
As you were.
Because you are a child.
I am a very old man.
From now on, you're my child.
No. From now on, you will have your own child. A real child. Not me.
What?
I can see. The child is growing inside you. Soon you'll know it yourself. Next spring, you will bear your child, and it will be beautiful. A little girl. And you will... I hope you will give her the beautiful name of Emily.
Father?
Then my Emily can rest. I won't have to call her anymore. She can rest.
Did you believe our story? For that matter, did I? Now, really, what difference does it make if you believe it or if I do? For the truth is that none of us knows what transpires in the mind and heart of a very old man. I'll be back shortly. Ever happen to look up the word murder in a dictionary? No? Then I'll tell you how the dictionary defines it. To kill with premeditated malice. The wrongful, intentional slaying of one human being by another. But don't let a wee bit of murder upset you, friends. The people on Mystery Theater don't mind being killed. Not a bit. Because every one of them is a deadhead. Our cast included Santos Ortega, Norman Rose, Bryna Rayburn, and Billy Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Theater Guild on the air. Tonight we bring you Paul Osborne's comedy, On Borrowed Time, starring Walter Houston as Gramps and featuring Glenn Anders as Mr. Brink. As to who is playing Pud, well, we'll have a surprise for you at the end of the program.
This is the home of Dr. Jim Northrup's family in one of those quiet, small American towns. Perhaps the nicest thing about the Northrop place is the cool, grassy yard, shaded by a gnarled old apple tree. Opposite the tree is a screen door leading to the comfortable living room, where Granny Northrop usually does her knitting, while Gramps Northrop, on a summer afternoon like this, is apt to be tinkering at his basement workbench on some gadget for his 5-year-old grandson, Pud. Before long, Granny will call.
Julian?
No, Higgity. There's your Granny.
Where's Hackety Gramps?
Where the woodbine twineth.
Julian!
I'm coming. Hold your horses, can't you? Here, pal. Hide my pipe under the workbench, will you?
Sure.
Who's afraid of the female species, howbeit more carnivorous than the male, huh? Not us. Not us.
Carnivorous, not us. Carnivorous, not us.
When you two get together over some gym crack, you're as deaf as a post.
Was you calling, Nellie? Didn't hear you. Come on, give us a kiss.
I hollered loud enough to wake the dead. I suppose you were too busy smoking your filthy pipe.
Dr. Evans said one pipe full a day.
Smells to me like you've been smoking 6. Here, Trixie, come on now. You go out for a walk with your grandpa.
Now, I'll thank you not to claim kin to me with that flea bag.
Julian.
I've got a bag full of fleas. I'll give you one if you say please.
There, listen to that child. Turning your own grandson into a foul mouth like yourself. If you don't mend your ways, Julian Northrop, I'm going to talk to Jim and Susan about sending Pud away to school.
Yeah, there ain't no school to take him. He's too little.
Dimitri knows a nice boarding
Dimitri, a great jumping Jerusalem. I might have known she was at the bottom of this. The old bird stuffer.
Dimitri is a fine Christian woman, and I won't hear a word against
She's
her.
a bird stuffer.
What's a bird stuffer, Gramps?
Well, it's just a bird stuffer. Adam saw a dog, and it looked like a dog, and he called it a dog. I saw your Aunt Dimitri, and she looked like a bird stuffer, and I called her a bird stuffer.
You're poisoning that child's mind, Julian Northrop, and it's got to be stopped. It's got to be. I'm going up the street to visit a little with Dimitri. I'll be back soon.
I'll answer it, Gramps. Hello?
Dr. Northrop, this is Joe Mellett at Gainesville. It's coming, Doctor. The baby's coming.
Hey, Pop, it's somebody called Joe Mellett. He's having a baby.
Tell him I'll be over in 20 minutes.
Can you wait 15 minutes, Joe?
Well, tell him to hurry. Hurry.
He says he's in a heck of a hurry, Pop.
Yeah, the father's always in a hurry. Hey, Susan, want a ride? I'm driving to Gainesville.
I'd love it. Take care of Pud, will you, Gramps?
Well, who else has taken care of that whippersnapper since he was born?
Whippersnapper, whippersnapper.
And stop using that crazy language. Pud repeats it.
What crazy language?
You know what I mean. Come on, Jim.
Yeah.
Bye.
Hey, you infernal behemoth, shut up.
Trixie, you're an infernal behemoth. Infernal behemoth, infernal behemoth.
You call this fast?
Well, the road's slippery, darling.
No.
Oh, there's Granny and Dimitri up ahead. They're waving at us. But Jim, stop. Jim, listen to me.
Oh, all right. But I'll give you just 1 minute.
Hello, Granny. Hello, Demi.
Oh, Jim, Susan, I'm so frightened. There was a man following us.
Now, Nellie, that's all nonsense.
What'd he look like?
Strange, awful strange. And the way he looked at me with big black eyes like bottomless pits.
I swear I don't know what's got into her. Must be the heat. I didn't see a soul.
Why, you ought to be proud there's a man following you, Granny. Shows you're still in the running.
Oh,
now, you go home and lie down. That's orders, doctor's orders.
Jim, I was hoping you'd be home. I want to talk to you.
About Pud. I don't want him going to a boarding school, Demi. I've told you that. He's got a good home.
Well, there's one person in that home whose influence on the boy...
Demi, you're my wife's sister, and for some strange reason, she's fond of you.
Jim,
so you're
Jim.
welcome at my house, though I wish you'd stop picking fights with Gramps. He's an old man, and he's not very well.
I pick fights with him. Why, last time...
Granny, Jim's delivering a baby. I'm afraid we have to hurry.
Oh, dear, yes. Run along, Jim. Goodbye. Come home early.
Bye, Granny. Bye, Demi.
Look. There he is.
Who? Where?
That strange man who was following me. He's sitting in the back of their car.
Gramps, I'm hungry. Why is Mom and Pop staying so long?
Well, they went to Gainesville on account of that baby, remember? A baby's the dangdest, contrariest thing there is.
Well, why ain't Granny here?
Oh, well, you know what happens when your Granny and Aunt Dimitri get together. Yeah, better go inside now, pal. Grass is getting damp with dew. Yeah, they'll be all coming home pretty soon. Get your supper. Hey, Trixie, now you stay out here now. Go chase your tail around the grass. It'll do you good. I'll sit here on the bench a while. Oh, it's getting dark. It's cold, too. I feel so...
Mr. Julian Northrop, I believe.
What's that? Did somebody say something?
Most people don't hear me the first time.
No, felt tired all of a sudden. I must have... Say, who are you?
You may call me Mr. Brink. I just dropped by to say that you must soon get ready to come with me.
Where are you going?
Where the woodbine twineth.
Where the wood... Well, I just said that. I made it up. Now, looky here, Mr. Brink. I don't know you. I don't know as I like you either. Why should I go with you?
Because you're very old and you're tired. Oh, yes, you act hale and hearty. But I've watched you when nobody was looking. You're 79.
78.
My book says 79. It's almost time for you. Besides, Jim and Susan have come with me.
Jim and Susan? Well, you're crazy. They drove off to Gainesville this afternoon.
People will call it an accident, but they came with me.
Jim and Susan went with you? Both of them went with you? Why? When they're both so young. Oh, poor Nellie. It's going to break her heart. And Pud, somebody will have to look after Pud. You can't leave a little tyke like that alone. Demi will get hold of him and she'll break his spirit. No, I can't go with you, Mr. Brink. Even if I wanted, no, you run along before. Oh.
You see? Your hour is close. The next time I come...
No, I ain't going nowhere. Now, you get out of here. You're trespassing. Now, get. Well, I'll be lollipopped. He's gone.
Julian, who are you yelling at? I could hear you all the way to the front walk.
Why, there was a fella here.
Well, I don't see anybody. You better come upstairs with me and get some rest. I feel tired, too.
All right, Nellie, I'll be up in a minute.
Gramps? Who's that man?
You saw him, Pud?
Sure, he went past the kitchen window. What do you want?
He wanted me to go with him.
Where?
Where the woodbine twineth.
Oh, I know. You mean Hecate. Are you going, Gramps?
Not on your life, I ain't. Sir, not on your sweet life.
Pud, dear, take that record off.
Why, Granny?
Because it ain't proper to play music in a Christian home so soon after a funeral.
You mean because Aunt Demetria says I'm an orphan?
You hear that? Aunt Demetria, why that skinny old harpy...
Julian?
Telling things like that to the boy. If I ever hear that poltergeist...
Julian, if you swear any more...
I'm going to swear when I'm 9.
Pud,
oh, but you said I could. Gramps have learned all the words.
Julian, did you tell that boy?
Pud, I'm writing a letter.
Who you writing to, Julian?
Reverend Murdoch. Looked kind of shabby when he was preaching that funeral sermon for Jim and Susan, so I'm sending him a check for $50. Now, that's a good deed, ain't it? Even if I say so myself.
Hey, Gramps, if you do a good deed, you can make a wish and it'll come true.
Who says so, boy?
My picture book says so. Don't you remember? You read it to me, the story about the man who did good deeds and all his wishes came true.
Must be true, then.
All right, Gramps, make a wish, make a wish. Wish me a whole truckload of chocolate bars with almonds.
No, wait. We'll just hold that wish till the time comes. And I'll think of something then. Something colossal.
Julian, it's just come to me.
What's that, Nellie?
Pud, you take Trixie out for a walk.
But, Granny, Trixie don't want no walk. Marcy just brought her back.
Now, do as I say.
Oh, all right. Come on, Trixie. Granny wants to tell Gramps something she don't want me to hear.
Julian, it wasn't an accident that killed Jim and Susan.
Now, Nellie, you don't believe they smashed up their car on purpose?
Well, I was just sitting here asking myself why this cross had been put upon us. What had we done that was bad? And suddenly, it was like the hearing the voice of God. It's a judgment on us because of you.
Me?
You and me both, Julian.
Well, what have we been doing that's bad, Nellie? I can't think of nothing, unless you've been up to something.
Well, I've been closing my eyes to the way you're ruining Pud. Oh, we can't raise that boy, Julian, all by ourselves. We're too old.
Oh, sure we can, Nellie. Same as we raised Jim. I'll keep teaching him to cuss, and you keep teaching him not to.
Hey, Gramps, somebody's stealing our apples again.
Great Judas Priest. Hey, you blasted young shitepoke.
Hurry, Gramps, he's coming down out of the
If I
tree.
catch you, I'll give you such a cannon.
Gee, Gramps, he got away.
I swear, I wish that anyone that climbed that tree would have to stay up there till I let him down.
Gramps, you know what you did? You made a wish.
Huh?
A wish. You wished that anyone who climbed that tree would have to stay there till you let him down. Gramps made a wish. Gramps made a wish. Gramps... Oh, she's it, Gramps. Here comes Aunt Demetria.
Oh, heckity.
Oh, hello, Demi. I seen you coming up the path. Come right in.
My darling, come here to your Aunt Demetria.
The heck he will.
The heck I will. I hate you.
Aren't you ashamed of yourself teaching a child to talk like that, you whited sepulchre?
Whited Why, you woman of Babylon, you...
You poltergeist.
Yeah, that's right, boy. Come on. Let's get out of this country, boy.
Come on, Trixie. We're going for a walk with Gramps.
You hear what he called me, Nellie? He called me...
I know. Revelation 17:5. Don't say it, Demi. Come inside. Sit down, Demi. Sometimes I just don't know what I'm going to do. I wonder if you shouldn't bring Pud up.
Well, Nellie, it ain't that I haven't thought about it, but I couldn't afford to. That is, not unless Jim left the will.
Well, he did, Demi. He left $15,000.
$15,000?
Oh.
Would you like some iced tea, Mrs. Norfolk?
Yes, I would, Marcy. It's so hot. Bring some for Miss Riffle, too.
Won't take more than a minute. Nellie, you don't mean to tell me you've got that Marcia Giles in this house.
Well, she came in to help us after the funeral. Why?
Well, her and that young Bill Murdoch carrying on just as brazen as you please. And you're allowing a person like that to be around where Pud is. Nellie Northrop.
Bud found a new mushroom right under the privet hedge.
Well, be careful, Julian. That may be a toadstool.
Well, that's what we're going to find out. Bud's waiting till I bring the plant guide. Excuse me, Miss Nellie, I'm in a hurry.
Nellie, tell him about Marcia Giles.
Oh, yes. Julian, wait a minute.
Well, what is it?
Well, it's Marcy, Julian. I'm afraid we'll have to get rid of her.
I'd like to know why.
Well, it seems that she's carrying on with young Bill Murdoch.
Good. Fine boy, Bill Murdoch.
And you're willing to have that kind of a girl in your house with Pud? Why, she's nothing more than a common little...
You're a liar.
Julian, don't talk that way to Demi. She knows what she's saying.
Well, what do you know? Tell me one thing.
All right. I saw them right in Millbauer Park.
And what were they doing right in Millbauer Park?
Kissing. Kissing like you never saw. Fair to make your blood boil. If they carry on like that in public, what must they do when they're alone?
Great jumping Judas, that makes me mad. That makes me so gosh blame mad. Miss Nellie, if you listen to another word this old hellion says, you're just a fool. I'm plain disappointed, you. I'm just plain disappointed.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. He can't call me a fool. He can't say he's disappointed in me.
I don't see why you stand for it, Nellie. Nellie, don't you think I should take Pud's things over now?
Pud's things?
Yes, and in the morning I'll go down to Lawyer Pilgrim's to have the papers drawn up.
What papers?
Why, about the will and the adoption and all.
Now, see here, Demi, I didn't say anything about adopting Pud. You're trying to put words in my mouth.
You just said that I should bring Pud up.
Well, if I did, I was wrong. Julian didn't mean all the things he says. He's just a rough-spoken man. Oh, dear, I just don't feel right. Must be the heat. I think I'll go up to my room. You might tell Marcy to bring me some iced tea, Demi.
Nellie, just look out that window. There's a boy going up that apple tree.
Julian never catches him. He always hollers so as to give him time to run away.
Well, I'll catch him. You nasty little thief. Come down out of that tree and take the whipping you deserve.
I can't.
Either you'll come down or I'll have the law on you.
You'll do what?
There's a boy up that tree. I'm going to whip him for trespassing.
Oh, you are? Well, thanks for telling me, Demi. Because seeing as how there's two trespassers here, I'll begin with the one that's handiest. Hey, give me that fence tail, Pud. There, on the ground.
Here, Gramps. Now hit her. Hit her on the rump.
Julian Northrop, don't you touch me.
Then you get off my property.
You'll find out whose property this is someday.
Now then, you young whippersnapper. Why don't you come down out of that tree?
Gee, mister, my britches is caught in behind. Gramps, you You see, he can't come down.
What wish?
Your good deed wish, don't you remember?
Rubbish. Listen, you piccalilli apple stealer. You want to loosen your britches and come down out of that tree as fast as you can.
But, mister, Gee whiz. That's funny. They're loose now. Well, what do you know? I'm coming.
Now then, young feller, I'm going to teach you to steal.
Please, mister, I didn't steal nothing.
Here. And here.
Why, they're apples. Ripe apples.
Yeah, and the next time you want some, just don't sneak around the back. Ring the front bell and ask for them.
Gee, thanks, mister. Well, so long. That's another good deed, Gramps. That makes your wish twice as strong.
Who says so?
My picture book said so.
Well, must be true then. Marcy, come out here a minute.
Yes, Mr. Northrop?
Don't you know it's a sin to kiss men in Millbar Park?
But I didn't. I didn't kiss men in Millbar Park. I kissed only one man in Millbar Park.
What'd you kiss him in the park for?
Because we were in the park and we didn't think anybody'd see us.
Well, don't you know Dimitri's a born snooper? I say bring him up here and kiss him.
What?
Yeah, bring him up here and kiss him. It's time we had a little kissing around this house. How the heck's Pud going to learn about kissing if you don't never see any of it?
Oh, Mr. Northrop.
You in love with him?
We've been engaged all summer.
I thought I recognized the symptoms.
Bill's got only one more year at law school, and then we'll get married. He took highest honors in his class last year.
Tell that to Nellie, will you? And when you and Bill see Dimitri in the park again, make Bill give you a good big smacker right in front of her like this.
Marcy, where's my tea?
Yeah, now you go tell her that Bill got highest honor.
All right, Mr. Northrop.
Gee, Gramps, I wish Granny would knit 2 bumps on the front of my sweater the way Marcy's got on hers.
What? Well, not that there ain't something in what you say.
Say, Gramps. Say, I want to steal an apple, too. Boost me up the tree.
Oh, you don't have to steal. Oh, all right. 1, 2, up you go.
You know, Gramps, I can't get down till you let me.
Why not?
Because you wish nobody could come down till you let them. That was your good deed wish. Then you did another good deed, and that made it stick double.
Did it? Well, now I'm liable to keep you up there all week, maybe 100 years. Depends on how I feel. Well, I think I'll stroll down to Millbar Park and pick up a few fossils for our collection.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm coming with you. Gramps, I can't let loose.
Of course you can't. You got to hang up there on that limb till I release you from a magic spell.
Let me down, Gramps. Please, my arms is tired.
Oh, no, sonny, you can't go breaking my spell like that.
Gramps, let me go. Please, Gramps, please.
Oh, well, all right. All right, let go, pal. What's the matter, boy? What's the matter?
I couldn't let go.
Of course you could.
No, I couldn't, Gramps. My hands wouldn't move. The tree was holding me.
Now listen, you little puddle whopper. That old apple tree couldn't hold nobody.
Yes, it could, Gramps. You wished it could. Your 2 good deeds wished it double.
You think so, Pud? You really think so? Golly, I'd like to get Aunt Dimitri up that tree. Wouldn't that be something?
The curtain rises on the second act of On Borrowed Time, starring Walter Houston as Gramps and featuring Glenn Anders as Mr. Brink.
Here's your iced tea, Mrs. Northrop.
Oh, just set it down, Marcy.
Is there anything wrong, Mrs. Northrop? You sound so...
I guess I'm just kind of tired, Marcy. I'll go to sleep in a minute. Marcy, just see that Julian always has his pipe. Will you do that?
Why, yes, Mrs. Northrop, but...
You're a good girl, Marcy. Now hand me my knitting.
Here you are. Get a nice rest.
Don't you think you've done enough, Nellie Northrop?
That you, Julian? Why has it grown so dark and the canary stopped singing?
It's Mr. Brink. You're to come with me now.
Come with you? You're the man who followed me the day that... See here, what call have you got to come butting into my bedroom and frightening my canary? It ain't proper.
You'll feel better with me. You know, I'm not so bad as I'm made out to be.
Well, you might as well sit down and wait then, because I ain't going to stir till I finish this mitten. Julian says there won't anything keep his hands warm in winter but a pair of my mittens. That those boughten things you get at the store, they're no good. Julian's headstrong, you know. He goes out in all kinds of weather.
Are you ready now?
Now, wait just a minute. I'm almost finished. There. That's got it. Don't that red stripe look pretty with the gray?
Very pretty, my dear. Come now. Give me your hand.
Yes. My hand.
Mr. Northrop! Mr. Northrop! Oh, there you are, sitting under the tree. Don't you want to come inside now? It's getting dark. Supper's nearly ready.
All right, Marcy.
Miss Demetria came over again this afternoon, Mr. Northrop. Ask about your health.
And old she-dragon been over every day since Nellie's funeral, just waiting for me to die.
You've got to keep your strength up, Mr. Northrop. Besides, when you don't eat, Pud doesn't eat.
Yeah, that's what Nellie said. Pud mimics everything you do. If I only had got there in time, Marcy. We had words before she died, and I never got there in time to say I was sorry.
She would have forgiven you anything, Mr. Northrop. Oh, I forgot. Here's your pipe.
My pipe? Oh, I don't think I'll ever smoke again, Marcy. Nellie didn't like it.
But she did, Mr. Northrop. Just before she died, she took hold of my hand and said, Marcy, see that Julian always has his pipe.
Did she? Give me that pipe, Marcy.
I'll go finish supper.
Bud.
Yeah?
Gonna have supper in a minute.
I'm not hungry.
Yeah, gotta eat, boy. Hungry or not. Down, Trixie, down. There's only you and me and Trixie left now, Pud. Three of us, we gotta keep up our strength.
You're gosh darn right. That pipe tastes good, Gramps?
Better than anything I know. You shouldn't cuss, boy.
Why shouldn't I? You do.
I know. I shouldn't either. Your granny didn't like it. Now, let's you and me turn over a new leaf. Huh, Pud?
What for?
So your Aunt Demetria won't say I'm a bad influence on you and try and take you away from me.
We'll kill the old pucker puss.
Hush, 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 hush. All right, that's the old leaf. Now go on in and wash. And try some soap this time.
Okay.
Now, Trixie, you stay out here. Marcy will feed you later. Call me when the table's set.
Good evening.
Can't I ever shut my eyes without you butting in?
I thought perhaps you'd like to come with me now.
No, I can't do it. I got Pud to take care of. I'm all he's got now.
I'm sorry, but you have to come. Just give me your hand.
Yes, my hand. No, not yet. Not yet. Please, Mr. Brink. Do me one favor before I go.
Well?
Could I have one of those apples? I haven't even tasted one this year.
Why, of course you may.
Would it be asking too much if you'd get it for me? I'm not as spry as I used to be.
Why, of course I will. Guess I'll have to climb up. Let's see now. Oh, wait a minute. There are some nice ones up on the branch above. That's better. Now, which shall it be? This one or this one?
I don't want either of them, Mr. Brink. Because now I've got you up that tree, and by jumping Judas, you ain't coming down.
You don't know what you've done, old man. You don't know what you've done.
I know what I've done, all right. I got you trapped, Mr. Brink, tighter than a bolt in a monkey wrench. And you're going to stay right up there till I let you go.
We pause now for station identification. You are listening to the Theater Guild's comedy On Borrowed Time by Paul Osborne.
Julian Northrop, or Gramps, played by Walter Houston, has just tricked death in the beguiling person of Mr. Brink up in an apple tree. Gramps wants to keep on living so as to bring up his orphan grandson, Pud. But the boy, shrewish Aunt Demetria wants to bring up Pud herself and get Gramps out of the way.
Demetria Riffle, Doctor. I want you to meet me right away at Julian Northrop's house.
What, Miss Riffle?
Something terrible's happened, and you're his doctor. I'll be waiting in the yard beside the apple tree. Mr. Pilbeam, something terrible's happened to Julian Northrop, and you're his lawyer. I'll be waiting for you beside the apple tree.
Mr. Pilbeam, Dr. Evans, I want you to meet a friend of Julian's. His name is Mr. Brink. He's up in that apple tree.
I don't see anyone up there.
Oh, no, you can't see him, Dr. Evans. He's invisible.
He's what?
He's invisible, Mr. Pilbeam. But Julian saw him, and Pud saw him, and when Trixie touched her nose to the tree, she fell over dead. That's why they're burying her now in Millbauer Park.
That's not a very funny joke, Miss Riffle.
What would you say if I told you I believed it was the gospel truth?
I'd say you were crazy.
Oh, you would? Well, Dr. Evans, I don't believe it, but Julian does. He says he's having those men build a 7-foot fence around that tree because anybody who touched it would die. Touching that tree, in fact, is the only way one can die. There is no more death in the world, Dr. Evans, till Julian lets Mr. Brink come down out of that tree.
Now, you don't think Mr. Northrop really believes that?
I think his mind has snapped, Mr. Pilbeam. Julian Northrop is crazier than a loon.
Miss Riffle, if Julian Northrop should be insane, you'd have charge of Pud, wouldn't you?
Naturally. I'm next of kin.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Mr. Pilbeam, I intend to get that boy away from this insane man's house before something terrible happens. Dr. Evans, there is a way of acting fast in such cases.
If I think Northrop's crazy, I'll talk it over with the head of the state insane asylum.
Uncle's back again, Graham.
With Pilbeam and Evans, huh? So you told them all about it after I told you not to.
Is it true, Northrop?
Just as true as I'm standing here. I got them up there all right. Now I've got to figure out what the heck to do with them.
Look here, Northrop. Can you talk to Mr. Brink?
Sure.
Then talk to him now.
Mr. Brink, you're not mad at me, are you?
Well, I think I might be permitted a slight irritation.
Say, I got an idea. Come here, Demi. Mr. Brink, you see this old scarecrow? Her name is Demetria Riffle. Have you got her down on your book to snuff her out?
Riffle? No.
Well, Mr. Brink, I'm going to keep you up there till it's time for you to exterminate her. Them's the terms. Well, you heard him, Demi.
Oh, Julian, I'm sorry for you. I really am.
You mean you didn't? Pilbeam. Evans. You heard him.
I'm sorry, Northrop.
No. Didn't no one hear what he said?
He said, I think I might be permitted a slight irritation.
Northrop, I want to show you something.
There, you keep away from that tree.
I'm going to pick one of those apples and eat it.
No, Evans, now listen to me. Pud, give me that hammer.
This one, Graham?
Say, you gall darn fool, those apples are sure death. You take one step toward that tree and I'll bang you.
Oh!
All right, Northrop, I just wanted to make sure that you weren't joking. Are you going to be home tonight? I've got to talk to you.
Sure. Come anytime. But leave that female Judas behind you.
It's Dr. Evans. Mr. Northrop, I want you to know I'd do anything to help you and Pud.
Thank you, Marcy.
This way, Doctor.
Yes, this is my workshop, Evans. Nowadays, I just make things for Pud.
By the way, you haven't met Willard Grimes, have you? I've been telling him about Mr. Brink and the apple tree.
And what do you want to go and do that for?
Northrop, I was just going to ask you to come along with me and talk it over. Another fellow I'd like you to meet wants to hear all about it.
No, I reckon not, Mr. Grimes. You see, I don't want any more people knowing about this thing till I find some way of proving it. I figured that...
what's the use, Evans? Now get this straight, old man. I'm taking you to the state insane asylum.
You're taking me to the insane... Dimitri's behind this. Where's Demi Evans?
She's outside in the car.
Yeah, waiting for Pud, huh? Look, Mr. Grimes, there ain't nothing wrong with me.
That's what we want to find out. If you're all right, you go home again. Now, are you coming along like a good fella or else?
Well, so it looks like I got to, don't it? All right, I'll come along. Oh, wait, my badge. I've got to get my badge like I wear in parades. I'm a Spanish-American war veteran, you know.
Fine. You couldn't march without your badge, now, could you?
No, here it is. Now then, you fellas better set.
Hey.
Put that gun down, Northrop.
Let me do the talking, Evans. First of all, I ain't going to no crazy house, and second, that old she-cat ain't getting Pud. But maybe I've got to prove what I say about a certain Mr. Brink.
It's useless, Northrop. Be reasonable.
Now, wait a minute. You got your medicine kit with you?
Yes, why?
Well, got anything in it? Poison enough to kill a fly?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have a potassium cyanide solution, but I...
All right, I'll make a bargain with you. You best take it, too. Because if you don't, I'm liable to go wild as all get out.
Well, let's hear your bargain.
All right. Now, you take the worst poison you've got in that bag and put it in a tumbler. And catch a fly and put him in the poison. If the fly dies, I'll go to the insane asylum. And if he don't, I stay here.
Oh, listen, Grimes, I know I can kill a fly. What do you say?
All right, it's a bargain.
All right. You get the poison, Evans, and I'll get the glass. Mr. Grimes, you catch the fly.
This stuff is strong enough to kill an elephant.
Mm-hmm. Can use this tumbler. Where's the fly? Wait. There's one.
Got him?
Got him. Now, don't get so excited, little fly. Pretty soon you'll be buzzing around good as new. In you go. Ain't much of a swimmer, is he?
I'll hold him under with the tweezers.
Yeah, let him get his belly full.
Well, I think he's had time enough.
All right, take him out. Lay him down there in the paper in the workbench. Looks kind of sick, don't he?
He's dead, Northrop.
Now, wait a minute. Give this fly a chance.
Not a stir out of him.
All right, Northrop. A bargain's a bargain.
Look, he moved.
I don't believe it.
He's moving. Drunk as a coot, but he's crawling right across that dang piece of paper.
You didn't give him enough poison, Doc.
Why, I don't understand it. He's had enough to kill a regiment.
Well, now, will you believe what I'm telling you about Mr. Brink?
I don't know what kind of a trick this is, but I came to get him, and I will.
Remember what you promised, Grimes.
What's a promise to a lunatic?
Oh, you don't believe it, huh? Even after I proved it to you.
You crazy fool. Don't point that gun at me.
Well, maybe there's another way of proving it. Evans, at this close range, if I shot Mr. Grimes through the belly, he'd die, wouldn't he?
Well, yes, but...
All right, now that's just exactly what I'm going to do.
What have you done to him? He'll be dead in an hour.
Oh, stay up that tree, Mr. Brink. If you come down now, I'm in a heck of a fix.
And now the curtain rises on the third act of On Borrowed Time, starring Walter Houston as Gramps, featuring Glenn Anders as Mr. Brink.
So great is Julian Northrop's love for his grandson, Pud, that he even succeeds in evading the dark visitor who someday comes to summon every mortal man. By ruse and by a miraculous power of his own, Julian imprisons Mr. Brink in an apple tree. The neighbors, of course, believe that the old man has lost his mind and should be removed to an asylum. And at last, in desperation, Julian has been forced to test his triumph over death by shooting a man point blank.
I asked you to drop into my office this morning, Pilbeam, because something has happened that'll turn the world upside down unless we stop it.
You mean Northrop?
He shot Grimes last night.
What?
He shot him 3 times in the abdomen. Grimes had internal hemorrhages. It was an hour before I could get him to the hospital.
What did he shoot him for?
He was experimenting.
Experimenting? You mean he killed a man?
He didn't kill him. According to everything I know about medicine, Grimes should have died, but he didn't. By some miracle, he's still alive.
Oh, that's funny.
It's funnier than you think, Pilbeam. I have been up all night trying to kill something. I've experimented with everything that I can lay my hands on. Insects, bugs, stray cats, every dog I found. I couldn't kill a single thing. Nothing except a mouse. And do you know how I killed that? I tied it to the end of a fishing pole, and I touched it up against that apple tree.
Good Lord. You mean what Northrop said about Mr. Brink was true?
All I know is that the old man is not crazy. I asked him to come here, too. He ought to be along any minute now.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. But if there's anything up in that tree, it's got to come down. It's got to come down.
Oh, there you are. Howdy, Pilbeam. Howdy, Evans. How's Mr. Grimes doing?
He seems to be doing all right.
Oh, glad to hear it. That nasty accident. Well, sir, what can I do for you?
Sit down, won't you? Northrop, I owe you an apology.
Oh, no, not at all. I wouldn't have any respect for you if you believed a thing like that right off. You're a doctor. My boy Jim was a doctor.
Yes, I'm a doctor. Let me tell you about some of my patients, Northrop. I have a man who, for 10 years, has been in constant pain. Yesterday, I took the last chance and operated on him. It wasn't successful. He's in more pain now than he ever was. I hoped that he'd die last night. He didn't.
Oh.
You remember Mrs. Trenner, Northrop?
Yeah, the nice old lady that used to have all the dogs?
Yes, she's been bedridden for 3 years. She hasn't a penny left, nothing to live for. Her only one idea is to die. Well, that's two, and I'm just one doctor. I'm one doctor in a little town. The world must be full of people like that.
Well, if you're hinting for me to let Mr. Brink down, you're on the wrong track, young fella.
No more death. Think about that a minute, Northrop. Nobody died last night. Nobody is going to die tonight or tomorrow night. Nobody is going to die until Julian Northrop says they can. 5 years from now, the world will be so overcrowded and so full of disease and pain it won't be fit to live in.
But you don't understand, Evans. I'm not doing this just because I want to. I'm not doing it for myself at all.
You've got to let him down, Northrop.
I've got to think of Pud. Pud can't get along without me.
Well, think hard, Northrop. By the time Pud reaches 25, you'll be, what, 98, 99? You'd only be a nuisance to Pud.
No, I wouldn't.
Oh, yes, you would. Now, let Mr. Brink down today, Northrop. If you don't, I'm warning you. I'll do everything in my power to make you let him go. Sheriff, just read the decision at the end.
It is the order of this court that said Julian Northrop be committed to the Gainesville Institution for the Insane, and that the custody of the child, John Guilford Northrop, be awarded to his aunt, Demetria Riffle.
Well, Doc, you kind of got me fixed up good and proper, ain't you?
All right, Pud, you're coming with me now.
No, I ain't. Let go of me, you she-cat.
Pud?
Oh, Gramps, don't let her take me, Gramps.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to Pud a minute, if you don't mind.
All right, we'll wait outside. Come on, Sheriff, Miss Riffle.
I'm going away, Pud.
Where, Gramps?
Where the woodbine twineth.
You going with Mr. Brink? Take me too, Gramps.
Oh, no, I can't do that, boy. You've got your whole life ahead of you.
Don't want my whole life ahead of me. I want to go with you. I love you, Gramps.
You shouldn't love me that much, boy. You see, Pud, I've been thinking it over, and maybe it ain't such a good thing for you to be living with me anymore. Maybe your Aunt Dimitri ain't such a old poltergeist as we thought she was.
Don't you love me anymore, Gramps?
Sure, boy, sure. But, well, it's just that I've got to go away now.
You don't love me anymore.
Now, wait a minute, boy. Wait a minute.
You don't love me anymore.
Well, what about it, Northrop?
All right, I'm coming. Demi, will you be good to Pud? Will you see that he gets some fun out of life?
I will, Julian. I have wonderful plans for him already. I'm going to send him to Miss Ramsdell's school in the fall.
Well, that's a girls' school.
Not anymore, Julian. They're going to have 2 little boys next year.
You make Pud a sissy? By jumping Judas, you're still a poltergeist. I've changed my mind. I'm going to stay here and take care of Pud.
Northrop, how can you take care of Pud if you're in the asylum?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, looks like you kind of got me hogtied, all right. Marcy, Marcy.
Come in, Mr. Northrup.
Marcy. Pack Pud's things and give them to Miss Riffle, will you?
Miss Riffle? You think Pud's going to like that, Mr. Northrup?
You can't help it, Marcy. I've reached the end of my rope. Well, Mr. Brink, looks like the time has come.
Yes, the time has come.
I was going to let you down as soon as you'd got word that you could take Demi. Don't suppose you got word in the meantime?
No, there's been no call for Miss Ripple. There probably won't be for years.
What's that? Did I understand you to say that you were supposed to take her an hour ago?
No. I said probably wouldn't take her for years.
Well, Well, why didn't you tell me, Mr. Brink? If you're supposed to take Demi, too.
But I'm not supposed to take her.
Well, now, this changes everything. Demi, we'll go together, just the two of us, like old friends.
Dr. Evans, there isn't anybody up in that tree, is there?
Mr. Brink, I was wondering if you'd do me another favor. After you've taken Demi, would you just slip the sheriff in for good measure?
Oh, no.
Oh, this is the wildest absurdity I ever heard. I have absolutely no authorization to take any of these people.
Thank you, Mr. Brink. I appreciate that. Well, now, you two come along now. Demi, you hang on this arm, and the sheriff, you can hang on this one. I'll lead the way.
You can't frighten me, Julian Northrop. I didn't hear a thing up that tree, not a blessed thing. Neither did anybody else.
Well, I did, Miss Demetria. I heard him.
What? What's that, Marcy?
I said I heard him, just as plain as I hear you.
What did he say?
He said if he could just come down, he'd take anybody Mr. Northrop asked him to.
That girl can't hear a word I say. She's the most inordinate liar I ever met.
He didn't say he was going to take me, did he, Master?
Oh, yes, he did, Miss Riffle. He said he was going to take you first.
I never said any such thing.
You hear him then, Marcy?
Yes.
What did he say? Now, be careful.
He said, please hurry and let him down, because the one he's really after is Miss Riffle.
Yep, that's what he said. Well, let's get started. I'll say the magic words. Line up, you two. Here we go. Off to glory, where the woodbine twine.
Stop that monkey business and let me down.
Fire shiner.
Somebody stop him.
We'll do anything you ask us to, Northrop. I'll tear up the court order. Look, it's torn. You don't have to go to the asylum.
Julian, please.
All right. But keep your hands off my boy, Demi.
I will, Julian.
And keep the heck away from me, too.
I'll keep the heck away from you, too.
Now, get out of here, all of you. Get off my property.
I never knew Miss Riffle could move so fast.
Oh, Marcy, I love you. By Judas Priest, I love you. Now there's nothing in the world can stop us. Just you and me and Pud.
Which world do you mean?
What's that? I don't quite understand, Mr. Brink.
Of course not, my poor man.
What did he say, Mr. Northrop?
He said, my poor man. I don't like the way he said it. No, I don't like the way he said it, Marcy.
Pud? Is that you, Pud? Where have you been all evening?
Oh, hello, Mr. Brink. I ran away. Have Gramps and Marcy been looking for me?
I wouldn't know. What did you run away for?
Because Gramps doesn't love me anymore.
You're not big enough to run away, my little man.
I am so. And I'm not your little man. I'm not your little man at all. So there, I'll spit in your eye.
I'm afraid you might find that difficult. You couldn't reach me.
Could, too.
You'd be afraid.
I'm not afraid of anything.
Why, you're even afraid to climb this tree.
I am not. I climbed that tree before you got up it, and I climbed down again. That's more than you can do.
But you couldn't climb it now. At night. Why, you can't even climb that fence.
That's easy. I can do it with one hand.
It's a high fence. Let's see you do it.
All right.
Try over on this side. It's easier.
There. See what I tell you.
Splendid. I never thought you could.
Golly. I can see far from the top of this fence.
Can you see me?
Yes. What makes your voice so whispery, Mr. Brink?
Look at me.
Gee, you've got funny eyes, Mr. Brink. They make me dizzy.
Look at me again. That's right. Keep looking at me. Now, give me your hand. Lean forward and give me your hand. Just a bit more. Lean toward me a little bit more.
I'm falling, grab! Oh, Gramps, my back hurts.
Now, this is going to stick you, Pud. Just a bit, like a needle, and it won't hurt so much. There.
Well, Doc, he'll be all right, won't he?
Northrop, he'll never be able to walk again.
Never be able to walk again? Oh, no. To drag around all your life. I can't let that happen to him. Never. Here. Come along with Gramps, son. There. I'll hold you so it don't hurt.
Northrop, where are you going with the boy?
Wait here, Doc.
But, Northrop...
Mr. Brink.
Oh, it's you.
Why did you do it? Why did you do it?
My poor man. I didn't mean to hurt the boy. It was an accident that he fell off the fence. I planned to take him. It was the only way out. Already there is so much anguish in the world because you keep me here. And every hour makes it worse.
Mr. Brink, will you take us both now?
Gladly.
Come on down, then.
Oh, Gramps, my back hurts so.
Just a minute, boy. Here's Pud, Mr. Brink.
No, you first. Just touch my hand.
Well, he was quite a load before. Now he's light as a feather. Take Pud, Mr. Brink.
Yes, now.
Hello, Mr. Brink. Are we dead, Gramps?
Must be. I feel like a 2-year-old. How about you?
I feel like a 2-year-old, too, Gramps.
Come along now. We have to hurry. I'm way behind schedule.
Where are we going?
You'll find out.
Anyhow, we'll be there together, won't we, Gramps?
You darn right we will. You darn tootin' right.
Julian, do you have to use such language in front of the boy?
Well, what the heck do you know about that? Nellie ain't changed. She ain't changed at all.
The staff for the Theater Guild on the Air includes Homer Fickett, director, George Condorf, producer, and Armina Marshall, executive director of the radio department. Music for tonight's play was composed and conducted by Harold Levy, and the play adapted for radio by Kenyon Nicholson. Your announcer, Norman Brokenshire.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 39. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the director of Radio City Playhouse, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob. Friends, before we begin our show, Radio City Playhouse, on behalf of NBC and station WFAA Dallas, extends hearty congratulations to the Dallas Morning News on the formal dedication of its new building and its 108th birthday. Good luck and continued success to the Dallas Morning News. And now a word about Mr. Bill Lipton, our star on tonight's show. Although he is only 22, he has had 12 years' experience in radio. On the Playhouse, he has appeared in such varied roles as a French porter, a drunken husband, and on our Christmas broadcast as one of the three wise men. He is one of the most versatile actors we know, and in spite of taking 3 years out to serve in the Navy, he will receive his master's degree from Columbia University in June. All this, from a young man of 22, compels our respect and admiration. Here is Bill Lipton playing Frank Jackson in Murder is a Matter of Opinion, Attraction 39 on Radio City Playhouse.
I'm telling you this story from prison. I have 11 more days before they electrocute me for murdering my brother. I didn't kill him. As God is my solemn judge, I did not kill my brother. I'll tell you everything I know, and perhaps you can figure out why I'm here. I can't. I can't believe it. I've been over and over and over this story. Every word of it is true, and nobody believes me. Nobody. I'm 22. I was going to be a lawyer. My dad thought I was just about the... Well, he was pretty proud. Now even Dad thinks I'm guilty. Even Dad. And I'm not. I'd like you to understand me. I was the... Well, I talked fast and too much, and I guess maybe I was a smart aleck. Well, that's not so terrible, is it? I'm only 22, and... Well, I'm not a smart aleck anymore, if that's any consolation, anybody. Brian, my brother, was quieter. He was a year younger than I, and he didn't talk nearly as much or as fast or as often. That's why he never won an argument with me in his life. And believe me, we had plenty. But they weren't fights. They were, well, two brothers. We razzed each other, but it was all fun. Underneath, we were brothers. In our first year of law school, we were real eager and talked pretty big about legal points. But Brian never won an argument. Never. So you're wrong. It says so right here. Where? All bills for raising revenue originate in the House of Representatives. Can't you read?
Well, I thought they could originate in either house if it was just a question of...
Well, you're wrong, so pay up.
I still don't think that...
Look, Brian, who's right? You or the Encyclopedia of Federal Law?
Well, I guess...
You owe me $50. Come on, cough up.
Well, okay, I guess...
Look, you admit you're wrong, don't you?
Yes, I admit it.
Okay, give me 50 cents. Trent University Law School has pretty high standards. If you want to stay, you better smarten up. In our second year, we began to disagree violently about capital punishment and murder. Brian was obsessed with the idea that all kinds of innocent people had been executed for murders they didn't commit. Every time he read about some killing in the paper, he'd try to prove to me that the condemned person wasn't guilty at all. The night he got his big idea, we were sitting on a bench way down at one end of the campus. There was nobody around. It was about 10 o'clock. And Brian was very excited.
Frank, I still say that the man in the Jensen case could have been innocent. I don't believe that a man who only weighs 130 pounds could have shoved a man the size of Jensen out of a hotel window.
Well, it carried out the sentence, so it doesn't matter what you say.
How do you think you'd feel if you'd been in his shoes?
Cold, stiff, and dead.
Do you mean to sit there and say that you don't think it ever happens? There's never been a case of an innocent man convicted of a murder he didn't commit?
It isn't a question of what I think. You've made the statement that it's possible for an innocent man to be hanged or electrocuted. I say prove it.
All right. All right, I will. I can, you know. If you'll help me, I'll prove it.
How?
Let's stage a fake murder.
What are you talking about?
A mock murder case. Look, I'll play the corpse and you play the killer. We'll stage a killing, a fake killing. I'll let a dozen witnesses actually see you shoot me in cold blood, and then afterwards I'll undertake your defense, and prove that you're innocent.
If I'd only said no. If I'd only admitted that perhaps it was possible for an innocent man to be hanged or electrocuted. Why couldn't I have agreed with him? Why couldn't I let him have his say, and if I disagreed with him, kept my opinion to myself? I don't know. Actually, his suggestion wasn't as strange as it sounds. Each year, the moot court of the law school secretly planned and enacted some sort of crime. The crime was committed on the campus, and no one knew about it except the chairman of the moot court, the victim, and the criminal. The idea was to catch the students by surprise and give them realistic experience in criminal procedure. Brian and I decided we'd stage our own mock crime. Well, that's all it ever was. It was a gag right from start to finish. I don't know where the slip-up was. I don't know who it was that hated Brian so much that... Well, I just don't know where it went wrong. We worked it out very carefully. Brian drew up a week's schedule. We even made a bet of $50, 2 months' allowance. He was convinced he could win, and even I began to get interested. We had to be sure that nobody had the slightest suspicion it was all a planned affair, so we made the bench down at the end of the campus our private conference room. We met there every night before going to bed, and at last we got all the details worked out.
Well, we're just about ready, Frank. I've written down what you're supposed to do. Memorize it and then burn it. We'll commit the murder next Monday. That gives us a whole week.
All right, next Monday.
First, we've got to establish a motive. You've got to make everybody on the campus think that you hate me like poison.
A week isn't very long.
Well, it's long enough. We'll pull the watch gag in the cafeteria tomorrow. Oh, can you suggest to Tom Benson that he have lunch with you?
Well, sure, I guess so.
Well, ask him tonight. You be in the cafeteria at 12:30. I'll come in about 1:45. I'll be sure that somebody sees me put my watch on the bed tomorrow, and you steal it right after breakfast. Okay?
Right after breakfast.
You know your lines?
We rehearsed them often enough.
You sure you don't mind the sock in the jaw part?
Just don't get too enthusiastic, that's all.
Well, it's difficult to fake if I don't hit you reasonably hard.
I guess I can stand it for once. You'll hit me on the word contemptible.
Yeah, that's right.
I tell you, Brian, you've lost your $50 right now.
Want to make it 100?
4 months' allowance. Are you crazy?
I'm going to win this bet, Frank. You wait and see. Well, come on, it's getting late. You go back first. I'll see you in the cafeteria tomorrow at 1:45.
What's the matter with you, Frank? You've hardly said a word all through lunch.
It's Brian, Tom.
Is something the matter?
I've just discovered that my kid brother's a heel. He's also a liar.
Oh, now look, Frank, that's no way to talk about Brian.
He's a cheap, sneaky little punk, and he makes me sick.
He's just come in, Frank.
It's a public cafeteria.
I suppose you've got your reasons, but it doesn't seem like a very nice way for two brothers to act.
Tom, I could tell you stories about that kid that would make your hair curl.
Drop it. He's coming over here.
Oh, why can't he eat by himself? He knows how I feel. He's always trying to force in on people.
Frank, here he comes.
Frank, I'd like a couple of words with you.
Oh, look, fellas, I gotta get
Sit
going.
still, Tom. Finish your coffee. I'd like you to get a load of what my father expects Trent to make into a lawyer.
Where's my watch, Frank?
What are you talking about?
My watch. I left it on the bed this morning while I went to shower. It's gone.
So what?
I want it back.
I haven't got it.
I saw you come out of the dormitory on the way back from showers. We're the only men in the dorm who don't have a 9 o'clock lecture this morning. When I went back into the dorm, there was nobody else there, and the watch was gone. Now I want it back.
Are you accusing me of stealing your watch?
Yes, and I want it back.
Well, look, boys, I don't think this is...
Don't go, Tom. Just get a load of Junior here. So I'm a thief, am I?
Frank, I want my watch back.
Oh, drop dead, you dumb little jerk. If you weren't so scrawny, I'd knock your face in.
You stole my watch.
Oh, now, look, Frank. Brian, don't be crazy.
Shut up, Tom. Where's the watch, Frank? Are you going to give it to me quietly, or do I have to take it?
Look, kid, you're stinking up the cafeteria. Buzz off. Go on, creep.
My own brother, a dirty, cheap, contemptible thief.
Pretty convincing. Brian knocked me down. Dishes were broken. Everybody in the cafeteria stood rooted to the spot. In an hour, it was all over the campus. Everybody knew that the Jackson brothers were fighting. Everybody believed it. Neither Brian nor I made a single slip. The next night, we had a row in the dormitory. On Wednesday, I threw a milkshake at Brian in the milk bar. Thursday, we got hauled up before the dean and told that if we couldn't behave like gentlemen, we'd better leave. Friday, we had a row at basketball practice. Saturday night at the third-year prom, we had a fist fight in the middle of the floor over Brian's girl. Elaine cried and went home alone. Oh, it was a build-up. A real grade-A build-up. And all of it was planned. All of it. I can't understand why people won't believe it was a gag. Well, anyway, on a Sunday night preceding the murder, we had a last conference on our bench. It was a perfect setup. Perfect.
Oh, it's perfect, Frank. Perfect. Tomorrow we'll pull the murder. I picked up a gun today. Here.
Good night, Brian. Where'd you get that thing?
I stole it from the sports office. It won't be needed until track practice on Wednesday. Don't worry, I'll put it back. It's loaded with blanks.
Are you sure you can put it back without being caught?
Sure. Now, is everything set for tomorrow?
You'll be in the bookstore at 12:15, right?
Right. In the history section near the door.
I'll come in about 1. I'll yell out your name. You turn around, and I fire twice.
That's right. Incidentally, I'm filling a little paper cup with ketchup and putting it in my shirt pocket. When you fire, I'll clutch my hands to my chest, squeeze the ketchup, and fall.
Oh, mess up a perfectly good shirt.
Oh, it'll wash out. I'll play dead for 10 minutes and just lie there. And then you rush back to the dorm and wait for me. Then we'll have lunch and go over together and report the crime to the dean.
Okay.
Now, one last check. You're sure you haven't given this away to anybody?
Oh, positive.
And that slip of paper that I wrote out instructions on?
Burned it. You think I'm crazy? If you could produce that paper, you could prove all this was a gag.
Well, I guess we've thought of everything.
I bet you're going to pull some phony self-defense gag.
No?
An insanity plea?
Nope. You'll shoot me in the bookstore tomorrow. It'll be straight, deliberate, premeditated killing. And I'll get you off.
It's a terrific stunt, if you can do it.
How much is this dictionary, miss?
$4.85.
Okay, I'll take it. Can I charge it, please?
Oh, certainly. What is the name, please?
Jackson. Brian Jackson.
Brian!
What? Frank, what's the matter?
I told you I wouldn't take any more, didn't I? Well, I meant it.
Frank, put down that gun.
I've taken all I'm going to take. This is where you get it. Oh! And then everything exploded in my brain. Right up until I fired the shots, I'd been enjoying myself. But there was something about the way Brian clutched at his stomach instead of his chest. He fell. And there was blood on his lips. Real blood. Brian's blood. From there on, everything was a nightmare. Brian was dead before they could get him to the hospital. I'm not quite clear on what happened after that because I was stunned. My own brother. Brian. My brother. In some fantastic, unimaginable way, I shot him. They phoned the police, of course, and I managed to get a few words with the dean before they came to pick me up.
I don't think you'd better tell me all this. The police are the ones...
Dean Harrison, you've got to believe me. You've got to. We planned the whole thing. Brian had always believed that Well, you see, we... Look, Dean Harrison, I can't talk right, but...
Frank, there's no use.
But this was a stunt. A mock murder. Brian and I planned it ourselves. The fights, the build-up was all a stunt. Brian believed that I could kill him. I mean, appear to kill him. And that he could defend me and... Oh, Dean, those bullets were blanks. I mean, Brian got the gun himself from the sports office. They were supposed to be blank cartridges.
Frank, you'd better not talk anymore. I don't know what to say. I've been at Trent for 12 years. There's never been a tragedy like this. I'm very upset. I've always liked you, Frank, but this is out of my hands.
But Dean Harrison, surely you don't think that I really...
I telephoned your father. He's taking a plane from New York tonight. I'm afraid from here on it's up to the police. They'll be here any minute.
can't recall what happened in the next 2 days. My father arrived. I was booked. They put me in a cell. Dad was rushing around about bail and trying to get Peter Cheney to come from New York to defend me. Dad looked haggard and older than I'd ever seen him look. He came every afternoon to see me.
There you are, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, God.
Hello, Dad.
Hello, Frank.
Well, for now, Mr. Jackson, that's all you can have.
All right. Is it over? Yes. Was it a nice funeral?
Frankie. Oh, Frankie. Frankie.
Did you get Peter Cheney?
Yes, I talked to him on the telephone for an hour this morning. He said he'd take the case.
What else did he say?
He says that we've got to find out who switched those bullets.
But I tell you, I don't know.
Frank, think hard. Did Brian have any enemies? Was there anybody on the campus that... How did Elaine feel about him?
I don't know. She certainly wouldn't want to kill him.
Cheney says if we can't find out who changed the bullets, we'd better plead temporary insanity.
I won't. I won't plead insanity.
Frank, you may have to.
But I didn't kill him, Dad. I won't plead insanity.
But Frank, it's such damning evidence. No jury on earth will believe your story. No jury on earth.
When I finally came up for trial, my father was a broken man. One son killed, the other convicted of his murder. After the trial started, I'd lie on my bed at night and go over the whole thing word by word. Then I'd stop, and I'd pray. I'd say the Lord's Prayer over and over. But my praying didn't seem to make much difference. Witness after witness testified to how Frank and I hated each other. The watch, the fight at the dance. One after the other until I almost began to believe that maybe I had killed him.
You're an undergraduate at French University.
Yes, sir.
You're acquainted with the deceased?
Yes, sir.
Will you tell the jury in your own words what happened on the Friday preceding the murder at the dance which you attended with the deceased?
Well, we were dancing and Frank cut in. Brian made some objection and Frank struck him. Then Brian struck back and Frank swore at him.
What were the exact words that the defendant used?
He said, "Damn you, I'll get you for this."
Thank you. That's all. Your witness.
No questions.
Now, Mr. Benson, will you tell the court in your own words what happened in the cafeteria on the afternoon of April 5th?
Well, Frank was sitting with me, and Brian came in, and Frank made some crack, and one thing led to another.
Mr. Benson, what did the defendant say?
Something about, look at what my father expects Trent to make into a lawyer.
He was addressing the deceased?
Yes, sir.
Go on.
Well, Brian accused Frank of stealing his watch. Frank denied it, and then Brian hit him.
You saw the blow struck?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. Now, I understand that you were in the bookstore and witnessed the killing.
Yes, sir.
After the defendant fired the shots, what did you do?
For a moment, I was so stunned I just stood there. Then I ran after Frank and followed him up to the men's dormitory.
What happened when you reached the dormitory?
I said something about how could he have done such a thing. I don't remember my exact words.
What did the defendant say? Do you remember his exact words?
Yes, sir.
If you can't remember yours, how can you remember his?
Because it was such a terrible thing to say.
Will you repeat what the defendant said, please?
He said, I killed the little stinker because he had it coming to him.
Thank you. Your witness.
No questions.
Mr. Jackson, am I to understand that the entire series of quarrels which you had with your brother before the murder occurred were intended as a stunt?
Yes.
Was the murder a stunt, too?
Yes. No, it wasn't a murder. The bullets were blank, I tell you. Why do you keep questioning me like this?
Mr. Jackson, it is not my idea that you take a stand. I will thank you to answer questions as they are put.
sorry.
Have you no explanation of why there were real bullets in the gun?
No.
After your brother gave you the gun, did anyone else have access to it?
Well, I don't know. Somebody must have.
Did it leave your possession?
No. I don't know. I left it under my pillow all day Monday.
Did you tell anybody this?
No.
If the gun was loaded with blank cartridges, where are they?
I don't know.
If nobody else knew about the gun, if nobody knew it was under your pillow, who could have switched the bullets?
I don't know.
There are a great many things that you don't know, Mr. Jackson.
I only know I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him, I tell you!
The truth is, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that Frank Jackson is lying. He is lying desperately in an effort to escape the consequences of his loathsome fratricide. Even if the motive of the murder had not been clearly established, even if 12 witnesses had not seen him shoot down his brother in cold blood as they testified, Frank Jackson would still stand condemned by the hopeless confusion of his own testimony. Why did he invent the fantastic story he asks you to believe? Because it serves one good purpose. It supplies him with an excuse for his inability to call one single witness in his defense. The only other man who knew about the alleged hoax is dead. That is what automatically proves that no one else but Frank Jackson could have loaded real bullets in the murder gun. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I imagine it's unnecessary for you to leave the box to render the only possible verdict. Guilty of murder in the first degree.
Have you reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree as charged.
We appealed, of course, but we lost. I've been found guilty by due process of the law I trust. And in 11 more days, I'm going to die in the electric chair. Up until we lost the appeal 3 days ago, I hadn't given up hope. Now I know that nothing can save me. I also know that I didn't kill Brian. And somehow, somewhere, the man or woman who changed those blank cartridges for real bullets, somehow he or she will pay. I have no emotion left. I can't cry or pray or do anything but wait. 11 more days of waiting.
The warden wants you in his office, Jackson. Come on.
What's the use? We've been over it so many times it doesn't make sense anymore.
Come on. Let's get going. If the warden wants you, he wants you. Here's the prisoner, Warden.
Come in, Jackson.
What do you want now?
Come in, son. Sit down. Son, a few moments ago, I received a visit from a notary public, a Mr. Bixton. He had an amazing story. It seems that 3 days before your brother died, he went to Mr. Bixton and wrote out a statement which he made Mr. Bixton witness without reading.
A statement?
It was sealed in an envelope in Bixton's presence and kept in his safe. Your brother told Bixton you were going to be tried for a crime. But if you were convicted, Bixton was to bring this letter to me 3 days after his sentence was passed. He did as he was told, for which your brother paid him $50. Bixton's outside now, dictating his testimony. Now, this is the letter your brother wrote. Here, read it.
To whom it may concern, this is an open letter to my brother who will probably
need it. Dear Frank, I hope you'll forgive what I did to you. It was I, Brian Jackson, who replaced the blanks in your gun with real bullets. You didn't know it, but Dr. Cordner had given me just 3 months to live. Heart, he said, and and incurable. I chose this way because I didn't want a lingering death, and because I wanted you to know that an innocent man can be convicted of murder and sentenced to death. This letter will bring you your freedom, but I hope you will admit now that murder is a matter of opinion. Yes, Frank, whether you like it or not,
murder is a matter of opinion. Your loving brother, Brian.
You have just heard Murder is a Matter of Opinion by Jules Archer, Attraction 39 on Radio City Playhouse. The story was adapted for radio by Harry W. Junkin, who also directed the production. Bill Lipton starred as Frank Jackson. Michael O'Day was Brian Jackson. Other players in the cast included Peter Hobbs, Sidney Smith, Scott Douglas, Elaine Rost, and Robert Andrus. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield.
This is Harry Junkin again. Our sincere thanks to Bill Lipton and Michael O'Day for their splendid performances tonight. Next week, we hope you'll be with us again at this same time for another story on Radio City Playhouse. Next week, Attraction 40 on Radio City Playhouse. Good night, everybody.
Bob Warren speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
A man, a woman, and murder. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we bring you Mr. Burt Lancaster and Miss Joan Bennett in James M. Cain's memorable melodrama, Double Indemnity. This is the Ford Theater. The Ford Motor Company, builder of Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln cars, invites you to the Ford Theater, a full hour of the finest dramatic entertainment with celebrated stars of Hollywood and Broadway. And now to introduce tonight's program, here is the director of the Ford Theater, Fletcher Markle. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to step into the brassy, yellow afternoons and nervous nights of summertime Los Angeles to enact for you one of James Cain's best Californian thrillers. Double Indemnity is a curious blend of passion, violence, and justice, the kind of story that rings the bell even more often than Mr. Cain's renowned Postman. And with us in the Ford Theater tonight to impersonate two of the most unhappily matched villains in current crime fiction, we have Miss Joan Bennett and Mr. Burt Lancaster. Miss Bennett, an actress of great beauty and charm, slips out of character tonight to play Phyllis, who is beautiful and has a certain charm, but who is certainly not a lady. Mr. Lancaster also abandons his usually pleasant manner in favor of the solemn and brooding nature of a gentleman named Walter Neff, who is far from gentle. And as an added dividend, you'll be hearing one of Broadway's brightest and busiest performers, Mr. Myron McCormick, as Barton Keyes. Miss Bennett, Mr. Lancaster, Mr. McCormick, please to begin.
Office memorandum. Walter Neff to Barton Keyes, claims manager, Los Angeles. Dear Keyes, I take great pleasure in dictating this report to you. Suppose you'd call it a confession when you hear it. Well, I don't like the word confession. I just want to set you straight about something you couldn't see because it was smack up against your nose. Wait a second. Well, I plug this wound of mine a little tighter. Yes, I'm wounded. Shot. Yeah, that's better. Keyes, you think you're such a hot potato as a claims manager. Such a phony wolf on phony claims. Well, maybe you are. But let's take a look at that Dieterson claim. Accident and double indemnity. You were pretty good in there for a while, Keyes. You said it wasn't an accident. Check. You said it was murder. Check. You thought you had a cold, didn't you? All wrapped up in tissue paper with pink ribbons around it. It was perfect. Except it wasn't. Because you made one mistake. Just one little mistake. When it came to picking the killer, you picked the wrong guy. You want to know who killed Dietrichson? Well, hold tight to that cheap cigar of yours, Keys. I killed Dietrichson. Me, Walter Neff. Insurance salesman, 35 years old, unmarried, no visible scars. Until a little while ago, that is. Yes, I killed him. I killed him for money and for a woman. And I didn't get the money. And I didn't get the woman. Pretty, isn't it? It all began last May. Around the end of May it was. I'd been out to Glendale. On the way back, I remembered this renewal possibility near Los Feliz Boulevard. So I drove over there. The house was one of those California Spanish houses everybody was nuts about 10 or 15 years ago. Is Mr. Dietrichson in?
I'm Mrs. Dietrichson. What is it?
Well, how do you do, Mrs. Dietrichson? I'm Walter Neff, Pacific All Risk.
Yes?
Pacific All Risk Insurance Company. It's about some renewals on the automobile insurance. I've been trying to contact your husband for the last 2 weeks, but he's never in his office.
Is there anything I can do?
Well, the insurance ran out on the 15th. I'd hate to think of you having a smashed fender or something while you're not fully covered.
Oh, perhaps I know what you mean. I've been taking a sunbath on the roof. I just slipped into any old thing.
No airplanes around, I hope. Now, about those policies, Mrs. Dietrichson.
Why don't you come in? We'll talk in the living room. Neff is the name, is it?
Yeah, with 2 F's.
Well, suppose we sit down and you tell me about the insurance.
Fine.
My husband never tells me anything.
Well, it's on your 2 cars. We've been handling this insurance for Mr. Dietrichson for 3 years, and we'd hate to see the policies lapse. That's a honey of an anklet you're wearing, Mrs. Dietrichson. As I was saying, we'd hate to see the policies lapse.
I guess my husband's been too busy down at Long Beach in the oil field.
Well, couldn't I catch him at home some evening for a few minutes?
You're a smart insurance man, aren't you, Mr. Neff?
Well, I've been at it 11 years.
Doing pretty well?
Oh, it's a living.
Do you handle just automobile insurance or all kinds?
All kinds, right on down the line.
Accident insurance?
Accident insurance, for sure, Mrs. Dietrichson. I wish you'd tell me what's engraved on that anklet you're wearing.
Just my name.
Which is?
Phyllis.
Phyllis, huh? I think I like that.
But you're not sure?
Well, I'd have to drive it around the block a couple of times.
Mr. Neff, why don't you drop by tomorrow evening about 8:30? He'll be here then.
Who?
My husband. You were anxious to talk to him, weren't you?
Yeah, I was, but I'm sort of getting over the idea, if you know what I mean.
There's a speed limit in this state, Mr. Neff, 45 miles an hour.
And how fast was I going, officer?
I'd say around 90.
Suppose you get down off your motorcycle and give me a ticket.
Suppose I let you off with a warning this time.
Suppose it doesn't take.
Suppose I have to whack you over the knuckles.
Suppose I bust out crying and put my head on your shoulder.
Suppose you try putting it on my husband's shoulder.
That tears it. 8:30 tomorrow evening, then?
That's what I suggested.
Will you be here, too?
I guess so. I usually am.
Same chair, same perfume, same anklet?
I wonder if I know what you mean.
I wonder if you wonder. It was a hot afternoon, and I can still remember the smell of honeysuckle all along the street. How could I have known that murder can sometimes smell like honeysuckle? Maybe you would have known, Keys, the minute you mentioned accident insurance. But I didn't. I felt like a million. I went back to the office to see if there was any mail. It was the day you had that truck driver from Inglewood on the carpet. Remember, Keys? You sent for me.
Hello, Walter. This is Sam Galapis from Inglewood.
Oh, sure, I know, Mr. Galapis. I wrote a policy on his truck. How are you, Mr. Galapis?
I ain't so good. My truck burned down. Yeah, he just planted his big foot on the starter and the whole thing blazed up in his face. Yes, sir. And didn't even singe his eyebrows. No, sir. Yeah? Sit down, Walter. Now, look, Galapis. Every month, hundreds of claims come to my desk. All of them are phonies. And I know which ones. How do I know? Because my little man tells me.
Uh-huh.
What little man? Here, inside me. Every time one of these phonies comes along, my little man ties knots in my stomach. I can't eat. Yours was a phony claim, Galapis. I couldn't eat. So what did I do? I sent a tow car over to your garage this morning, and they jacked up that burned-out truck of yours. And what did they find? They found what was left of a neat pile of shavings. Shavings? What shavings? The ones you soaked with kerosene and dropped a match on. I ain't feel so good, Mr. Keith. Mm-hmm. Here, just a minute. Sign this, and you'll feel fine. Sign what? It's a waiver on your claim, right here. Mm-hmm. Yes? Here. Have a pen. Now you're an honest man again. Goodbye, Galapagos.
I ain't got no more truck. $2,600 is what that truck cost me. That's a lot of dough where I live.
What's the matter, Galapagos? Don't you know how to open the door? Just put your hand on the knob. Turn it to the left. Now pull it towards you. That's the boy.
Thank you, Mr. Keys. Goodbye, Mr. Neff.
Bye. What kind of an outfit is this anyway? Are we an insurance company or just a bunch of dim-witted amateurs to write a policy on a mug like that?
Now, wait a minute, Keys. I don't rate this beef. I clipped a memo to that Galapagos application to have him thoroughly investigated before we accepted the risk.
I know you did, Walter. I'm not beating at you. It's the way the company will write anything just to get it down on the sales sheet. And I'm the guy that has to sit here up to my neck in phony claims so they won't throw more money out the window than they take in at the door.
Okay. Turn the record over and let's hear the other side.
Walter, I've had 26 years of this, and let me tell you, I'm getting just...
And you loved every minute of it, Keys. You love it. Only you worry about it too darn much. You and that little man.
That's enough from you, Walter. Get out of here before I throw my desk at you.
I love you, too. Back in my office, there was a phone message from Phyllis Dietrichson. She wanted the appointment put off from Wednesday night to Thursday afternoon instead. I tell you, I spent a lot of time the next 2 days thinking about Phyllis and the way that anklet of hers cut into her leg.
I hope you didn't mind my changing the appointment, Mr. Ness. Last night wasn't so convenient.
Oh, that's all right. I was working on my stamp collection.
I was just fixing myself some iced tea. Would you like some?
Yeah. Unless you got a bottle of beer that's not working.
Oh, I never know. There might be some in the icebox. Nettie! About those renewals, Mr. Ness. I talked to my husband about it. He'll renew it. He told me so. As a matter of fact, I thought he'd be here this afternoon.
But he's not?
No.
That's terrible.
Nettie! Oh, I forgot. Today's the maid's day off.
Well, never mind the beer. Iced tea will be fine.
Lemon? Sugar?
Fix it your way. As long as it's the maid's day off, maybe there's something I can do for you. Like running a vacuum cleaner?
Fresh.
Well, I used to peddle vacuum cleaners. Not much money, but you learn a lot about life.
Oh, I didn't think you'd learned it from a correspondence course. Your key.
Thanks.
Mr. Neff,
Make it Walter, huh?
Walter?
That's right.
Tell me, Walter, on this insurance, how much commission do you make?
20%. Why?
Oh, I thought perhaps I could throw a little more business your way.
I can always use it.
I was thinking about my husband. I worry a lot about him down in those oil fields. It's very dangerous.
Not for an executive, is it?
Oh, he just doesn't sit behind a desk. He's right down there with those drilling crews. It's got me worried sick.
You mean some dark night a crown block might fall on him, huh?
Oh, please don't talk like
But that's
that.
the idea.
Well, don't you think he ought to have accident insurance?
Uh-huh.
Well, what kind of insurance could he have?
Well, enough to cover doctors and hospital bills. Say $125 a week cash benefit. And he'd rate around $50,000 capital sum.
Capital sum, what's that?
In case he gets killed. Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Now, I suppose you have to think of everything in your business. I want to ask you something, Walter. Could I get an insurance policy on my husband without bothering him at all?
How's that again?
It would make it easier for you, too. You wouldn't even have to talk to him.
Well, why shouldn't he know?
Because he doesn't want accident insurance. He's superstitious about it.
A lot of people are. It's funny, isn't it?
If there was a way to get it like that, all the worry would be over. See what I mean, Walter?
Sure. You mean you wanted to have that policy without him knowing it? And that means without the insurance company knowing he doesn't know it. That's the setup, isn't it?
Is there anything wrong with it?
No. I think it's lovely. And then if some dark, wet night that crown block did fall on it.
What crown block?
Only, sometimes it can't quite make it on its own. It has to have a little help.
I don't know what you're talking
Of
about.
course, it doesn't have to be a crown block. It could fall out of the upstairs window. Any little thing like that. Just so long as it's a morgue job.
Are you crazy?
Not that crazy. Goodbye, Mrs. Dietrichson.
What's the matter?
Look. You can't get away with it. You want to knock him off, don't you?
That's a horrible thing to say.
What do you think I was, anyway? A guy that walks into a good-looking dame's front parlor and says, "Good afternoon, I sell accident insurance on husbands. Have you got one that's been around too long? Or one you'd like to turn into a little hard cash? Just give me a smile, I'll help you collect." Boy, what a dope you must think I am.
I think you're right.
And I think you're swell. As long as I'm not your husband.
Get out of here.
You bet I'll get out of here, baby. I'll get out of here. But quick. I wasted a lot of time that afternoon trying to get her out of my system. I went back to my apartment. I sat there looking out of the window, thinking she was a red-hot poker I'd got my hands on. I'd better let go now before the hand got burned off. It had begun to rain outside, and I watched it get dark, and I didn't even turn on the light. And right then it dawned on me that the hook was too strong. That this wasn't the end between her and me. It was only the beginning.
Hello. You forgot your hat this afternoon.
How did you know where I live?
You're in the phone book. It's raining.
Come in. Leave the coat off and sit down. Your husband working?
Yes, he phoned he'd be late. It's about time you said you're glad to see me.
I knew you wouldn't leave it like that.
Like what?
Sit down. Like it was this afternoon.
I must have said something that gave you a terribly wrong impression. You must never think anything like that about me, Walter.
Okay.
No, it's not okay. Not if you don't believe me.
Now, what do you want me to do?
I want you to be nice to me. Like the first time you came to the house.
It can't be like the first time. Something's happened.
I know it has. It's happened to us. Maybe I oughtn't to have come.
Maybe you oughtn't.
You want me to go?
No. Come here, baby.
Walter.
The perfume on your hair. What's the name of it?
I don't know. I bought it in Ensenada.
You know, about 6 months ago, a guy slipped on a cake of soap in his bathtub. Knocked himself cold, was drowned. Only he had an accident insurance. So, they had an autopsy, and she didn't get away with it.
Who didn't?
His wife. All she collected was a 3 to 10 stretch into Tehachapi.
Perhaps it was worth it to her. Well, let me go for a second.
Sure. Make yourself at home.
Nice here, Walter.
There's a wonderful view over here out the window.
No, thanks. I hate looking out at the rain. Oh, you ought to have your couch resprung.
Did you ever think of a divorce?
He wouldn't give me a divorce.
Too much money?
He hasn't got any money. Not since he went into the oil business.
But he had it when you married him.
Yes, he had. And I wanted a home. Why not?
Move over.
But that's not the only reason. I was his wife's nurse. She was sick a long time. When she died, he was terribly broken up. I pitied him so.
And now you hate him?
Yes. He's always been mean to me. Even his life insurance all goes to that daughter of his, that Lola.
Nothing for you at all?
No, and nothing is just what I'm worth to him.
And so you lie awake in the dark and listen to him snore and get ideas.
Walter, I don't want to kill him. I never did. Not even when he gets drunk and slaps my face.
Only sometimes you wish he were dead.
Perhaps I do.
And you wish it was an accident and that you had that policy for $50,000. Is that it? I'll tell you what it would be like if you had that accident policy and tried to kill him. We've got a guy in our office named Keys. In 3 minutes, he'd know it wasn't an accident. In 10 minutes, you'd be sitting under the hot lights, and in a half an hour, you'd be signing your name to a confession.
Walter, I didn't do it. I'm not going to do
Now, if
it.
there's an insurance company in the picture, baby, they'll hang you just as sure as 10 dimes will buy $1. And I don't want you to hang, baby. Stop thinking about it, will you?
All right.
So, we just sat there, and she started crying softly, like rain on the window. And we didn't say anything. Maybe she'd stopped thinking about it, but I hadn't. I couldn't. Because you know how it is, Keys. In this business, you can't sleep for trying to figure out all the tricks they could pull on you. You're like the guy behind the roulette wheel, watching the customers to make sure they don't crook on the house. And then one evening you get to thinking how you could crook on the house yourself and do it smart. Of course, you got the wheel right under your hand. And you figure all you need is a plant out front, a shield to put down the bets. And then suddenly the doorbell rings, and the whole setup is right there in the room with you. Look, Keys, I'm not trying to whitewash myself. I fought it. Only I guess I didn't fight it hard enough. The stakes were $50,000, but they were the life of a man, too. A man who'd never done me any dirt, except he was married to a woman he didn't care about. And I did. And I was holding her in my arms.
Will you phone me?
Sure.
Walter, I hate him. I loathe going back to him. You believe me, don't you, Walter?
Sure, I believe it.
I can't stand it anymore. What if they did hang me?
They're not going to hang you, baby. They're not going to hang you. Because I'm going to help you do it.
Do you know what you're saying?
Sure, I know what I'm saying. We're going to do it. We're going to do it right. I'm the guy that knows how.
Walter, you're hurting my arm.
There's not going to be any slip-ups. Nothing sloppy, nothing weak. It's got to be perfect. Call me tomorrow, but not from the house, from a booth. And watch your step every single minute. This has got to be perfect. You understand? Straight down the line.
Straight down the line.
And that was it, Keys. The machinery had started to move, and nothing could stop it.
So ends the first act in the Ford Theater production of Double Indemnity, starring Burt Lancaster and Joan Bennett, with Myron McCormick. And now, Nelson Case.
For 4 months now, you've been seeing a new car on the road, floating by on the highway, gliding past on the street. A sleek, shining car with a low silhouette, an air of beauty and comfort, a feeling of power, and effortless ease of handling. You've seen it pass countless times. You've admired the way it hugs the road and flows around curves and over bumps, the way it maneuvers in traffic. From far away, you've recognized the distinctive airfoil grille and advanced design. And you've stopped to look closely at its smooth, modern lines, its picture windows, its roomy interior, a luxurious living room on wheels, the comfort and strength and beauty that are built into every detail. Yes, you know very well what car it is. Like millions of others who know it, you follow it with your eyes because you find pleasure just in looking at it. And every time you see it, you know why it's the car of the year, the 1949 Ford. And now, Joan Bennett and Burt Lancaster resume the Ford Theater's presentation of Double Indemnity.
Well, Keys, the first thing we had to do was to fix Dietrichson up with that accident policy. I had to get him to sign an application without his knowing what he was signing. And I wanted another witness besides Phyllis to hear me give him a sales talk. I was trying to think of you with your brains, Keys. Because I wanted all the answers ready for all the questions that you were going to spring as soon as Dietrichson was dead. A couple of nights later, I went to the house. Everything looked fine. Except they didn't like the witness that Phyllis had brought in. It was Dietrichson's daughter, Lola. The old man was a real grouch.
The next thing you'll tell me, I need earthquake insurance and lightning insurance and hail insurance.
If we bought all the insurance they could think up, we'd stay broke paying for it, wouldn't we, honey?
What keeps us broke is you going out and buying 5 hats at a crack. Who needs a hat in California?
Dollar for dollar, Mr. Dietrichson. Accident insurance is the cheapest coverage that you can buy.
Maybe some other time, Mr. Neff.
Whatever you say.
Suppose we just settle about my old insurance tonight.
Sure. All we need on that is for you to sign the application for renewal.
Father? All right if I run along now?
Run along where? Who is?
Just Ann
And who?
and Matthews.
It's not that Nino Taggetti guy again, is
It's
it?
Ann Matthews. I told you we were going roller skating.
Better not be that Taggetti guy. If I ever catch
Good
you
night,
with it...
Father. Good night, Phyllis. Good night.
Good night, Miss Dietrichson.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good night, Mr.
Neff.
Good night, Mr. Neff.
Don't you stay out late.
I won't.
Now, if you'll just sign these, Mr. Dietrichson.
Sign what?
The applications for your auto renewal, so you'll be covered until the new policies are issued.
When will that be?
Oh, in about a week.
Just so I'm covered when I drive up north.
San Francisco?
Palo Alto.
He was a Stanford man, Mr. Neff, and he still goes to his class reunion every year.
Well, what's wrong with that? Can't I have a little fun even once a year? Where do I sign?
The bottom line. Both copies, please.
Sign twice, huh?
Yes. One is the agent's copy, and I need it for my files.
Files. Duplicates. Triplicates. There you are. Both signed. Both of them.
I'll walk Mr. Neff out to his car.
It's right where he left it. You'll catch cold.
I'll be all right. Walter, was it all right?
Fine.
He signed it, didn't he?
Sure it is. You saw him. Listen. That Drippy said he was going to make to Palo Alto. When does he leave?
End of the month.
He drives, huh?
He always drives.
Well, not this time. You're going to make him take the train.
Why?
Because it's all worked out for a train. Listen, baby. There's a clause in every accident policy. A little thing called double indemnity. That means they pay double on certain kinds of accidents. The kind that almost never happen. Like, for instance, if a guy is killed on a train, they pay $100,000 instead of $50,000.
I see.
We're hitting it for the limit, baby. That's why it's got to be the train.
It'll be the train, Walter. Just the way you want it. Straight down the line.
Keith, you know that big market up on Los Feliz? That's the spot Phyllis and I had picked out for a meeting place. There were still a lot of details that she had to know by heart. I didn't dare let her call me at the office. So she was to be at the market every morning about 11 o'clock. And I could sort of run into her any day I wanted to see her. Sort of accidentally on purpose.
Walter, I've got to talk to you.
Not so loud. Let me talk first. It's all set. The accident policy came through. I got it in my pocket. I got a check, too. I saw him down at the oil field while he was paying for the auto insurance. Check's just made out to the company, so it can be for anything. But you have to send a check for the auto insurance, see? Open your bag quick. I'll put the policy inside.
Here.
Can you get in the safe deposit box?
Yes, we both have keys.
Fine. But don't put the policy in there yet. I'll tell you when. Okay. Now, when is he leaving on the train?
That's just it. He isn't going.
What?
I've been trying to tell you the trip is on.
Mister, could you reach me that package of baby food? That one up there.
Oh, sure. Here.
Thanks. I don't know why they always put what I want on the top shelf.
Go ahead, baby. I'm listening.
Walter, he had a fall down at the oil field. Broke his leg. It's in a cast. What do we do now?
Nothing. We just wait.
Wait for what?
Until he can take the train. I told you, it's got to be the train.
There are other ways.
Maybe, but we gotta wait.
Maybe we have, Walter, only it's so tough not being able to see. It's like a wall between us.
Look, I better go now, baby. And just remember, I'm thinking of you every minute. After that, a full week went by, and I didn't see Phyllis once. I tried to keep my mind off the whole idea. I kept telling myself that maybe those fates they say watch over you had gotten together and broken his leg just to give me a way out. And then it was the 15th of June. You remember that day, Keys? You came into my office about 3 in the afternoon.
Oh, Walter.
Oh, hello, Keys.
Came from Norton's office. Semi-annual sales records are out. You're a high man, Walter. Twice in a row. Congratulations.
Thanks. How'd you like a cheap drink? Excuse me.
Sure.
Walter Neff speaking.
I had to call you, Walter. Very urgent. Are you with somebody?
Yes, I am. Can I call you back, Margie?
No, you can't. I've only got a minute. Can't wait. Listen, he's going on the train tonight. Are you listening?
Go ahead, Margie. Only make it snappy, will you?
He's on crutches. The doctor says he can go if he's careful. The change will do him good. Walter, it's just the way you wanted it. On a train. Only with crutches, it makes it that much better, doesn't it?
Yeah. That's 100% better.
It's 10:15 from Glendale. I'm driving into the train. It's still the same dark street, isn't it? And the signal is still 3 honks of the horn.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else?
No. Wait. What color did you pick?
He'll be wearing a navy blue suit. And the cast is on his left leg.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that suits me fine.
This is it, Walter. I'm shaking like a leaf. Straight down the line for both of us. I love you, Walter. Goodbye.
Sorry, Keys.
Margie, huh? I bet she drinks from the bottle. Well, I gotta get back to my office.
Yeah, sure. The plan for the murder was simple. I'd plant myself an alibi which would prove that I hadn't been out of the house all evening. I'd put on a navy blue suit just like the one Dietrichson was wearing. I'd go down the back stairs, walk out to the Dietrichson house, sneak into the garage with a key that Phyllis had given me, and hide in the back of the car. On the way to the station, Phyllis was going to drive off somewhere onto a dark street and honk the horn 3 times when the coast was clear.
Oh, Walter.
It all went off without a hitch. From that point on, it was even simpler. I wrapped a towel and some adhesive tape around my left leg so it would look like a cast. Then I borrowed Dietrichson's crutches. He didn't need them anymore. Phyllis drove me to the station, helped me out of the car. I pulled my hat down over my face as we stood there on the station platform.
I start as soon as the train leaves, right?
And when you get to the refinery, turn off onto the dirt road. From there, it's exactly 0.8 of a mile to the dump beside the tracks. Remember?
I remember.
And no speeding. You don't want any cops stopping you with a corpse in the night.
Walter, we've been through all that so many times.
When you leave the highway, turn off all your lights. I'll be back on the observation platform. I'll drop off as close to the spot as I can. Let the train pass and then dim your lights twice.
Excuse me, I want car 9, section 11.
Second car down. Better get on here and walk through the train. We'll be leaving in a second now.
Thank you. Can you make it up, honey?
Yeah.
Take good care of yourself with that leg.
Yeah. Take it easy driving home. I'm all right now.
I'll miss you, honey.
Bye. I got to my berth and I told the porter to make it up. And then I told him I was going back to the observation car for a smoke. I shook him off when he wanted to help me. I got a jolt when I got out onto the observation platform. There was a guy there who wanted to talk. You know him, Keith. A fella named Jackson.
Evening. My name's Jackson. Going all the way to Medford, Oregon.
Uh-huh.
I had a broken arm once. That darn cast itches something fierce, doesn't it? I thought I'd go crazy with mine. Looking for something, Mr.
Dietrichson.
Uh-huh. Bet you left something behind. I always know.
My cigar case. I guess I left it in my overcoat pocket back in the section.
Would you like to roll yourself a cigarette?
No, thanks. I really prefer cigars. Maybe the porter could...
I could get you cigars for you. Be glad to, Mr. Dietrichson.
Well, if it's not too much trouble, it's car 9, section 11.
Car 9, section 11. A pleasure.
I saw the lights on Phyllis's car blink twice. Then I hopped off the train. I rolled over once or twice and got a little dusty, but no real damage. From that point on, we had to move fast. I left the crutches on the tracks. Then I ran to the car, and Phyllis and I dragged Dietrichson over onto the tracks and left him sprawl there, like a sack of empty peanuts. That's all there was to it. Nothing had slipped. Nothing had been overlooked, and there was nothing to give us away. And yet, Keys, after I took Phyllis home, as I was walking down the street back to my apartment, suddenly it came over me that everything would go wrong. Sounds crazy, Keys, but it's true. So help me, I couldn't hear my own footsteps. It was the walk of a dead man.
Curtain on Murder and the second act of Double Indemnity, starring Burt Lancaster and Joan Bennett with Myron McCormick. Nelson Case, let us talk.
Gladly.
I have a question. The other day, I had a chance to drive a 49 Ford in traffic, and I was amazed at how beautifully it handled. Now, why? What's the secret of that new Ford steering?
Basically, it's the improvement in the geometry of the steering assembly.
The geometry?
Yeah. You stop to think about it, the two front wheels and the steering gear form the 3 points of the triangle. In the 1949 Ford, that triangle has been constructed so that the driver gets the most effective steering with the least amount of effort. Technically, it's an improvement in the steering linkage.
Well, it's certainly effective. In traffic and parking, the 49er handles like a dream.
Have you had it out on the highway?
No, not yet, but I intend to.
Well, that's where the new Ford ride really shows up. The hydrocoil springs in front and the Paraflex springs in the rear simply float the car over the bumps. The wheels may go up and down on rough roads, but the passengers don't.
I know that. Everybody says the new Ford's a smooth-riding car, and they're right. And being a man who's long of leg, I appreciate its roominess, particularly on long drives.
But then that's the basis of the design of the whole car. The 49 Ford was created for comfortable riding and easy driving. That's the important thing about it. Everybody knows how good the 1949 Ford looks, but you've got to ride in it to know how good it really is.
We're in complete agreement. Thank you, Mr. Case.
There's one thing more.
Yes.
Station identification.
Oh, yes. Station identification, then. Following which, we'll hear the third act of Double Indemnity, starring Burt Lancaster and Joan Bennett.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Fletcher Markle again. Tonight's version for listening of Double Indemnity was adapted by Howard Rodman from the motion picture script by Raymond Chandler and Billy Wilder. Radio is frequently indebted to Hollywood for its dramatic material. Recently, however, Hollywood has discovered that it can find excellent film material in radio. Mr. Burt Lancaster, for instance, is currently starring in Sorry, Wrong Number, which Paramount Pictures adapted from a radio script. Mr. Lancaster, who's a busy man these days, may also be seen soon in Kiss the Blood Off My Hands. Miss Joan Bennett's latest vehicle is the Eagle Lion production, Hollow Triumph. Now for the third act of Double Indemnity.
Keys, that was the longest night I ever lived through. And the next day was worse when the story broke in the papers.
Come on, Walter. The big boss wants to see you.
Hello, Keys. What is it, that Dietrichson case?
Yeah, must be.
Anything wrong?
The guy's dead. We had him insured, and it's going to cost us money. That's always wrong.
What have you got so far?
Autopsy report. No heart failure, no apoplexy, no predisposing medical cause of any kind. He died of a broken neck.
When is the inquest?
I had it this morning. We go in here. His wife and daughter made the identification. Trained people and some passengers told our Dietrichson went through to the observation car. It was all over in 45 minutes. Verdict, accidental death. Good morning, Miss Andrews.
Hello. I'll tell the boss you're here. He's expecting you.
What did the police think?
That Dietrichson got tangled up in his crutches and fell off the train. They're satisfied. It's not their dough.
You can come right in, Mr. Neff.
Oh, thanks.
He's on the phone.
I believe the legal position is quite clear. Just stand by.
Right.
I'll call you later. Come in, Mr. Keys. You do, Mr. Neff.
Thanks.
Sit down. Sit down. Any new developments?
Nothing much. Dietrichson's secretary says she didn't know anything about his taking out this insurance policy.
I couldn't tell him at first. Mrs. Dietrichson opposed it. He told me to think it over, and later I went down to the oil fields and closed him. He signed the application. He gave me his check.
And a fine piece of salesmanship that was, Mr. Neff. There's no sense in pushing Neff around.
Are we sure Dietrichson fell off a train?
I don't get it.
You don't, Mr. Keys. And what do you think of this case?
No opinion at all.
I'm surprised, Mr. Keys. I formed a very definite opinion. I think I know what happened to Dietrichson.
Mm-hmm. You think you know what?
In my opinion, it was not an accident. I think it was suicide. What do you say to that? Who is it?
Me, Walter. Keys.
Oh, hello, Keys. What's in your mind?
Forgive me for driving around to your apartment, Walter, but there's something wrong.
Yeah?
I ate dinner 2 hours ago. Stuck halfway. I got myself an idea and couldn't swallow. There's something wrong with that Dietrichson case.
Well, what's in your mind?
That broken leg. Dietrichson broke his leg.
What are you talking about?
Talking about Dietrichson. He had accident insurance, didn't he? Then he broke his leg, didn't he?
For what?
He didn't put in a claim. Why didn't he put in a claim? Why?
What the dickens are you driving at?
Maybe he just didn't know he was insured. Oh, no, that couldn't be. You delivered the policy to him personally, didn't you, Walter?
Sure I did.
Uh-huh. Got any bicarbonate soda?
No. No, I haven't. Maybe Norton was right. Maybe it was suicide.
No. Not suicide. But not accident either.
Well, what else?
Look. A man takes out an accident policy that's worth $100,000 if he's killed on a train. Then, 2 weeks later, he is killed on a train. And not in a train accident, mind you, but falling off an observation car. Something has been worked on us.
Well, such as what? Murder? Who do you suspect?
I always tend to suspect the beneficiary.
The wife?
Yeah. That wide-eyed dame that didn't know anything about anything.
You're crazy, Keys. Well, she wasn't even on the train.
I know she wasn't, Walter. I don't claim to know how it worked or who worked it. But I know that it was worked. Well, I've got to get to a drugstore. That dinner feels like a hunk of concrete inside of me. Good night, Walter.
Oh, Keys. Well, what are you going to do?
I'd like to move in on Mrs. Dietrichson right now, tonight. If it wasn't for the boss and his striped pants ideas about company policy.
Only you haven't got a single thing to go on, Keys.
No, not much. 26 years experience, all the percentage there is, and this lump of concrete in my stomach. See you in the morning.
Good night.
Walter?
Huh? Oh, Phyllis. Did you hear?
How much do you think he knows?
It's not what he knows. Those stinking hunches of his.
But he can't prove anything, can he?
Well, not if we're careful. Not if we don't see too much of each other for a while.
For how long a while?
Well, until this all dies down. You don't know Keys the way I do. He'll watch you every minute from now on. Are you afraid, baby?
Yes, I'm afraid. But not of Keys. I'm afraid of us. It's you and me I'm afraid of, Walter.
It was the following day that Lola Dietrichson came in to see me. She was plenty upset.
Mr. Neff, I'm not crazy. Or I'm not hysterical. I'm not even crying. Only I have an awful feeling that something's wrong. I had the same feeling once before, when my mother died.
When your mother died?
We were up at Lake Arrowhead. It was 6 years ago. And it was bitterly cold. My mother was very sick with pneumonia, and so she had a nurse with her, but there were just the three of us in the cabin. Well, one night I got up and I went into my mother's room. She was delirious with fever. And all the bed covers were on the floor and the windows were wide open. The nurse wasn't in the room, so I ran over and I covered up my mother just as quickly as I could. And just then I heard the door open behind me. The nurse stood there. She didn't say a word. But there was a look in her eyes I'll never forget. 2 days later, my mother was dead. You know who that nurse was?
No. Who?
Phyllis. And 6 months later, she married my father. I kind of talked myself out of the idea that she could have done anything like that. But now something has happened to my father, too.
You're not making sense, Miss Dietrichson. Your father fell off a train.
And 2 days before he fell off a train, what was Phyllis doing? She was in her room in front of the mirror, Mr. Neff, with a black hat on. And she was pinning a black veil on it, as if she couldn't wait to see how she'd look in mourning.
Lola Dietrichson was going to tell her story to anybody who would listen to you. There was only one thing I could do about it. I offered to take her out that night. I wanted to cheer her up. So I took her to dinner at a little Mexican joint on Alvera Street where nobody could see her. The next day, Sunday, we went for a ride down to the beach. That day, she even left. I had to make sure that she wouldn't tell that stuff about Phyllis to anybody else. And I had no chance to talk to Phyllis myself. You were watching her like a hawk, Keith. I couldn't even phone her because I was afraid that you had the wires tapped. And then you closed in on us a little more, Keith. You even tracked down Jackson, the guy on the observation platform. And with his help, you figured it all out to the letter. The fact that Dietrichson was never on the train in the first place. The fact that someone had posed as Dietrichson, sent Jackson back for cigars, jumped off the tracks, and planted Dietrichson's body on the tracks. The only thing you didn't know was that the guy who jumped off the train was me. I wasn't sure how much you did know. But that morning you asked me to come to your office. Jackson was there, facing the door when I came in.
Don't go away, Walter. This is Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson?
He's checking some pictures for me. Look, Mr. Jackson. Here's a picture of Dietrichson. Is that the man you talked to on the train that night?
No, sir, it is not.
Mr. Jackson, this is Mr. Neff.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Mr. Neff.
Jackson, I want you to stick around for a while in town.
Expenses paid, of course?
Of course. Get me Loban in the cashier's office.
You ever
I've never been up there.
Hello, Logan. This is Cage. Listen, I was sending a man named Jackson.
Oh, wait a minute. Do you ever go trout
Started
fishing?
down here for a
Maybe I saw you up at
party.
Klamath
Next
Falls
to the
way.
Nope, I don't fish.
Take care of yourself.
Never
now,
go
will you?
fishing?
Transportation? Yeah, he's coming right down. Okay.
Neff. Neff, it's the name. There's a family in Neff in Corvallis.
No relation.
All right, Mr. Jackson. Suppose you go down to the cashier's office. They'll take care of your expense account.
Well, bye, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure.
Bye, Mr. Jackson.
Neff?
Bye.
Well, there it is, Walter. Now we know the Dietrichson dame is in it, and somebody else. Pretty soon we'll know that somebody else is. He'll show. He's got to show. Whether it's love or hate doesn't matter. They can't keep away from each other. They may think it's twice as safe, but it's 10 times as dangerous. They've committed murder. It's not like taking a trolley ride together where they can get off at different stops. They're stuck with each other. They've got to ride all the way to the end of the line. It's a one-way trip, Walter. And the last stop is the cemetery.
Hello, Walter. Why'd you phone?
Come over here.
What's the matter?
Everything's the matter. She's just sitting back with his mouth watering, waiting for you to sue. But you're not going to.
Well, if he rejects my claim, I have to sue.
Yeah? And then he'll have you in court, and a lot of other things are going to come up. Like, for instance, about you and the first Mrs. Dietrichson.
What about me and the first Mrs. Dietrich?
The way she died.
Oh?
And about that black hat you were trying on. Before you needed a black hat.
Oh, Lola's been telling you some of her cockeyed stories. She's been seeing you.
I've been seeing her, if you want to know. So she won't yell her head off about what she knows.
Oh, she's been putting on an act for you, crying all over your shoulder, that lying little...
Look, all I'm telling you is you're not going to sue. It isn't the money anymore. It's our necks. We're pulling out, you understand?
Because of what Keys can do? You're not fooling me, Walter. Because of Lola. What you did to her father. You're afraid she might find out someday.
We can't go through with it, that's all.
We have gone through it. Walter, the tough part is all behind us. We just have to hold on now and not go soft inside. Stick close together the way we started out.
Excuse me.
Well, watch it.
I loved you, Walter, and I hated him. But I wasn't going to do anything about it. Not till I met you. You planned the whole thing. I only wanted him dead.
And I'm the one that fixed it so he was dead. Is that what you're telling me?
We went into it together, and we're coming out at the end together. It's straight down the line for both of us. You remember that.
I remembered, Keys. About that trolley ride you talked about in the cemetery at the end of the line. And then I got to thinking what cemeteries were for. I guess that was the first time I ever thought of Phyllis that way. Dead, I mean. And how would it be if she were dead? And then a couple of things hit me in succession. First, Lola. I saw her 3 or 4 times that week. Last time, she told me about a boyfriend she used to have, a guy she was still in love with. She'd had a fight with him then for some stupid reason, like not maybe having enough to do with herself the night she wasn't with me. She'd been following the ex-boyfriend. You ought to remember his name, Keys. You told me about him the next day.
Walter, hang on to your hat. That Dietrichson case is just busted wide open. The guy showed.
What guy?
The guy who helped her do it.
Oh, the somebody else?
What's more, she just filed suit against us.
What?
When we get her into the courtroom, I'll tear them to pieces, both of them. Come on, Walter, I'll buy you a beer.
No, no thanks, Keys. I got a shave and a shoe shine. I got a date.
Margie again? I still bet she drinks from a bottle.
I was scared stiff, Keys. Maybe you were playing cat and mouse with me. And maybe you knew all along that I was of somebody else. I had to find out. And I knew where to look. In your office. Late that night, I took a record out of your files and I played it on the dictaphone. This same dictaphone.
Memo to Mr. Norton, confidential. Dietrichson file. With regard to your proposal to put Walter Neff under surveillance, I disagree, absolutely. No connection whatever has been established between Walter Neff and Mrs. Phyllis Dietrichson. Whereas I am now able to report that such a connection has been established between her and another man. This man has been observed to visit Mrs. Mrs. Dietrichson on several successive nights, and we have succeeded in identifying him as one Nino Zacchetti.
Hello, Walter.
Hello, baby.
I was sitting with the lights out, watching for you.
Anybody else in the house?
Nobody. Why?
This is just like the first time I came here, isn't it? We were talking about automobile insurance. Only you were thinking about murder. And I was thinking about that anklet.
And what are you thinking about now?
I'm all through thinking, baby. I just came to say goodbye. A friend of mine's got a funny theory. Says when two people commit murder, it's sort of like they were riding on a trolley car together. One can't get off without the other. They're stuck with each other, and they have to go on riding together clear to the end of the line. The last stop is the cemetery.
Maybe he's got something there.
You bet he has. Only I've got another guy to finish the ride for me.
Just who are you talking about?
An acquaintance of yours, Mr. Zacchetti. It's been you and this Zacchetti guy all along, hasn't it?
That's not true.
Well, it doesn't make any difference if it's true or not. Point is, Keys believes Zacchetti is the one he's been looking for.
Walter, maybe I don't go for the idea. Maybe I'd rather do a little talking.
You know, sometimes people are where they can't talk. Under 6 feet of dirt, maybe. And if it was you, they'd charge that up to Zacchetti, too, wouldn't they? Sure they would.
And that would make everything just lovely for you, wouldn't it?
That's right. And if it's got to be done before that suit of yours comes to trial and Lola gets a chance to sound off, before they trip you up in the stand and you start to go down and drag me with you.
Maybe I had Zacchetti here so they wouldn't get a chance to trip me up. So we can get the money and be together.
That's cute. Say it again.
He came here first to ask where Lola was. I made him come back. He's a crazy sort of guy, quick-tempered. I kept hammering into him that she was with another man, so he'd go into one of his jealous rages, and then I'd tell him where she was. He has a gun. And you know what he would have done to us. Don't you, Walter?
Yeah. And for once I believe. Because it's just rotten enough.
We're both rotten, Walter.
Only you're just a little more rotten. You got me to take care of your husband for you. Then you got Zacchetti to take care of Lola. Maybe take care of me, too. And then somebody else would have to come along to take care of Zacchetti for you. That's the way you operate, isn't it, baby?
Walter.
You can do better than that. Can't you, baby? Better try again. Maybe if I come a little closer. How's this? Think you can do it now? Why don't you shoot again, baby? Don't tell me it's because you've been in love with me all the time.
No, I never loved you, Walter. Not you or anybody else. I used you. Just as I was going to try and use Zacchetti. That's all you ever meant to me. I could use you. Until a minute ago when I couldn't fire that second shot. Something kept me from pulling the trigger. I never thought that could happen to me. I didn't know I cared that much for you, Walter.
Sorry, baby. I'm not buying.
I'm not asking you to buy. Just hold me close.
Yeah. Close. Like this.
Walter.
Goodbye, baby. It's almost 4:30 now, Keys. Cold. I wonder if she's still lying alone up there in that house, or whether they found her by now. I wonder a lot of things, but they don't matter anymore.
Hello, Walter.
Hello, Keys. You're up pretty early, aren't you? I always wondered what time you got down to that office, sir. Or did that little man of yours pull you out of bed?
The janitor did. Seems you leaked a little blood on the way up here.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wanted to straighten you out on the Dietrichson case.
Mm-hmm. So I gather.
How long you been standing here?
Long enough.
Well, now I suppose we get the big speech. One with all those $2 words in it. Well, let's have it, please.
Walter, you're all washed up.
Well, thanks, Keys. That was short, anyway.
I'm going to call a doctor.
What for? So they can nurse me back to my feet and put me in a gas chamber? Is that it, Keys? I got a different idea. Look, Keys. Suppose you went back to bed and you didn't find those dictaphone cylinders till tomorrow morning when the office opens. After that, you can work things out any way you like. Would you do that for me, Keys?
Give me one good reason.
I need 4 hours to get where I'm going. Across the border.
You haven't got a chance, Walter. You'll never make the border. You'll never even make the elevator.
Yeah? Well, you watch me. So long, Keys.
Keys. How you doing, Walter?
You know, Keys, you know why you couldn't figure this one?
Why?
Because the guy you were looking for was too close. He was right across the desk from you.
Closer than that, Walter.
Yeah. I love you, too.
The Saint was a great radio adventure program, kind of a mix of mystery and action, starring Vincent Price as Simon Templar, a Robin Hood type who helps people and is always on the fine line between the law and being a criminal. It ran from 1945 to 1951. It actually had 3 versions, one in early 1945 starring Edgar Barrier, one in late 1945 starring Brian Ahern, and the third one with Price. In The Young Detective, which aired December 3, 1950, Templar was asked by a young girl, Alice Parks, to help dissuade her ex-fiancé, Marvin, from pursuing his new career as a private eye. Then we have another episode from CBS Radio Mystery Theater, The Ring of Truth, which aired January 26, 1974. A thrilling story about a father who tries to coerce his daughter to testify against her boyfriend, who has been arrested for vehicular homicide. It starred the great Agnes Moorehead, Santos Ortega, and Mandel Kramer. After that is Old Gold Comedy Theater, which attempted to capitalize on the success of such shows as Lux Radio Theater, Academy Award Theater, etc., only by creating a screwball comedy version of the anthology formula. It was hosted by Harold Lloyd, the former silent film star, who was famously uneasy about speaking on the radio. It featured adaptations of famous film comedies, but the half-hour format proved difficult for the writers to condense the films into, and the show only ran for 1 season from 44 to 45. True to Life was an adaptation of the 1943 American comedy film starring Dick Powell, Mary Martin, and French Otone. Dick Powell reprises his film role, with the other 2 parts being done by Victor Moore and Rosemary DeCamp. It aired November 12, 1944. Despite being only 25 minutes long, I think it's a hilarious and well-done adaptation. Next is another episode from Theater Guild on the Air, Rip Van Winkle, which aired on December 26, 1948. This starred the great Fred Allen, and was a very loose adaptation of the famous story by Washington Irving, written by Frank Gabrielson. Kenny Delmar and Mary Wicks also starred. This one is a play within a play, and it's a great comedy/drama. Now let these great old-time radio shows keep you in peaceful slumber.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Will there be anything for dessert, Mr. Templar?
No, I think not, Carl. Just some more coffee, please.
Certainly, Mr. Templar.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Do you mind if I sit down here with you?
Why, I'd be happy if you...
Oh, thank you. I hope you realize I wouldn't approach a perfect stranger if it wasn't a matter of life or death.
Oh, I'm sure
And it is a matter of life or death. That's why I had to sit down with the handsomest man in the room. You.
Well,
But you certainly aren't much of a conversationalist.
Well, happily, you fill the gap. Now, how may I be of service in this matter of life or death?
Do you think you could gaze into my eyes as if I was the only woman in the entire world? But don't make it anything personal.
Well, I consider it a thespic challenge.
I want you to hug me with your eyes while I spurn you proudly.
La belle dame sans merci. Well, now, how's this for an ardent yet humble gaze?
Oh, not now. He's not watching.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be fresh. Who's he?
Marvin. He's over there with that woman.
Oh.
He's looking at her the way I want you to look at me.
This I shall have to see.
Oh, don't turn around. They're leaving. They'll see you.
Well, shall I start hugging you now? I'm sure it will be good for the muscles in my eyes.
Yes, hurry up.
I'm hugging.
Stop.
Why?
He never even noticed me. He walked right on out. Oh, men.
Here you are, Mr. Templar.
Oh, I'm sorry, Carl, but would you mind changing that coffee to a double brandy?
Right away.
But I never drink.
Not for you, dear. Me.
Oh. Did he say Mr. Templar? Not Simon Templar.
Simon Templar.
The saint? The Robin Hood of modern crime?
Mm-hmm.
Fate has led you to me.
Yeah, I must have a word with fate. And before fate entangles us further, what's your name?
Alice. Alice Parks. But you can call me Alice.
Thank you, Alice. Could you give me an explanation of this in a few thousand well-chosen words?
You mean to say you haven't figured it out? And you, a perfectly marvelous detective?
Well, I'm a little slow, Alice. A heavy meal.
Well, that was Marvin. Marvin Hickerson. We were engaged, practically.
And?
And then he came to the city. He's a scientific farmer, but he sold his farm.
For how much, may I ask?
$50,000.
How scientific can you get?
He said he had to come here to pursue his new vocation. To the city, I mean.
And what is his new vocation?
Oh, he's a private eye.
Well, I guess there's always room for one more.
You do see, don't you?
Yes, of course. See what?
How horrible the whole thing is. Marvin has met this woman. And I found out he's drawn out his whole $50,000 out of the bank this morning, and, well, he's carrying it around with him. Now nobody will help me. I don't know what to do.
Alice, tell me, are you worried about Marvin, or are you worried about the money?
Oh, I'm only worried about Marvin, Mr. Templar. He's an awful dope. But I love him.
I see.
If you would go to him and tell him, well, the facts.
The facts?
Well, you know, about life.
Well, frankly, I'm not feeling very fatherly at the moment, but I'll try.
You will? You really will? You swear it by something sacred?
I swear it by something sacred.
Oh, Mr. Templar, you're the nicest detective a girl ever had for a detective.
Come in.
Mr. Hickerson?
Marvin Hickerson, private eye. Come in, come in.
Oh, thank you.
Now, what's your problem, Mr.
Templar. I wanted to talk to you about a girl, Marvin.
A girl? You were in your apartment alone, and then she walked in.
Well, not exactly. It was more in the
The
nature
make around her shoulders meant money, and her smoldering eyes meant trouble.
Marvin,
a tiny pulse started to beat in your temple as she swayed closer. And it became a tom-tom as she threw herself into your arms, murmuring words of passion, of fear, of...
Marvin, get a grip on yourself.
No girl?
Yes, there is a girl, Marvin, but you are not Sam Spade.
Ah, you noticed, huh? Well, we've all got to start somewhere.
True.
And I can't take your case anyway. I'm involved in a big deal.
Marvin, Alice is worried about you.
Alice?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Templar, Alice Parks has got to learn that I am not a child. I'm
a man?
I'll accept that. And the sooner she stops interfering in my affairs, the better it'll be for everybody. Just because I now happen to be going around with
a woman?
Definitely. A woman who is going to put me in way of making a great deal of money and...
Hello, Marvin. How are you?
Hello, Mr. Dorgan.
Who's your friend, Marvin?
This is Mr. Templar. Mr. Templar, this is Mr. Dorgan. Honest Jack Dorgan. He trains horses. He's from Kentucky.
Kentucky, yeah.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Dorgan. So you're from the bluegrass country?
Huh?
The bluegrass country, the home of fast horses and beautiful women.
Where's that?
Kentucky.
Oh, yeah, sure. Come on, Marvin.
Sure, Mr. Dorgan.
Would you excuse us? We got a very important appointment.
And Marvin has also got $50,000.
Who is this guy, Marvin? He's got nose trouble.
Mr. Templar, if Alice Parks thinks I need someone to protect me, she's mistaken. My experience as a private investigator has made me a pretty shrewd judge of character. And my faith in the integrity of honest Jack Dorgan is unbounded.
Thank you, Marvin Hickerson.
Right.
Come on, Marvin. The Colonel and Corley are waiting. So long, friend.
So long, Honest Jack. See you at Churchill Downs sometime.
Where's that?
Why, in your old home state, Kentucky.
Ooh, Kentucky.
Kentucky.
Mr. Templar, I'm worried about Marvin. Why doesn't he come?
I'm a little worried about him myself, Alice. I didn't have quite the same faith in Honest Jack as Marvin did.
In this penthouse. Marvin never had expensive taste, never in his life. And her picture on the piano.
All my love, Marvy, honey. You're Coralie. It's rather sultry looking, isn't she?
Oh, I suppose she's pretty. If you happen to care for that type.
Who doesn't?
Oh, you men are all alike.
It's a convenient arrangement.
Oh, he's just an absolute
Beast.
Don't you dare call Marvin a beast. Why doesn't he come, Mr. Templar?
Yeah, I think I heard the elevator, Alice. That may be...
Marvin!
Hello, Alice.
You better let me have that gun, Marvin.
No, I'll need it. I'll need it when they hunt me down in the inevitable end.
Marvin, what's happened? Tell me.
Alice. Mr. Templar, you see before you an outlaw, a criminal.
Give me the gun, Marvin.
No! I have lived by the gun, and in days, hours, minutes, I shall die by the gun.
What did you do, Marvin?
Alice, I killed a man.
Oh, you didn't.
I did. Or I think I did. It's all so confused.
Sit down, Marvin.
There isn't time. The police will be after me, maybe with bloodhounds.
Oh, I doubt if they could track you up the elevator shaft. Now, look, where was this killing, and who got killed?
Mr. Dorgan, in the hotel here, in Suite A on the 7th floor.
But you didn't do it. You couldn't have. Tell him you didn't do it, Mr. Templar.
Let him tell it, Alice. What happened, Marvin?
It is all mixed up. There were a lot of people there, all betting a lot of money on the horses, and I was there with the Colonel and Coralie and...
Coralie? I knew she was mixed up in this.
Go on, Marvin.
And I bet my $50,000 on a tip Mr. Dorgan gave us because he knew the race was fixed. And I won $200,000.
Yes?
And then Mr. Dorgan told me to bet it all on another race that was fixed. But the horse lost, and there was a big argument, and somebody put a gun in my hand, and it seemed to go off, and Mr. Dorgan fell down, and there was blood all over. It was awful.
Did anyone call the police?
I don't know. I guess somebody did. Everybody saw it. I'm a murderer.
You are not, Marvin. Just because you killed someone, that doesn't make you a murderer. Does it, Mr. Templar?
I think I'd better investigate this. Marvin, you wait here with Alice.
No! They'll never take me alive.
Marvin, come back here.
It's better this way, Alice. Forget me. Forget that somewhere in the night there's a pale, hunted, penniless fugitive from justice. Find someone to take my place in your heart. Farewell.
Marvin! Oh, Mr. Templar, didn't you?
No, Alice, I didn't. He was already in the elevator.
Oh, what are we going to do? Did he really murder someone?
I think we'd better go find out. Come on, Alice.
Where are we going?
To Suite A, 7th floor, to see whether honest Jack Dorgan has really gone to his old Kentucky home. No answer.
But there must be someone in there. Marvin said the room was filled with people.
Now, let's try the door. It's open. Oh, it's dark in here. Wait till I find the light switch.
Well, do you have to turn on the light? Can't we just leave?
Well, we have to find out, Alice. There.
Well, it's just a perfectly bare room.
Doesn't look much like a gambling den, does it?
You don't see any body?
I don't see a sign of anything.
Well, then it didn't happen. Marvin was just imagining things. There wasn't any murder at all.
This doesn't look much like a room a murder was committed in 10 minutes before.
Oh, let's go, Mr. Templar. Let's find Marvin and... Mr. Templar, what are you looking at?
That spot on the floor, Alice, that stain.
Oh, Mr. Templar. It isn't.
I'm afraid it is. Blood. Oh, I'm coming. Oh, Alice, come in.
Oh, Mr. Templar. How could you sleep so late with poor Marvin roaming the streets? A hunted fugitive.
What time is it?
7:30.
Well, I forced myself. And how do we know Marvin is a hunted fugitive? Was there anything in the papers about a killing?
No. But the body will turn up, won't it? I mean, they always do.
Usually.
What are you going to do to find Marvin?
I think I'll go out and make a few bets on the horses.
What? You're going to spend the day in carefree abandonment while poor Marvin is roaming the streets? A hunted fugitive?
I'd like to find out more about Marvin's friends, Coralie and the Colonel. Talking about horses in the bar of the Croydon, well, it might be a way of getting acquainted.
You're going to get acquainted with her? Well, I'll go along to protect you.
Thank you, but no.
You won't turn into putty in her hands. She won't mold you as she wills. Maybe even a fate worse than death.
It's a pleasant way to go.
Well, all right, I trust you.
Thank you.
You're nice, Mr. Templar. And I want you to know that if it wasn't for Marvin, well, I might seriously consider you.
No.
And here you are, working to save your rival. Why, it's like Sidney Carton.
It is a far, far better thing I do than I have ever done before. This is... goodbye, Alice.
Goodbye, Sidney.
Another scotch over ice, bartender.
Yes, sir. I seen you studying the form. Got anything good going today?
Nah, not a thing, but my luck generally is bad anyway.
You and me. Going out to the track today?
Well, I generally like to place my bets elsewhere. I bet fairly large amounts, and at the track, this brings down the odds.
Brings down the... You're kidding.
Oh, I generally lose, but then everyone has to have a hobby.
Yeah. Everyone has to have a hobby, doesn't he, Miss Carstairs?
Yes, indeed, Jeff. Excuse me. Would you all think I was just terrible if I started up a conversation with you? Just as bold as that?
I would think it was terrible if you didn't. You all, that is.
Oh, you're making fun of my accent. I'm from Kentucky, the horse country. That's why I couldn't resist when you started talking horses.
The fraternity of horse players. You wouldn't be going out to the track today, Miss...
Carstairs. Coralie Carstairs. And your name?
My name is Heathcliff, Coralie. Simon Heathcliff.
I'm delighted to know you.
Thank you. Are you going to the track?
I'd love to, but I have to ask Daddy. He's awful smart about the races. He wins all the time, just scads of money.
Oh, this sounds like a gentleman I should meet. Are you staying here in the hotel?
We have rooms on the 7th floor. Would you all care to come up?
Wow, would just love to.
Daddy, I'd like to make you acquainted with a friend of mine, Mr. Heathcliff. Simon, my father, Colonel Carstairs.
How do you do, sir?
Well, pleasure, real pleasure. Sit down, sir.
Oh, thank you, Colonel.
Simon's a horse player, too, Daddy. I told him about you making simply scads of money on the races.
You what? Coralie, I've asked you time and again not to mention my business to strangers.
But, Daddy, all I said was you made scads of money.
I must apologize, sir. You see, the fact is, you look like a gentleman I can trust. The fact is that, I bet on races only when I have definite information.
You mean fixed races?
Well, you might put it that way, yeah. Sad that the sport of kings should have fallen to such low estate, but as long as it has, there's a profit to be made by knowledge, handsome profit. And, I don't mind saying I have such knowledge.
Could you give him a tip, Daddy?
Oh, I couldn't ask anything like that.
Oh, well, perhaps you can do me a favor, sir. I have a horse going in just a few minutes, but the horse parlor down the hall here has been refusing my bets. You see, I'm too heavy a winner for them. If you would care to place the bet for me...
Why, I'd be delighted.
Good. And, those little something for yourself. Just down the hall there, just down the hall, Suite A. Shall we go?
Oh, by all means. After you, sir.
Oh, no, after you. Come, Coralie.
Coming, Daddy.
I'll give you the money before we go in. 40,000 on Brave Fox. And whatever you want to add of your own.
40,000? Oh, that's a lot of money, Colonel.
Chicken feed, boy. Millions in this thing. Millions. Oh, here we are. Remember the knock in case you come back by yourself.
20 across, top tower. Okay, you're in.
Well, this is quite a place.
Good afternoon, Fred. Fifth race off yet?
Just about, Colonel. But
I'm not betting, Fred. No cause for alarm. But Mr. Heathcliff here would like to wager.
Certainly, sir. The cashier's booth right over there.
Thank you.
Brave Fox to win. Hurry.
I'd like to place 40,500 on Brave Fox to win.
You're just in time, sir. 40,500 to win. Yes, sir.
Did you make the bet, Simon?
Right, and I bet 500 for myself. It's all I had with me.
Well, small dividends first. Big ones will come later.
Okay, fellas. Quiet down. The books are closed.
And there they go.
Oh, Simon, listen, here's the race.
Oh, how exciting.
At the habits on his choice by a head, see me first, a bull race Zach in top third by 2 lengths, and a Brave Fox.
You're sure of your information, Colonel?
Nothing to worry about, my boy. Not a thing.
At the 3/4, still on his choice by a head, a bull race Zach by 1, see me first, and top third by half a length, and the Brave Fox is trailing.
Daddy, what's the matter with that little old horse?
I don't know. I can't understand why he...
Bull race Zach is taking command by 2 lengths. On his choice is second, and the top turret, see me first, and the Brave Fox is beginning to close ground on the outside.
Come on, Brave Fox.
Can he do it?
He'd better.
They're coming down to the line of finish. It's Bull Ray Zach and top turret with Brave Fox on the outside. And now it's a Bull Ray Zach and Brave Fox. A Bull Ray Zach and Brave Fox. And the Brave Fox gets up to win it by a nose.
Simon, we won.
Oh, I certainly have to hand it to you, Colonel.
Let's step outside the hall for a minute, son. I just didn't want the boys to hear. Well, sir, my information is always correct, my boy. Always.
How much did we win?
Well, let's see. At 2-1, I get back 120,000. And Mr. Heathcliff, you get back 1,500, sir. Pity you didn't have more with you.
I don't want to appear greedy, Colonel, but do you have anything else running today?
Not today, my boy. Nothing sure. And, of course, I never bet unless it's sure.
Tomorrow?
Well, you have the fever, don't you? Yes, I have something tomorrow, or will have. Meet me back here at the same time if you want to get in on it.
Could I draw some real money out of the bank to bet on it?
Much as you like, my boy. Of course, that's purely up to you. Of course, I make no guarantee.
Oh, certainly, it's a pretty risky business, eh, Colonel? Why, I might lose my shirt.
Yes. Yes, indeed, sir.
But I don't understand, Mr. Temple. You actually won $1,000.
Come on, Money, Alice. The whole place is working with the Colonel. The race was actually over before I bet. They let me win the money.
But why?
So I would go to the bank tomorrow, draw out 30 or 40,000, and come back and bet it. And then I'd lose.
Oh. Was she very pretty?
Who?
Coralie.
Well, if you care for that type.
Marvin did.
Yeah, it's a sure sign of 20/20 vision.
He hasn't come. Marvin. When I think of him out there, a poor, lonely, hunted fugitive.
Yeah, I know.
And here we are, the two of us, safe, alone in your apartment, the two of us. Alone. In your apartment.
Alice,
What's that?
Hey, somebody outside the window. I'll open it.
Marvin! Gee, how'd you recognize me? I was wearing dark glasses and a mustache.
Come in, Marvin. We recognized your voice.
I didn't say anything.
Where have you been, Marvin?
Skid Row.
How awful.
That's where I belong. I'm a human derelict, a hunted criminal.
Are you hungry?
No. I ate at the Sunshine Mission. They wanted me to stay and sing tenor in the choir, but then I read the paper and came here. Is there any hope?
Marvin, look, I want you to stay here tonight. Tomorrow you're going to the police and give yourself up.
Never.
It may not be as bad as you think. You're going to give yourself up and then send the police over to Suite A, the 7th floor of the Croydon, where I will have just been swindled out of my money, just as you were.
I was swindled? Gee, they had a nerve swindling a private eye.
Yeah, some crooks just have no decency.
But Coralie wasn't a crook. Was she?
I'm afraid so.
Gee.
Marvin.
Oh, I suspected her, of course, all along.
Now, look, here's the plan, Marvin. I'll be there at 2 o'clock. You walk into the police station at 2 and send them over. That would give me enough time to lose the money. Have you got that?
Sure. I'll give myself up.
Well, I'll go with you, Marvin.
No, Alice. A woman's place is in the home. You wait here until I get back.
How long will you be?
If I'm lucky, 10 years.
Oh, Marvin.
Oh, Alice.
Oh, brother. Hello, Colonel.
Come in, sir. Come in.
I don't quite understand, Colonel. Where is everybody? Where's Fred, the cashier, all the betters?
Well, it's just a family party today, sir. Just Coralie and myself. Say hello to the gentleman, Coralie. Honey.
Hi, stupid.
Yeah. Coralie seems to have lost her southern charm and refinement, Colonel.
Yes. Yeah, it's a pity. I constantly try to impress on our cast. Of course, we are all actors in a way that to be successful, you must live your part 24 hours a day. But there's not the same pride in craftsmanship there was in my day. Sit down, sir. Sit down.
Thank you. What gave me away?
Simple thing, really. One of our personnel saw you with young Marvin Hickerson the other day. Come in, Dorgan.
Hi, Nosy.
Well, honest Jack Dorgan from Kentucky. Then you really weren't shot, Mr. Dorgan.
The gun held blanks. And the blood was catching. Merely a convenient way of getting rid of a sheared lamb.
I thought as much. Now what happens?
Nothing. Nothing at all, Mr. Templar. No doubt you have the police outside waiting to pounce after we take your money. How much did you bring, by the way?
30,000.
Oh, shame I have to pass it up.
We're going to pass up 30 grand?
Necessity, Coralie.
Let me at least beat the 1,000 out of him he won from us, Colonel. Him and his Kentucky.
That would be the police. A little early, aren't they, Mr. Templar? Come in.
Reach for the sky. I got you covered.
Marvin.
I didn't go to the police, Mr. Templar. I thought if I brought the gang in myself, I might get a lighter sentence.
Lighter sentence for what?
Why, for sure. Mr. Dorgan.
Yes, Mr. Dorgan made a quick recovery, Marvin.
Yeah, and I got a gun, too. You see it?
Well, this is convenient. If the police aren't coming, then we can take Mr. Templar's 30,000. Although, of course, I deplore violence. Offends my sense of Southern hospitality.
Stand up, Templar.
No, my feet hurt.
Stand up.
You forget. I've got a pistol here. Don't anyone move.
What pistol, Marvy?
The same pistol I shot you with, that's what.
Marvin, look, the cartridges are blanks.
Blanks? I don't believe it.
Oh, you don't, huh?
Stay away from him, Dorgan.
Yeah, you stay away from me or I'll shoot.
Go ahead, have fun.
I will. I'll...
Shoot some more, Marvy. It tickles.
Marvin!
Well, they're coming in like flies.
You shouldn't have come, Alice. These men are trying to kill us. No, I've got her blank cartridges.
Are they? Take a look at the hole in the wall, Mr. Dorgan. It's lucky that Marvin missed you.
Yeah, sure, a hole in it. Hey, that's a bullet hole.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Put that thing down, kid. Somebody could get hurt.
Alice, did you change the bullet?
Yes, I did. I know Marvin a little better than you, Mr. Templar. I checked his gun before he went out to give himself up to the police, just in case.
Yeah. Get back, you rats. You're dealing with Marvin Hickerson, private eye.
Me too, Marvy, honey.
Well...
You too, Coralie, honey.
Yes, you too. And I'll take my 50,000 back, too.
Oh, such a pity. You seldom meet a young man so willing to part with money.
Stay right where you are, Colonel.
Don't worry, Mr. Templar. I can handle him. This is only the start of a long and successful career as a private eye.
Marvin, I think Alice might have something to say about your career.
Alice? Alice, do you still... You know...
Yes, Marvin. Very much. Ecstatically so.
Get back, you rats. You're dealing with Marvin Hickerson, scientific farmer.
You mean this is goodbye, Alice?
Marvin's waiting outside, Mr. Templar. I guess that, well, it just wasn't meant to be. You and me, that is.
C'est la vie.
I agree. But I want you to know that I'll always remember you, Mr. Templar. From the first moment in that restaurant, when you hugged me with your eyes.
That was a moment, wasn't it?
Golden. And when the first child comes, we'll name it Simon, after you.
No.
Yes, Simon, forever and ever.
I'll be very honored.
Just think, by tomorrow, I'll be Mrs. Marvin Hickerson.
I wish you'd promise me one thing, Alice.
What, Simon?
Don't ever take the hick out of Hickerson.
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now, here is our star.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Vincent Price, inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
This story of the Saint was written by Dick Powell. Our cast included Leslie Banning, Maggie Morley, Victor Rodman, Edmund McDonald, Herb Vigran, Bill Tracy, and Barney Phillips. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring with Errol Flynn and Michael Imprell in William Marshall's production of Bloodline. Your announcer, Don Stanley. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Tonight, The Big Show, your hour and a half of comedy, music, and drama, includes Tallulah, Margaret Truman, Fred Allen, Danny Thomas, Douglas Fairbanks, Mindy Carson, and many, many more. And Theater Guild on the Air tonight brings you Carousel, starring Patrice Munsell and Cornell Wilde. Remember, Margaret Truman and Doug Fairbanks join The Big Show today on NBC.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense. Welcome to the fear you can hear. But mostly to the world of terrifying imagination. In the next 52 minutes, you'll hear a story about truth. Everyone is in favor of truth, of course. It's a word which produces immediate reverence and respect. But sometimes the truth can be a terrible thing, even a shattering thing.
Oh, my God! Mark, you hit a woman! Oh, I told you not to drive so fast!
I didn't see her. I didn't see her crossing the road.
Is she alive? Oh, Mark, look at the way she's lying there!
Lorna,
Oh,
she must
Mark.
be dead. Lorna, you mustn't tell anyone. Please, you mustn't tell anyone.
Our mystery drama, The Ring of Truth, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Agnes Moorehead. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Now, here's Act One of The Ring of Truth. The place, a charming college town in New England. The people you're about to meet, young Lorna Kittredge and the special man in her life, Mark Kramer. His driving speed, a comfortable 30 miles an hour.
I'll tell you what I resent most about your father, Lorna. It's the fact that he deliberately keeps forgetting my name.
Mark, don't be so silly. Daddy has a genuine problem about names.
No, I'm sorry, darling. I just can't buy this absent-minded professor stuff. It's too corny.
Corny or not, that's exactly what my father is sometimes. Absent-minded. His mind is always up in the stratosphere somewhere, communing with Socrates or Schopenhauer on the meaning of truth. You just don't like my father very much.
I hardly know your father. Look, I want to get along with him, Lorna. After all, he's going to be my father-in-law, isn't he?
You're almost home. What can I do to put you in a better mood?
That's easy, darling. You can promise to tell him tonight.
Oh, Mark. Tonight?
Why not?
But I told you that the Pryors are going to be at dinner tonight. Harold Pryor's Daddy's publisher.
So, after they leave, you can tell him. Lorna, we've been engaged for almost 3 weeks now. Nobody knows about it except you and me.
Well, isn't that enough?
Not for me, it isn't. No. I'm the kind of guy who wants to shout it from the housetops.
Yes, I do, too. I really do, Mark. I love you so much.
All right, darling. Then prove it. Tell him tonight, Lorna. Tell him you're going to marry what's-his-name. Are you think I'm right.
You're quite right, Harold. What the book needs is a much sexier title.
Well, of course, there isn't a word about sex in it, but what's the difference as long as it sells, huh?
What's the latest book about?
Why, truth, of course.
Daddy's favorite subject.
Should be everyone's favorite subject, in my opinion.
You know, if you really want a suggestion for a new title, Professor, I think I have one.
Do you, mate?
Daddy, the name is Mark.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry, Mark. Well, go on. Let's hear your suggestion.
Why not call it The Ring of Truth? Well, I think that's a very good name, but, of course, that's up to Professor Kittredge.
It's not a bad title, Mark, but, well, it does imply a lack of sincerity, doesn't it? The Ring of Truth is only the surface appearance of it. What I'm examining in my book is the necessity for stark truth, for truth unafraid.
Of course, there's a fairly good argument against stark truth sometimes, isn't there? I mean, there's still a necessity for a white lie now and then.
Yeah, you mean in the real estate business, perhaps?
No, not just in my business, in everyone's. I mean, there are times when tact, courtesy, and general goodwill call for a shading of the truth.
May I make a suggestion, everyone? Why don't we have our coffee in the living room?
It's a good idea, darling.
No, George, I want to... I'll give you a hand with the dishes, honey. Besides, I'd like a little conversation with you in the kitchen.
All right, Mark. I know what you're going to say. Daddy was impossible tonight.
Now, your father's a great scholar, man of ideals, the Albert Schweitzer of New England. I'm only a poor schnook of a real estate man, but I'm perfectly willing to put up with him for your sake.
Put up with him?
Won't be easy. A crass, materialistic guy like me marrying into all that saintliness. What can I do? I'm crazy about his daughter.
You idiot. Oh, Mark, my hands are wet.
Will you tell him tonight?
Yes, the minute everyone leaves.
He's not going to be happy about it, you know that. He won't be happy about losing you.
Well, he knew it had to happen someday.
All right, then tell him that day has come. Tell him the truth.
I always tell Daddy the truth. Daddy, can I come in?
Yes, darling, of course.
I didn't want to interrupt your reading.
I can't really read this book. I don't understand the language. Have you seen it, by the way?
Hmm?
Still another edition, German, of the 7 Secrets of Shakespeare.
It's lovely. What a beautiful binding.
Yes, I'm pleased with it. I suppose an author never loses his affection for the first book he writes.
Well, it's more than just that. This book made you famous.
In very limited circles, yes. And I hope you've enjoyed the evening and that your friend did, too.
The only thing Mark didn't like was being called Max.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Precious. I hope he wasn't offended. But you have to admit that you do bring home a lot of young men.
Daddy, that may have been true once, but Mark Kramer is the only man I've seen for the last 6 months.
That long?
And the reason I've seen him so much is that I'm in love with him.
Well, that isn't an entirely new phenomenon either, is it?
Daddy, Mark asked me to marry him. I said yes.
Marriage?
You know that word, don't you? It's English, not German.
Yes, I know the word, but, well, it's just that I never supposed you'd want to marry now. I mean, before your doctorate, before you've done all those things we plan to do together.
Marriage wouldn't put an end to our plans. And as for your lecture tour, but you don't really need me along.
I don't know if I'd want to go without you. I'm getting a little old to gallivant around Europe by myself.
Well, it's the first time I've heard you complain about being old.
For some reason, the last 10 seconds, I began to feel old.
Of course, Mark and I could go with you to Europe as a sort of honeymoon.
No, Lorna, he's not going to want that, I'm sure. In fact, my guess is that your young man is going to want to see as little of me as he possibly can.
No, Daddy, that isn't so. He knows that I won't just abandon you. I couldn't be that heartless.
That's the last word I'd use about you, Precious. I know your heart only too well. I know what a tender, beating little thing it is. I've always been afraid of the man who would trap it someday.
I just wish you knew Mark better. He's not a
I'm not saying anything against Mark. I feel this way about any man. I'm like the tired old king of the fairy tale, darling, forced by the condition of kingdom to give the hand of his princess to a commoner.
Oh, Daddy. Mark, you're just being pig-headed. It won't even be 6 months. And by that time, I'll have my doctorate, and Daddy's lecture tour will be over.
Oh, that's great. Just great. Waiter, where's the drink I ordered?
Mark, I've never seen you have more than 2 martinis in my life.
Oh, you're wrong, my love. I had one before you got here. The one coming up will be number 4.
Mark, please, don't be so upset. I'm not breaking our engagement. I'm simply asking for a postponement.
How long did it take to talk you into it, Lorna?
Well, it was something I decided to do, Mark. All by myself.
Because you realized how important it was? To get your Ph.D.? To make sure Daddy was taken care of on his lecture tour?
But it is important to me.
You know, you're a lucky girl to have a father like that. Now, you take my old man. Good old Charlie Kramer. Real estate. I don't think he ever heard of an ethic or an ideal in his life. Probably told a dozen lies a day, old Charlie. I guess that's why he turned out so badly.
You're drinking too much. You always do when you're angry.
Just another flaw in my character. Hardly noticeable in the general ruin of my personality.
Please, Mark, I don't want you to be drunk to drive me home.
Oh, don't worry. I won't even have that 4th drink. See what a nice guy I am? I want to make sure you get home to Daddy safe and sound.
Mark, are you sure you don't want me to drive?
No, you just leave the driving to us.
It's starting to rain. I think you should turn your wipers on.
That isn't rain, precious. Those are tears in front of your eyes.
Please, Mark.
All right, all right.
Do you have to drive so fast? I know there isn't any traffic, but these roads are so dark.
That's what the headlights are for. How far these little candles throw their beams, so shines a good deed in a naughty world. Hey, you see, your father isn't the only one who can quote you.
Mark!
What?
Look out! That woman!
Where?
Oh! You hit her! Oh, Lord!
I didn't see her. I didn't see her crossing the road, so help me.
Is she dead? Oh, Mark, look at the way she's lying there.
She's dead, Lorna.
Oh.
The woman's dead.
Oh, no. Oh, how horrible. I told you not to drive so fast. Oh, Daddy, it was so awful. And it was my fault. My fault that Mark drank so much. He really doesn't like whiskey very much, but when I told him about what we decided about postponing the wedding...
You mean what you decided, darling? It was your decision.
He was driving so recklessly. He must have been going 60 miles an hour on that road. The speed limit there was only about 30.
They haven't arrested him, have they?
No.
But the police were called, weren't they?
Yes. They know Mark, of course. He's lived here all his life.
Didn't they give Mark a sobriety test?
No, nobody even suggested it. I mean, Mark didn't seem to be drunk at all. Not after it.
And of course, he didn't say he'd been drinking. Didn't mention the speed he was traveling at.
Well, they asked him. Mark said he was going 35, and the woman just stepped out in front of him.
I see.
He had to say it, Daddy. I mean, otherwise it would have been a crime, wouldn't it?
I think it's called vehicular homicide.
Well, he could go to prison for that, couldn't he?
Perhaps.
Oh, Daddy.
Donna, what did you say?
What?
What did you tell them when the police talked to you about the accident?
They didn't. They didn't ask me anything. They said there would be an inquest to determine the facts. I suppose I'd have to answer questions then.
And what will you say then?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I have to corroborate Mark's story, of course.
Is that what you're going to do?
Oh, well, if you could have seen his face, Daddy, it was like a child. Like a little boy, afraid to be punished. He said, "You stand by me, Lorna, won't you?"
And so you're going to stand by him. You're going to forget all you ever learned about truth. You're going to lie.
But, Daddy, what else can I do?
I can't advise you, my darling. All I can do is remind you that you and I have always loved truth as much as we've loved each other. Are you going to change now?
And so Lorna finds herself in the corner of a triangle. The man she loves on one side, the father she loves on the other. But the invisible corner of the triangle is that mysterious thing called truth. We'll find out what Lorna Kittredge does when I return shortly with Act 2. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Will that familiar saying work in the case of Mark Kramer? It may all depend on the outcome of the next conversation you hear in the home of Professor John Kitteridge and his daughter.
Lorna, come in?
Yes, Daddy.
All dressed already?
Yes. I know I don't have to leave for the county courthouse for another hour, but I was too nervous to just lie in bed.
Why don't you come downstairs and have some breakfast with me?
No, I couldn't. I feel too sick.
Oh, poor Kitty. I haven't called you that since you were a little child. Or don't you remember me calling you that?
No, not really.
You see, before you were born, I wanted to name you Catherine. But your mother objected because she was certain you'd be nicknamed Kitty. Then you'd be Kitty Kitteridge. And she hated the sound of it.
You've told me the story before.
I know you're not in the mood for old family anecdotes.
All I can think about is that inquest this morning. I'm so frightened. My skin feels like ice.
Darling, you won't have to be frightened if you do what I said. It's only lying that makes us afraid.
Please don't talk about it. I have to lie for Mark. I love him. I'm going to marry him.
Do you think the others will lie? The bartender at that restaurant? What was the name of that again?
Bruno's? Yes. He'll defend Mark. I'm sure he will. They don't like trouble. They had some license problem last year. They won't want to admit that they served Mark so many drinks that he was hardly able to walk, to say nothing of drive.
Sure. So you're the only one who has to lie.
Daddy, the woman is dead. Nothing will bring her back. Lies, truth, nothing. Who does it help if Mark goes to prison?
Yes. You're right, precious. There's no profit in truth. None at all.
Then you agree with me?
No profit, Lorna. Only loss, maybe. But that's something you'll have to judge for yourself. You know my feeling about truth. You know what I've always taught you about it.
Yes. Dare to be true. Nothing can need a lie. The fault which needs it most grows too thereby.
You used to like that poem. Now you're quoting it with contempt.
Oh, Daddy, why can't you understand? Why do you have to be so demanding? Let me forget truth just this once.
Your mind is your own, Lorna.
Well, I want to do what's right.
Then do what you want to do. You're an adult now, independent of me. Lie if you want to. But don't look for my approval. And above all, don't ask for my blessing.
Daddy!
Let's have some quiet. The coroner's jury has to hear the testimony if they're going to judge it. Sergeant McKeon, was any investigation made of the skid marks at the scene of the accident with a view to determining the speed of the vehicle?
No, sir, there wasn't. The condition of the road and the rain we had that night, well, it was impossible to tell the difference between the skid marks and the tire treads. That's why no measurement was made.
It's been stated that the driver of the vehicle, Mark Kramer, had left the establishment called Bruno's shortly before the accident. Since Bruno's is in the business of serving hard liquor, among other things, did the police give Mr. Kramer a sobriety test?
No, sir, we didn't. You see, sir, we didn't know at the time where Mr. Kramer had been. All we knew was that Mrs. Moga was dead and Mr. Kramer didn't appear like he'd been drinking.
All right, Sergeant, you can step down.
Thank you.
The coroner's office calls Mr. Kramer to the stand, please. Mr. Kramer, this inquest isn't a trial. Our duty here is simply to determine the cause of death. But you must give your testimony under oath. Please raise your hand on the Bible.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Mr. Kramer. Just tell us your story of what happened the night of the accident.
Well, Miss Kittredge and I left Bruno's about 9 that evening, about a half hour before the accident. I'd had one drink, a vodka martini. You can ask Mr. Bruno about that because he served me.
Go on.
When I reached Route 24, I decided to take the Ridge Road shortcut to town. I was traveling between 30 and 35 miles an hour, I'd say, and I remember slowing down when the rain started. I had my wipers going when I came over the rise of the hill, so my windshield was clear. But I still didn't see Mrs. Moger when she stepped out into the road directly in front of the car.
Were your lights on full beam?
Yes, sir, they were.
Why do you suppose Mrs. Moger didn't see them?
I don't really know. What I think is she was almost across the road when I came over the rise, and she panicked when she realized that a car was coming. She started back in the wrong direction, and that was when she stepped in front of the car.
Is that your entire testimony?
Yes, sir, it is.
Very well, Mr. Kramer. You can return to your seat. Will Miss Lorna Kittredge take the chair, please? Place your hand on the Bible, Miss Kittredge.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please speak up, Miss Kittredge.
I do.
Miss Kittredge, you were with Mr. Kramer on the night of the accident.
Yes.
You went with him to the place called Bruno's.
Yes, I did.
And did you have a drink that night?
Yes, I had a martini.
The same as Mr. Kramer?
Yes.
When Mr. Kramer's car approached Mrs. Moger's driveway, did you see the lady before the automobile struck her?
I'm not sure. I think I saw her for just a split second. And then the car hit her. It was all terribly unreal.
Were you aware of the speed you were traveling at? Miss Kittredge.
I'm not sure of the exact speed.
Mr. Kramer thinks it was between 30 and 35. Do you agree with that?
No.
What was that?
It couldn't have been that. It was more like 55 or 60.
Did you say 60, Miss Kittredge?
About that, yes.
Lorna, for God's sake.
I hope you've considered this reply, Miss Kittredge.
Yes, I've considered it. We were traveling at least that. I'd been looking at the speedometer only a few minutes before. I was complaining to Mark about his speed, but he wouldn't listen to me. He wasn't in any mood to listen. He was angry, and he was drunk.
Please, everybody, quiet now. Mr. Kramer, please take your seat.
It's the truth. The truth, I can't help myself. He was drinking. He had too many martinis, and he was drunk.
Are you telling us he had more than one drink?
He had 4. I know he did. And he drove like a madman. No matter how I tried to stop him, he never thought that woman would be on the road at that time of night. He wouldn't listen. I couldn't believe it was really happening. It was like hearing someone else say the words.
Please don't cry, Kitty.
I tried not to look at his face. I tried so hard not to see him, but I couldn't stop myself.
How can you blame yourself for telling the simple truth? How can you think it's wrong?
But don't you realize what'll happen to him, Daddy? He's going to be indicted. He may go to prison.
I'm sure Mr. Kramer will hire himself a very smart attorney.
Who's that?
I have no idea.
Oh, I can't see anyone now. I just can't.
Yes, of course. You go to your room and I'll answer it. Go on, darling. Go lie down.
Yes.
Oh, it's you.
I want to see Lorna.
Mark, please listen to me. I know exactly how you're feeling at the moment.
Thanks for remembering my name, Professor. That must be the very first time.
I'm sure you realize that what Lorna did this morning was extremely difficult and painful for her. That it was an agonizing decision.
Only who made it?
Lorna's lying down right now. I suggest you try telephoning her later.
I'm not leaving until I see her.
I had hoped we wouldn't get violent about all this, Mark. Frankly, I don't think you're in a good position to commit any other rash actions.
Daddy, it's all right.
Lorna, I thought you were in your room.
I'll talk to Mark.
Very well. But don't ask me to leave, because I won't.
You don't have to leave, Professor. I'd like you to know this, too.
Know what?
What the town gossips are saying. Lorna, they're saying that we had some kind of fight. A lover's quarrel, and that you wanted to get back at me.
Oh, you know that's not so.
Yes, I know it. But the other explanation makes even less sense. That you just had to tell the truth.
Well, it wasn't easy for me. Lies would have been easier.
One small lie, Lorna. That was all you had to say. You're so afraid of hell that you wouldn't lie for me?
Can't expect you to understand.
But I do understand. Better than you do, maybe. It was your father's idea.
Now, just a moment, Kramer.
Well, you remember my last name, too. I think I made more of an impression on you than you were willing to admit.
There's no need to be nasty.
Lorna, you're so stuck on the truth. Tell it now. He told you what to do in that courtroom. Professor Kittredge's little girl always listens to Daddy, and she never lies.
Please, Mark.
He insisted that you tell the truth, didn't he? He gave you a lot of high-flown ethical reasons for telling the truth. Nothing but the truth. Every reason but the real one.
You're wrong. I made up my own mind.
Your father knew what would happen. It would split us apart, and that's what he really wanted, Lorna. That's the truth that he didn't mention.
I think that's quite enough. If you don't leave right now, I'm calling the police.
Don't bother, Professor. You've done a very good job. On Lorna and on me.
Oh, Daddy. Daddy.
Kitty, don't. It's going to be all right.
How can it be? He hates me now. Mark hates me.
Things will change. You wait and see. He'll get himself a smart lawyer, and nothing will happen to him.
Mark Kramer, having been found guilty of the crime of manslaughter, it is my duty to sentence you to imprisonment for a period of not less than 1 year and not more than 5.
And so the truth has not set Mark Kramer free. It sent him to prison, where he'll have plenty of time to ponder the complexities of ethics, justice, and human nature. Or perhaps he'll ponder something else, like revenge. We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 3. It's now 1 year later. Sad to say, Mark Kramer is still wearing prison gray. As for Professor Kitteridge, he's had problems too. A bad case of the gout caused cancellation of his European lecture tour. Even more disappointing, his daughter Lorna lost interest in working on her thesis and abandoned the idea of obtaining her doctorate. In fact, Lorna Kitteridge seems to have lost interest in life itself.
Lorna, you awake?
Yes, Daddy. I'm up.
Darling, it's almost noon. It's not like you to be in bed so late.
I just didn't feel like getting up.
Did you sleep badly again last night?
Last night, the night before that.
Oh, Lorna. If you don't see Dr. Isaacs voluntarily, I may have to drag you to his office.
You know there's nothing wrong with me.
What's all this paper for? All those little crumpled balls.
Can't you guess?
Oh, Lorna, no. You haven't been writing Mark again?
I keep thinking that I might hit on exactly the right words. The magic formula that would make him answer one letter. Just one letter.
You know that's not possible, darling. Face it, the man is filled with bitterness. He blames you for something he did to himself.
Probably never reads any of the letters I send him. Probably sees my handwriting and tears them up immediately.
It would be so much better if you forgot him, Lorna.
Do you know that I even thought of sending him a disguise letter? Making it look like some important document that he would have to read? Isn't that ridiculous?
What's ridiculous is the way you've tortured yourself over that man for so many months.
Who's tortured who, Daddy? Which one of us is really guilty?
Oh, Kitty, Kitty.
Stop calling me that name. My name is Lorna. Can't you remember my name?
Darling, you're just not yourself.
Oh, is that why you can't remember me? Because I'm somebody else? Well, You may be right, Daddy. Every morning I look in the mirror and I can't recognize the woman I see.
Lorna, you're just not giving yourself a chance to forget. You'd start getting out into the world, start meeting new people. You become a hermit.
I thought you liked having me here, Daddy. I thought you couldn't live without my company.
I honestly believe you need medical attention. If not from Dr. Isaacs, then from somebody else.
You mean a psychiatrist, I suppose?
No, darling, no. Just someone who can help you get over this distorted guilt that you feel.
The only one who can do that is Mark. And he won't see me or write me or anything.
Lorna.
Oh, please go away. Please. I'm going to try to sleep. It's the only time I'm happy. When I'm asleep.
All right. Step right over here, Kramer.
Anything you say, guard.
Remember, visiting time is limited to 15 minutes.
Look, I don't want the 15 minutes. They're being forced on me.
Sit down and behave yourself.
Yes, sir. Anything you say, sir.
Well, no, Mark.
Make it fast, Professor. I've got important matters to take care of back in the shop. I'm making a very special license plate.
Mark, I know you resent the fact that I've forced this encounter. Took some doing, believe me.
Uh-huh. Why did you go to all the trouble?
Because it's a matter of health. Lorna's health.
She's finding a way for me, is that it? Well, tell her to stop, Professor. My nights are filled with sweet dreams, and she is in none of them. You tell her that for me.
I want you to see her, Mark.
Oh, I wouldn't force that issue, Professor. I don't have anything nice to say to your daughter.
You misunderstood Lorna. Couldn't expect you to applaud what she did in court. But if you really thought about the ideals that motivated her...
Whose ideals? Yours or hers?
Do I have to separate them?
Yes. But you can't, Professor. Because she's your monster. You've got her all twisted up between her ethics and her instincts. I suppose you're proud of the result, but it's a fake.
There's nothing fake about her principles.
She doesn't have principles. All she has is you. Her shining example. She wants you to love and admire her, so she does what you expect. That's why Daddy's little girl always tells the truth.
She does tell the truth. Always.
And her father?
I abominate lies.
You won't even lie to yourself. Then tell me this. Weren't you happy when Lorna and I broke up? Didn't it save your happy home?
I can see that coming here was a mistake.
You're a hypocrite, Professor. This whole thing was your doing, and I'll never let you forget it.
Goodbye, Mark.
Wait a minute. There's something you should know.
What's that?
I'm being paroled next week. Tell that to your daughter. Maybe it'll improve her health.
Of course I'm pleased, Harold. It's just that I'd much rather see a new book of mine published than a new edition of an old book.
Well, you can't argue with success. People never seem to tire of the 7 Secrets of Shakespeare.
I suppose I shouldn't complain. It does buy the groceries.
Just cash the royalty checks and be happy. Now, tell me how Lorna's doing. Feeling any better?
Oh, still a bit run down, I guess.
Well, that's too bad. I suppose you know that young man, Kramer, that he's out of prison.
For about 2 months now, I gather.
He, hasn't been in touch with Lorna?
No, and I don't think he will be.
Funny thing is, he's been in touch with us.
With you? What's that before?
Well, actually, it seems he went to Merritt Bob's first.
My first publishers?
Yes, talked to everyone who would talk to him. Then he approached members of my own staff. He even tried to get an appointment with me, but I put him off.
What do you suppose he wants? He's an embittered young man, you know.
And I spoke to George Merritt. He didn't know about Lorna and this fella Kramer. He thought Kramer was an article writer looking for biographical material. George said that he seemed to know an awful lot about you already.
I don't much like the idea of someone like that snooping into my life.
Why do you suppose he's doing it?
Hard to say. Rancor, I suppose. Hopes he can find something unpleasant in my past. I'll get it, Lorna. Hello?
Professor Kittredge?
Yes?
Mark Kramer, Professor.
Oh. Yes, I was just speaking about you the other day with my publisher.
I'd like to see you, Professor, this evening, if that's possible.
See me? Or Lorna?
No, just you. If Lorna wants to be there, that's her business. Something tells me she'd rather stay away.
Can you give me some idea of why you want to see me?
You might say it's a business matter.
Who is it, Daddy?
What time would be good for you, Professor?
Make it, about 9.
I'll make it exactly 9.
Daddy, you look so strange. Who was that on the phone?
It was Mark Kramer, Lorna.
Mark?
He's asked me to see him at 9 tonight. I have no idea what he wants to say, but whatever it is, I'm sure it won't be anything pleasant.
I'd rather not be here.
I didn't think you would. Mark blames me for what happened in court, not you. He refuses to admit that it was your own love of truth.
My love of truth. Daddy, you never understood me yourself. How could you explain me to someone else? I didn't love truth. I loved Mark.
You did what you had to do. What your conscience told you to do.
My conscience? Is that what I was satisfying? That small little voice inside me?
It can be a loud voice, darling. A very compelling
But
voice.
I still hear it. It's still talking to me. And you know what it's saying? You fool. You fool, you fool.
Lorna.
I think I'll go out now, Daddy. Right now.
Good evening, Professor.
Hello, Mark. Come in.
Thank you. Nice of you to see me. I wasn't sure of my reception after last time. I see you're using a cane these days, Professor.
Yes, a touch of gout. Mark, I hope you weren't expecting to see Lorna. She's not here.
No, I didn't expect to see her.
Would you care to come to the point of this visit?
Yes, Professor. I'll come to the point. I've come to see you about truth.
Oh, must we, Mark? Really? I mean, these philosophical discussions are meat and drink to old campus fogies like me, but I'm rather tired of the subject right now, very tired of it.
Frankly, I'm a little exhausted by it myself. I've just spent 2 months in search of it, and I didn't even know what I was looking for.
You've been digging up things about me, haven't you? I hope you enjoyed yourself.
No, I didn't. You see, I made the mistake of talking to your enemies. The publishers you dropped, the friends you no longer see, the scholars you had disputes with.
What did you get out of that?
Nothing. Your enemies didn't have the truth about you, Professor. Only your friends did. Like Avery Hayes.
Avery Hayes?
Oh, I'm glad to see you remember the name. Strange how few people do. Even though you dedicated your 4th, or was it your 5th book to him? George Merritt knew him, of course. Mr. Merritt called you Avery's benefactor. Said that Hayes was an alcoholic that you took care of for many years.
He was my friend.
Yes, he was a good friend, and you were good to him. That was one chapter of your past that you had every reason to be proud of, wasn't it?
Avery's been dead for 10 years. What did you want from him?
Nothing, Professor. I just thought a man like that deserved a little recognition, if only for his past association with you. So I talked to people who knew him, his old pals, his family. He still has a brother alive, you know, a crotchety old fellow in the terminal ward at the county hospital. His name's Ezra. Perfect name for the old boy. And you know what? He still has the junk Hayes left when he died. That pitiful collection of books and papers.
You don't expect me to believe that? About Avery's papers? Avery never kept anything, not a thing. He was a foolish, drunken old...
He was also brilliant, wasn't he? Went to the university on a scholarship. You only beat him out for top honors because of his drinking.
You're talking about 40 years ago.
He was drunk and he was dishonest, too, wasn't he, Professor? That was how he sustained that wild life of his, by selling his scholastic services to anybody who could pay for them.
It's not different today.
Yes. That's what Avery said in his letter. The one he wrote to a woman named Jean. I didn't know who Jean was or why Avery never mailed the letter, but there it was. Avery said he was cleaning up $100, $200 a month and would surely be able to pay back all he owed before the end of the semester. And then he mentioned the thesis. The big job he was doing, that he expected $300 for that job alone. You know which thesis I mean, Professor?
Please go. Get out of here. I've had enough of this lying filth.
The 7 Secrets of Shakespeare. Sounds like a mystery story, doesn't it? But it was quite a piece of work. And it became more than just a college thesis. It became a world-famous book. It made your reputation, Professor.
You're a liar. A liar. You know nothing about it.
You paid Avery for his work and put your name on it. You might have done as well yourself, but you were young and lazy, and you had the money to pay for it. Then you discovered how good it really was, and it was too late for both of you to change the course of history.
Get out of this house now. Get out.
I'm going, Professor. I just wanted you to hear this little story about truth. And also to tell you that I have Avery Hayes' letter.
What did you say?
I have his letter, Professor. It tells the whole story. Good night.
Mark!
You told me to go, and I'm going.
You filthy animal! No! Get rich! Kill you, monster! I'll kill you! Kill you, you animal! Daddy! Kill you! Daddy! Like a wild beast!
Oh, my God! What have you done?
Lorna!
Daddy!
Lorna! Oh, thank heaven you're here.
Oh,
Thank heaven.
look at his head. Oh, dear Lord.
You saw what happened.
Oh.
What the crazy fool did, he attacked me.
You killed him with your cane.
He attacked me, Lorna. You know how much he hated me? I had to defend myself.
No, I saw what happened. I saw you strike him from behind.
No, Kitty, no. He tried to kill me. That's why I hit him.
Daddy, I saw everything. You killed Mark. You did it deliberately. That's the truth. You always taught me to tell the truth. It's the only important thing. The truth.
Oliver Wendell Holmes, Jr. said, "All I mean by truth is the road I can't help traveling." Well, Professor Kitteridge traveled his road, and despite his good intentions, it turned out to be the road to hell. I'll be back shortly. If there is a moral to the story you just heard, it's not that truth is so bad. But Samuel Butler said, truth should not be absolutely lost sight of, but it should not be talked about. And we promise that's our last word on the subject. Our cast included Agnes Moorehead, Mandel Kramer, Santos Ortega, Ian Martin, and Dan Arco. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater, the only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, True to Life, starring Dick Powell, Victor Moore, and Rosemary DeCamp. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater and your host, Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You know, someone once said, the movies should be more like life. And a wise man answered, life should be more like the movies. In tonight's story, True to Life, we're going to attempt to show that radio can be like both. Now, in the part of Link Ferris, I've cast Dick Powell.
Thank you. Well, say, Harold, you forgot to tell everyone what kind of work I do.
You're Link Ferris, and you and your partner, Fletcher Marvin, are the only two writers in radio making $1,000 a week apiece, while you're the kings of the daytime serials.
Well, Kings ought to get more than that. I got to see my agent.
Well, no, wait a minute. You weren't supposed to say that.
All right, Harold. But you know, as one of the country's leading authorities on comedy, whom have you chosen to play Pop Porter? You know, that calls for one of the biggest actors in the character business.
Right. So one of the biggest characters in the acting business is going to play Pop Porter. Victor Moore.
It sure looks like I'm getting a business around here.
Why, Vic, Pop Porter's a wonderful guy. He spends most of his spare time with his inventions.
Yeah, well, say, Harold, who's going to play my daughter, Bonnie? Bonnie's an awful nice girl.
That's right, and she's pretty, too. Well, Bonnie's going to be played by Rosemary DeCamp.
Will I do, Pop?
Why, you're the spitting image of Bonnie. In fact, you are Bonnie.
Now, is everyone satisfied as to which is which?
Which is which? A fine show. I listen to it every Wednesday night.
Well, that's great. That's fine, Victor. All right, now then, let's get on with the story.
Far away.
All right, Harold.
Now, as Link Ferris, Dick, you and your partner, Fletcher Marvin, are being read the riot act by Mr. Twitchell, president of Lemon and Twitchell, the advertising agency that pays you to write the radio adventures of Kitty Farmer.
We've lost 1 million listeners, and if you don't know what's wrong with your scripts, I'll tell you. It's Kitty Farmer, your heroine. She's phony. She's counterfeit. Now, unless you make that girl real and believable, you're fired, both of you. And that's final.
I think the man's angry.
No, Fletch, old Twitchell's right. Live at 1,000 a week has made us soft, and our writing shows it.
Oh, you're nuts.
I'm going to go out and meet some real people.
Well, while you're about it, Genius, see if you can find a real flesh and blood Kitty Farm.
And how did you get along, Link?
Well, not so hot, frankly. Finally, I was so hungry that I dropped into a lunch wagon out in Sunnyside. I just finished ordering roast beef with all the trimmings when I discovered that all I had was a nickel. So I changed my order to a cup of coffee. The girl behind the counter brought me my roast beef anyway. Nothing I could say would convince her that I wasn't broke and hungry. But Bonnie Porter was like that, and she was pretty, too. Later, walking home with her, I said, well, tell me, Miss Porter, how come you're working in a lunch wagon?
Oh, because my brother wants to be a doctor and my kid sister needs her teeth straightened. My pop works in a bakery. He hasn't had a raise in 10 years. Besides, well, here's where I live. Come on in.
No, you think it's all right?
Oh, sure. Don't be scared. Come on. Anyone home?
Now wipe your feet good, Bonnie. And don't come tracking mud into the living room.
This is Mr. Ferris, everybody. My mother.
How do you do?
My brother, Clem.
Hello.
My kid sister, Twips.
Hello.
Hello.
And that's Mom's brother over there, Uncle Jake.
Well, how do you do, sir?
Hello.
Oh, Pop, come on up. I want you to meet someone.
Be up right away, Bonnie. Got my hands full.
Dad's working on one of his inventions. It's a hobby with him.
Well, Bonnie, I think I got one that'll work this time.
Pop, I want you to meet Mr. Ferris.
Huh? Oh, how you doing, Mr. Ferris? I'm glad to know you.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Porter? I'm glad to know you, sir. Tell me, what sort of an invention are you working on?
Invisible paint.
Oh.
Yeah. You see, you paint something with it and you can't see it.
Mm-hmm. That should be wonderful for camouflage.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried about it, though.
Huh?
Yeah, I mixed up a batch of it, and I put it in a can, and I painted the can with it, and now I can't find it.
Some paint.
Mom, tell that brother of yours to mind his own business.
Mr. Ferris, Uncle Jake and Pop don't speak to each other.
Where are you from, young man?
Mom, Mr. Ferris came into the diner tonight, and he was hungry, so I thought maybe he could live here with us until he finds a job and a place to stay.
Finds a job, place to stay.
Oh, well, the way you followed me around, I knew you didn't have any place to sleep tonight.
Well, now, look here, Bonnie. I'm not running a hotel.
Oh, don't pay no attention, Mr. Ferris. We got plenty of room. Mom, your brother can sleep down the cellar with the rest of the mice.
Now, you sure you're not having trouble with the police, Mr. Ferris?
Oh, no.
Well, I guess you can stay tonight, anyway.
Oh, gee, swell.
Oh, quiet, Twips. Go and get some fresh sheets.
He's got a shifty look in his eye. Tell your brother he's looking in the mirror.
And that's how it all started. I had found a real Kitty Farmer. It was Bonnie Porter. I stayed on with the family and let them think I was out looking for a job. Actually, though, I was taking down everything they said. No one suspected that Fletch and I were putting the Porters on the air as the Farmer family, true to life. Not even the president of Lemon and Twitchell, who said,
Boys, I've read your first script. Congratulations. Why, Kitty Farmer's warm. She's real. She's human. And that family of hers. Oh, they're wonderful. If you keep it up, you can keep it up. Well,
Oh, there's plenty more material where that came from, Mr. Twitchell.
Fine, fine.
Say, Link, what kind of a dame is this, Bonnie?
Oh, very ordinary. You wouldn't like her, Fletch. Not your type at all.
Now, suppose Bonnie, Kitty, met another fellow. Rich, suave man about town. You know, give the story new complications. Don't you think, huh?
No, I don't think. Go on, pound that typewriter.
By the way, Mr. Ferris, when are you going to get a job?
Oh, now, Mom, Link hasn't really had a chance to look yet.
Say, there is a job down at the bakery.
Oh, Link, you could take it until something better comes along.
Well, thanks, but I'm expecting something.
If you ask me, oh, Twips, get away from that radio. Your food's getting cold.
Okay, Mom, I'm just tuning in on the Farmer family.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you another episode in the new series, The Farmer Family. As our story opens tonight, Pop Farmer...
That's a pretty bad show.
I've got a great idea for a submarine that flies. Some submarine.
Don't you think we better have some music? Here, I'll change it.
Oh, sit down, Mr. Ferris. We want to hear this.
If your father had a little more gumption, he'd ask for a raise.
That reminds me of someone I know.
Sounds just like Mom.
No.
Link, what's the matter?
Well, I've got the...
Here. Hold your nose and drink some water.
Oh, there's only one thing that will stop it. I gotta sing.
Now, Mr. Ferris, you get away from that piano. We want to hear this
so
song.
there she was, yes, there she was.
Link,
But
I didn't know you could sing.
Well, that's just it. Your mother thinks I don't want to work because I won't take that job at the bakery. I've been trying to do something with my music. Oh, listen, Bonnie, do we have to have that radio on?
No. Uncle Jay, turn the radio off.
I want to hear this program, if you don't mind.
Tell them we do mind. There. Say, Link, do you know Nellie Gray?
Well, I think so. How does it go?
Oh, my darling Nellie Gray, they have taken you. Now, who is that?
Well, that's probably the neighbors complaining. I'll go.
And who was at the door, Link?
Well, it was good old Fletch, my AWOL partner.
AWOL?
Yes, a wolf on the loose.
Oh.
He passed me by as though I were a total stranger and asked to use the telephone. Kept his finger on the hook while he called the cops and reported a phony holdup. He must have wanted to meet Bonnie pretty badly because he was dressed fit to kill. I was wondering what the bounty was on a wolf pelt by the time he said...
Well, I'm afraid I must be going. And, Miss Porter, tonight has been an adventure in more ways than one.
Oh, thank you. If you ever get held up again in this neighborhood, drop in. There's always someone home.
Well, I'll just see Mr. Fletcher to the door.
Good night.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Now, listen here, Prince Charming. Get back to the castle and start typing.
Hey, Link, nice setup. I'll be glad to move in and do the research. Say, that Bonnie's a honey.
Listen, brother.
Mr. Ferris, I want to speak to you a moment, privately.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Ferret.
Ferris.
Yes, I'll see what I can do for you.
Now then, Mr. Ferris, I just thought I'd better tell you, at 5 o'clock in the morning, you either get up and go to work at the bakery, or you get up and get out.
What time did you say?
5 o'clock.
Oh, that's what I thought you said.
Yep, this is Harold Lloyd again. Mom, Pop, Jake, Fletch, Link, and Bonnie. All of them true to life. Well, let's get back to our confusion. So, you took the job at the bakery to stay on at the Porters, eh, Link?
Yes, but that wasn't the worst of it. Fletch started a campaign for Bonnie, sent her orchids and a note. It was a dirty trick, and besides, my conscience was beginning to bother me. So right after dinner, I went to see Fletch at our apartment.
Oh,
All right. So I did send Bonnie some flowers.
Oh, I'm through. As of now, I consider the Farmer family orphans.
Why, Link, old man, you're not jealous of little harmless me, are you?
Well, that's got nothing to do with it. The Porters are nice people, and I'm through using them.
Well, it's not hurting them any.
It'll hurt them plenty if they ever find out about it. And I can't keep that radio of theirs out of order forever. No, it wouldn't be so bad if we could just do something for them.
Well, I'm for that, Link. Listen, I'll go down to the bakery in the morning and fix it up with the boss for the old man to get a raise, a big one. We'll pay for it ourselves. Hey, that'll go good on the show, too. Pop gets a raise.
Can't we ever do one human thing without getting our pound of flesh?
I knew you wouldn't let me down. Hey, you better get to bed. You have to be at that bakery at 5.
Yeah. Oh, I'm getting so little sleep these days, I've got white circles under my eyes.
Yes, sir, Link. Why, the boss ain't never given anybody over a $2 raise, and he gave me 10. I'm in the upper brackets now.
Oh, you deserved it, Pop.
Well, I bet you if that donut machine of mine had worked, he'd given me 20. If only they'd have come out with holes into them.
Yeah, it's too bad.
I think we should have cocktails and some of those hoary dories before supper.
Link, there's someplace I want you to take me tonight.
Where?
Well, it's kind of a surprise, and if I tell you, you might not take me. Well, how about it?
Well, of course I'll take you. Any place you say.
Well, you were pretty puzzled, weren't you, Link?
Plenty. Bonnie wouldn't tell me a thing. She just kept saying, come on, you'll find out. And then before I knew it, we were outside the apartment building where Fletch and I live.
You were in the spot. What did you do?
Well, I tried to hang back, think of excuses, anything. But I was so busy trying to keep the doorman and the elevator boy from recognizing me that we were right in front of my apartment door before I realized it.
Bonnie, my sweet,
Hello.
come in. There's a roaring fire, a bottle of champagne, just for the two of us.
And baby makes 3.
Oh,
yeah. So nice of you to have me up. Glad to see you, Mr. Marvin. Glad to see you. Hey, got yourself quite a place here.
Bonnie, I thought we had a date. I didn't know you were bringing Mr. Ferret along.
Ferris is the name. Well, it's a nice dressing robe you're wearing, Mr. Marvin.
Thank you.
Were you just getting up or were you going to bed?
Well, I wasn't
I
expecting...
guess you think it's pretty nervy of me, Mr. Marvin, to bring Link here.
Oh, no, not at all.
You know, you're always saying there's nothing you wouldn't do for me, and Link here sings very well. Link, Mr. Marvin is a big radio executive, and maybe he could get you into radio.
Well, think of that.
Bonnie, I never transact business at night.
All I want you to do is to listen to Link sing.
Oh, I'd be glad to.
Good.
Some other time.
But
Suppose I did go to his apartment. I took you with me, didn't I?
Yeah, but you made the date before you even asked me. Suppose I hadn't gone.
You keep insinuating things, and so help me, I'll push you off the top of this bus.
I warned you about that fella. He's a wolf.
You should talk. You go out chasing every night.
I've told you a million times I don't go chasing.
Should never have done anything for you in the first place. Maybe Mom's right.
Nah, you're beginning to sound more and more like her.
I hate you. I feel like I'm going to cry.
Well, go ahead if it'll make you feel any better.
Wouldn't give you the satisfaction.
Then don't cry.
Why don't you go to her?
Oh, there is no her. There's only you. Now, there. Are you satisfied now that you made me say it?
Link, me? You mean you love me?
Well, don't act so surprised.
Oh, Link. Oh, darling. I can't wait to tell Mom and Pop. Mom, Pop, everybody, wake up. Well, what are you all doing up?
We've been waiting for you, you and Mr. Ferris.
What's the matter?
Mr. Ferris, this is Mr. Mammal.
I'm your Uncle Jake's lawyer, and we're suing you and Marvin, the advertising company, for $100,000.
How do you like that, Mr. Ferris?
What in the world are you talking about, Uncle Jake?
Bonnie, whatever happens, I want you to know that I meant every word I said tonight.
Huh?
Yeah, him and that Fletcher Marvin, they're friends. They've been spying on us. We got the radio fixed and heard the whole program. We're that crazy farmer family. You've been writing down everything we said and done. Spies, Gestapo.
This isn't true, Link.
Oh, it's quite true, Miss Porter, and he's going to pay.
Yeah, funny.
But, Link, you were broke. We tried to help you.
Well, I never said I was broke. Fletch and I just got started, and it seemed to get out of hand.
Yeah, you made me an old crackpot with a lot of crazy inventions.
And me, a nagging old hen.
And me, a loafer.
Positive defamation of character.
You made a fool of me, you and Fletch. You've been laughing at me.
Bonnie, tonight I practically asked you to marry me. That was on the level.
Mr. Ferris, you're not welcome here. You better go.
Yeah, go on.
Is that the way you feel about it, Bonnie?
How do you think I feel? Lying to me. Well, you even proposed to me just to get material for that radio program of yours.
No, you can't believe that.
I believe you're the lowest form of animal life, and I never want to see you again.
Yeah, now Jake's the head man around here. I'll never get a break. I'm a lost soul.
Well, Link, Bonnie would have nothing to do with either of you. And the porters sued. What about Mr. Twitchell?
Well, Harold, when Fletch and I went down to see him the next morning, he seemed a little upset.
Upset? Why, you blasted idiot, you've ruined Lemon and Twitchell. That's what you've done. I paid my good money for writers, creators, not a couple of peeping toms.
Well, it was a good idea. Just backfired, that's all.
Lawsuits, that's what I'm getting. You're fired, both of you. Then you'll never work again. I'll see to that.
Now, wait a minute. I think I've got it. Now, look, we'll stay on the air. Tell the public there is a farmer family, but their real name is Porter. Tell them that everything they've heard or about to hear is true.
That's an admission of guilt.
Sure, but you don't have a case anyway. So Fletch and I went on the air and told the truth. The program stood the country on its ear. Overnight, the Porters became famous.
Yeah, I'll say we did. They took our pictures and people started coming to the house to meet us. We finally had to charge admission. In fact, the house is full of tourists when Lawyer Mammal rushed in all out of breath.
Mr. Porter, I've got great news. We're not suing for $100,000. We're suing for $1 million.
$1 million?
Yes. Now, we've got a lot of papers to sign. Let's get this crowd out of here. Everybody out. Everybody out.
Well, now, what's the trouble?
There's no trouble at all. We're going to get $1 million.
$1 million? Why? We can have a house in Long Island.
Yeah.
You better take care of this house first. I'm packed and leaving.
But, Bonnie, where are you going?
To the YWCA to live.
But why?
Because you've turned this house into a freak show. You're suing because they showed us up to be a bunch of screwballs on that radio program. Well, we're acting like screwballs, and I won't have any part of it. Goodbye.
But, Bonnie, wait.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I know what's eating her. She's in love with one of those radio writers.
Well, let her go. We've got just as good a case without her.
Oh, have we? Here, give me those papers.
Don't tear those up. Are you going crazy?
Bonnie's right. I just realized it. We are a lot of daffodils if we claim that farmer family has hurt us any. Didn't they make me foreman down at the bakery? They ain't my picture on every bread wrapper. They've done us a favor.
If you think we're going to pass up a chance to make
shut up, Jake. And, Pop, you're right. And now, Mr. Mammal, we won't be needing you.
No, go chase yourself an ambulance.
Now, you look here. I put in a lot of work on this case, and
Well, send your bill to Jake here. He hired you. Sue him. That's an idea. I wish you would sue him.
Why, you can't.
On your way, on your way.
Now, Mom, you go after Bonnie and bring her home. I'll take care of that love situation. I ain't an inventor for nothing.
But, Pop, that love situation looks pretty hopeless to me.
Oh, don't worry, Harold. Me and Mr. Twitchell fixed it up so that I could get the boys over to the house and get Bonnie to decide which one of them she was in love with. And broadcast it, too, on the radio. So from Maine to California, they'd know her answer.
Broadcast it? Did Bonnie agree to that?
Oh, Bonnie didn't know nothing about it. Neither did Link or Fletch. You see, them fellas from the radio station came here beforehand and put a microphone in a vase of flowers right on our own dining room table. Oh, it was exciting. And then when time came to go on the air, I just managed to get Bonnie up close to that vase. She didn't even suspect a thing when in walks Link and Fletch.
Pop, what do you mean by bringing them in here? I don't want to see them.
Oh, yes, you do.
Oh, no, I don't.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it.
Oh, no, you don't. No, nobody leave this room until we talk everything over.
There's nothing to talk about.
You're right. Let's get out of here.
Now, wait, boys. Bonnie, you know you're in love with one of these boys. 30 million people out there are waiting for you to make up your mind. Now, which one of them are you going to marry?
I'm not going to marry anyone. Is that clear? I won't stand for this.
Now, just a minute. Just come back here to this table. I'm not through yet. You listen to me, Bonnie. Ever since the night Link left, you've been mooning around the house like a stray cat.
Oh, I have not.
Don't let her fool you, folks.
What?
I want to repeat that.
Now, Bonnie, look, Bonnie, if you're just being stubborn, I want to repeat it. I love you.
Yeah. Hey! Now we're getting someplace, folks.
Are you feeling all right, Pop?
Now, look, Bonnie, let's not fight like a couple of kids.
I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man in the world.
Bonnie, does that mean you're going to marry Fletch?
It does not.
Really? Well, at least he's an improvement over you.
Looks like she's proposing to you, Fletch. Doesn't it, folks?
Well, I'd consider it a very great honor, Bonnie, but...
Bonnie, he's a Jekyll and Hyde. You wouldn't put up with him for a week, and he knows it.
Link's right. You know, when night begins to fall, something happens to me. My fangs begin to drip.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, he likes to prowl.
Oh, wonderful. We'll prowl together.
Hey, but Bonnie...
Well, in that case, I'll leave you two lovebirds alone.
Now, Link, wait a minute now.
Yeah, hey, come back here, Link. Wait a minute.
All right, Bonnie, but let's stop this pretending. Are you going to marry me or not?
Well, if you don't mind taking a girl who's almost been turned down.
Whoopee! She's going to marry Link. I hope you folks listening in are as happy about this as I am. Whoopee! Hey! Oh, my goodness, I broke your mother's best vase.
Pop, what's that microphone doing there?
Why, we're on the air right now.
So you boys have been up to some of your old tricks. Why, you...
Now, Bonnie, wait.
I'll show you, Link Ferris, you lying, cheating rascal.
Now, Bonnie, stop it.
Ouch, Bonnie. Oh.
Mom's best dishes. The boys didn't know anything more about it than you did.
They didn't? Oh, Link, darling.
Oh. Folks, this is Pop Porter signing off saying, ain't it wonderful? Mom and me started out this same happy way, and I never regretted a minute of it. Have I, Mom? No, I haven't. I mean up to now.
Now, this is Harold Lloyd.
Victor Moore.
Dick Powell.
And Rosemary DeCamp.
Saying good night to you for Old Gold. And I hope you'll be with us again next Sunday when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents Linda Darnell, Lee Bowman in The Vacious Lady. See you then.
True to Life was presented by arrangement with Paramount Pictures, producers of And Now Tomorrow. We thank the Fitch Bandwagon for the appearance of Dick Powell. Victor Moore is now making Duffy's Tavern at Paramount. And this is Bob Williams saying good night until next week.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Steel Corporation invites you to hear Fred Allen in the Theater Guild on-the-air production of Rip Van Winkle. Any similarity to Washington Irving's original is purely accidental. Every day, everywhere, you are served by products of steel. At home, in your business, and when you travel. The trademark of United States Steel, USS, on any steel product is your guide to quality steel. And now, here is Roger Pryor speaking for the Theater Guild, one of America's foremost theatrical producers.
Thank you, Norman Brokenshire, and good evening, everyone. For the holidays, we bring Fred Allen and the Theater Guild together in Rip Van Winkle, or Stop the Drama, an original program by Frank Gabrielston, which you could describe as a travesty of Rip Van Winkle or Allen's Once Over Lightly. Kenny Delmar plays Hendrik Hudson. As Axel Menander, the director, you'll hear Arthur Margetson. Mary Wicks is Miss Dimmick, and Billy Lynn of the Theater Guild stage success The Silver Whistle will be heard as Mr. Horner. Our version of Rip Van Winkle is a play within a play. Some of the action takes place in an old Dutch-American village. Some more of it happens in the Catskill Mountains. But our story really begins right here at the Vanderbilt Theater at the stage door. It was a few days ago, just before our first rehearsal, A determined-looking chap was trying to open the stage door, and the doorman was saying,
You can't come in, I said. Backstage is for actors.
Now, look, Pop, I am not here trying to collect autographs. I'm the star of this week's program.
The star?
I'm going to play Rip Van Winkle. Well, I hope it's that funny when I get on the air with it.
Good morning, Eddie. What's so funny?
Oh, hello, Mr. Pryor. This creep says he's going to be the star of our show this week.
Why, it's Fred Allen.
Hello, Roger.
Fred, what are you doing on the show? Alfred Lunt was supposed to play Rip.
Well, as I've been trying to tell this old chap here, something happened to Alfred Lunt, and they sent me over to play Rip Van Winkle.
Oh, swell. Why didn't you explain it to me, sir?
Oh, it's too late to be civil now. You had your chance.
Here now, let me open the door wide.
Nothing will help.
I didn't know you played dramatic parts, Fred.
Dramatic parts, Roger. Anybody can play Rip Van Winkle.
Well, you think you can do it?
Well, why not? All the star has to do is fall asleep. And I brought a couple of sleeping pills in case I'm not in the mood.
Well, I wonder what happened to Alfred Lunt.
You know something, Roger? I imagine that he turned down the part. You know, with all the shows that he's in, Alfred Lunt gets a percentage. Now, why should he play a part where he sleeps all through the play? With his eyes closed, Lunt can't count the house. With me, I have to play it.
You have to play it?
It's my lawyer's fault, Roger. Do you know, by any chance, in the legal profession, do you know Amos Torts?
Oh, yes. Amos is the Theater Guild lawyer.
Oh, well, Torts is everybody's lawyer. He's the only lawyer I know who will even plead a case on the goodwill court. You know, if it wasn't for Torts, I wouldn't be here.
Well, how do you mean, Fred?
Well, it all started a few weeks ago, Roger. Torts asked me to come over to his office. As I came in the door, I heard Amos on the telephone.
Yes, R.H. Right, R.H. There's only one thing to do, R.H. We'll sue. Okay, R.H.
Well, Amos?
I'm sorry to hold you up, Fred. That was my client, R.H. Macy.
R.H. Macy? Well, Amos, you...
Oh, excuse me, Fred. Yes, Bernard. Right, Bernard. There's only one thing to do, Bernard. We'll sue. Yes. Okay, Bernard. My client, Bernard Gimble.
Oh, really? Well, who are Macy and Gimble going to sue?
Each other.
But you represent both clients, Amos. How can you sue yourself?
I have a split personality.
Oh, I see. Amos, you sent for me.
Yes, Fred. I've been going over your accounts. I must caution you that you are a spendthrift.
Amos, for your information, I am no spendthrift. I am tighter than the top olive in a bottle.
You made a lot of money last year, but you didn't keep much.
Amos, I didn't hide the money in a pumpkin. I give you my word. Most of the money went for taxes.
Fred, I can show you how you can make more money than you ever dreamed of.
How, Amos?
Do what some of the smart comedians are doing. I can sell your program outright to the Equitable Broadcasting Network. They'll pay millions for you, Fred. And think of it. You won't have to play opposite those programs giving away iceboxes.
Oh, say that. Well, you mean you could get me one of those deals? Well, if you can get a big enough price, Amos, I'll retire.
No, Fred. If your program is sold to another network, your services will have to be included.
Yeah?
Now, have I your permission to go ahead?
Amos, you see what you can do. I'll go over and tell the Chase National Bank to stand by. Well, all my life, Roger, I've heard that money is the root of all evil. And all my life, I've been trying to get enough of the root together to put that theory to the test. Well, you can imagine how I felt a few days later when the phone rang and Amos Torts said...
Fred?
Yes, Amos?
Congratulate me, Fred. I have just sold you to the Equitable Broadcasting Company for $6 million.
Wow. $6 million. Think of it, Roger. And I could keep 75%. Why, I had so much money, I not only bought Portland a television set, I got her 4 bartenders to go with it. Well, the next month, my program switched over to the Equitable Network. Everything was going fine. And then one day, the vice president in charge of programs sent for me. As I came into his office, he said...
Ellen?
Yes, Mr. Dead Air?
I want to talk to you.
Well, I didn't know you vice presidents could talk. I always thought you sent memos, you boy.
Don't be funny, Alan. You can't push vice presidents around on this network.
Well, what is on your executive mind, Mr. Dead Air?
Alan, I'm not satisfied with your work.
Well, my program is the same as it's always been. Same structure, same stooges. I'm even telling the same jokes.
Ellen, do you know how many hours there are in a day?
24.
Do you know how many days there are in a week?
Well, I did know. I heard some housewife win $8,000 for answering that question on a quiz show the other day. Break the Sponsor, I think, was the name of the program.
I repeat, Alan, don't be funny. How many days in a week?
Well, this woman said 7. And for that, she got a lifetime supply of Venetian blinds.
Now then, do you know how many hours that is in a week?
Say, you know, that was the giant jackpot question. 168 hours.
And do you realize that out of those 168 hours, you were on the air only 13 minutes?
A little of me goes a long way, Mr. Dead Air.
The Equitable Broadcasting Company paid $6 million for you, Ellen, and we intend to get our money's worth.
Oh, you mean you want me to do another program?
Not one other program, Alan.
Oh.
Several other programs. We're going to keep you busy.
Well, in rebuttal, Mr. Dead Air, may I say to you, sir, here now in your executive presence, that you cannot make me work if I don't want to?
Have you read your contract?
All but the fine print. Fine print gives me a headache. My lawyer explained everything to me.
I'm afraid he brushed over a few things. I'll read this clause. Where's my magnifying glass?
Right there, next to your aspirin, right there.
Yes, here it is. The party of the first part, that's you, grants the party of the second part, that's us, full and entire use of his services, professional and personal, now and forever. In other words, you belong to the Equitable Broadcasting Company.
You mean that I'm a slave?
For $6 million, the Equitable Broadcasting Company is going to get something.
Oh, there's some mistake here, Mr. Dead Air. Get Taft or Hartley. Get my lawyer. Call Amos Torch.
It's no use, Alan. Amos Torch is our lawyer, too.
Then you can take your money back, sir. You can send the truck in the morning. I'll have the money piled up in front of the house. Neatly.
We don't want your money, Alan. We'll make more money out of you.
Yeah, this is terrible. You should try a little Duz on that laugh, sir. This is terrible. What am I going to do?
You can start getting to bed early. Yeah. Arthur Godfrey's giving up that early morning spot, and we're putting you in there.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, no. Mr. Dead Air, wait. Oh, mister, I can't get up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
I'll make it easy for you. I'll make you an all-night disc jockey, and then you'll be up.
So that's my story, Roger. There are 168 hours in a week, and I am working all of them.
And they sent you over here to take Alfred Lunt's place today.
Roger, they send me every place. I just finished barking on Bulldog Drummond's program. I hold the pail on the Milkman's matinee. And I go around with a blotter after the ink spots. When the mystery chef finishes cooking a dish, I solve the mystery.
But, Fred, I think you'll enjoy working with the Theater Guild. The Guild is the foremost theatrical organization in the country.
Roger, that is what worries me. With the plays the Guild puts on, they are authorities on sleep. Now, when they see me as Rip Van Winkle...
Oh, you can't miss. Axel Menander is the program director.
Menander?
Yeah, he's also one of the heads of the Theater Guild.
Don't tell me the Theater Guild has 2 heads.
No, I don't see.
Yeah, here comes Menander now.
This is Menander.
Other people get Garbo. Why can't we?
Well, she just won't do radio, Mr. Menander.
Nonsense. The stage, the cinema, the wireless, all drama. If Garbo can do one, she can do the other. Wire her to that effect, Mr. Dimmick.
Yes, Mr. Menander.
Now then, where's our star for today?
I'm right here, Mr. Menander.
You're not Alfred Lunt?
Mr. Menander.
No. Yes, Dimmick?
We couldn't get Lunt, remember?
Oh, yes. Then who's this seedy-looking mummer?
He's Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? To play Rip Van Winkle?
Mr. Menander, he's the only one we could get. We scraped the barrel on this part.
And you certainly reached bottom.
Oh, careful. He might be able to hear, and if we lose him, there just isn't anybody.
Well, Fred, it certainly is nice to have you with us.
And it's nice to be here, Mr. Menander.
Since the death of Joseph Jefferson, I've always maintained that you're the one person who can play Rip Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Menander.
I expect great things of you, Fred.
I expect the God of truth to strike me dead. I expect United States Steel, the industrial family that serves the nation, to break their contract.
Did you say something, sir?
I said only that I expected great things of you, Fred. You'll play the part beautifully.
Oh.
If you can play anything with that face and that voice that sounds like somebody chewing slate pencils.
What did you say, sir?
I said you play this part beautifully.
No, I mean after that, sir.
Look here, have you been listening to my asides?
Your what?
Asides, my boy. The Theatre Guild once produced a play of Eugene O'Neill's called Strange Interlude. In it, O'Neill employed an antique dramatic device known as the aside. A character speaks his thoughts, but none of the other characters can hear him. Many of us at the Theatre Guild have adopted it in our personal lives.
Oh, I see.
Now, do you understand? Though heaven knows what understanding can penetrate that moronic brow.
I think I understand.
Or do I? Menander's nuts. Only an insane man would go around repeating his thoughts out loud. I wonder if all of the people at the Theatre Guild go around talking to themselves. I wouldn't be surprised.
Mr. Vick, are we ready? Well, let's get to Rip Van Winkle.
The cast is all here, Mr. Menander.
Well, where's our author? Where's GBS?
GBS? Gosh, GBS. Did he write this script?
Well, GBS writes most of the Theatre Guild scripts.
Gad, this is an honor. Starring in a play by GBS.
Oh, here's GBS now.
Oh.
Well, howdy, Axel.
GBS, I'd like you to meet our star, Fred Allen.
It's a real honor, sir.
Fred, this is our author, GBS, Galveston B. Sumac.
Galveston B. Galveston, the GBS. What does the B stand for, Mr. Sumac?
Beethoven.
Oh.
Oh, but I never use it. I don't want to get my reputation on another man's name. Plain old GBS is good enough for me.
Well, GBS, have you been writing long?
Yep, been writing since before I could read.
Oh, say.
Wasn't old enough to walk hardly before they found me scribbling on our parlor walls. All I needed was a wall and an idea, and there was no holding me. One day, a paper hanger happened to take a look at my childish scrawls on the wall and found out there wasn't scrawls at all. Them was poems.
Well, has your house ever been published, GBS?
No, not that one at Galveston.
Well, tell me, don't you ever write on paper?
Couldn't ever get used to paper.
Say.
Wall somehow inspired me. I'll never forget that ranch we had on the Panhandle. Wrote my first published story there. Covered all the walls of the bunkhouse, inside, and the doors on the outside.
Well, how did you get your story published? You mail in the bunkhouse?
I hate to butt in, GBS, but we've got to get on with our rehearsal. Now, get set, everybody. All right, Roger. Give us the opening line.
The story of Rip Van Winkle.
Music, Louis. Hold it. Stop. Louis.
Yes, Mr. Menander?
This is the story of Rip Van Winkle. What is that barnyard music you're playing?
Well, the Guild always insists on music that fits the play.
That is our tradition, yes.
Well, I read Rip Van Winkle. Most of the story takes place in the Catskill Mountains. This music just fits.
This foul symphony?
Well, it's She'll Be Coming Around the Mountain. You see, for Rip, we can change it to He'll Be Coming Round the Mountain.
Ridiculous, Louis. Now, picture Rip. He's up there in the Catskills overlooking the Hudson.
The river. I gotcha.
Let's try it again.
Okay. Let's go, boys. 1, 2...
Stop it.
Something wrong, Mr. Menander?
What is that brassy gem?
Anchors away. It fits in with the river.
Louis, this is Rip Van Winkle, not Mr. Roberts. The story concerns Rip's adventures with a band of Dutch settlers in the hills.
Oh, Dutch. Oh, okay, boys.
Hold it. Stop the music.
Yes, Mr. Menander?
Louis.
Yes, Mr. Menander?
Forget Rip Van Winkle. Forget the Theatre Guild. The story takes place in the 18th century. Play anything.
I'll improvise.
Where the Catskill Mountains are the greenest, and the lordly Hudson is most blue, a little village lies. And in the year 1770, there lived here a simple, good-natured rustic by the name of Rip Van Winkle. And now, if we listen carefully, we discover Rip in his cornfield, working.
Stop.
Hold it, everybody. Now we'll hear from the genius of the advertising agency. This is Mr. Horner, everybody.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Axel,
Thought it'd be more convenient if you'd wait till after rehearsal.
It would normally, but this is basic.
Well?
Fred, does that snoring mean that you were supposed to be asleep?
Well, that's what the script says, Mr. Horner.
Fred, this is basic. We're doing an American classic, and it's un-American to have the hero a lazy man.
Well, that's what it says in the story. That's the story.
Well, he can't be lazy.
Now, just a moment. I'm the director. I have something to say here. Rip was not lazy.
He fell asleep in the field.
Do you think for a moment that the Theatre Guild would have the slightest interest in Rip Van Winkle if it was simply the portrait of a lazy man?
If he's not lazy, what is he? What is he?
He's neurotic. Obviously neurotic.
That's worse than being lazy. How do you think the client would like it if we did an American classic and the hero is out of his mind?
Being neurotic is not being insane. I happen to be neurotic myself.
You see?
Say, I have a suggestion, gentlemen.
Well?
Why don't we play Rip as a lazy neurotic, but at the same time make him level-headed and full of go?
That's good.
Blend those.
Yes.
It can't start out with him asleep in the cornfield.
Well, suppose he's asleep at a table in front of the tavern.
You mean he's drunk?
Falstaff drinks?
Falstaff's not the hero of an American classic.
Mr. Horner, this all happened in 1770. Rip wasn't even a citizen then.
A foreigner, huh? Well, in that case, you can do anything you like with him.
I can sleep at the opening?
You can drop dead at the opening.
Let's start once again, lads.
Where the Catskill Mountains are the greenest and the lordly Hudson is most blue, a little village lies. And in the year 1770, there lived here a simple, good-natured fellow by the name of Rip Van Winkle. And now, if you listen carefully, we discover Rip in his cornfield working.
Do you call that a snore, Mr. Allen?
As snores go, I thought it was a gem.
Well, it won't do for the Guild.
Well, what's the matter with it?
I want a snore with expression in it.
Oh.
Now, if Alfred Lunt was snoring at that microphone, it would be it would be too beautiful to bear.
Yes?
He'd make us think of little children drowsing over their toys.
Yes?
Or murderers haunted by their dreams. And of great whales asleep at sea.
Great whales.
Now, you try it. No. Try for an organ tone.
An organ tone. I shall open my diapason.
No. I want a snore, not a dive bomber.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was using both nostrils. I'll cut down to one nostril. How was that?
No, you aren't breathing right. That's what the trouble is.
Well, there's only one way to breathe, in and out.
No, you aren't characterizing, Mr. Allen.
No.
From your snore, I want to know the kind of man Rip is.
Yes?
I want to know everything about him. You know, that he has his joys and his sorrows, his ecstasies.
Yes?
This isn't just a snore, Fred.
No.
This is the triumphant song of the brotherhood of man. This is what you have in common with your radio audience.
I see what you mean, Mr. Menander.
Good. Now, let's start our rehearsal. And go right through, shall we? Stand by, Roger. Music. Louis.
Where the Catskill Mountains are the greenest and the lordly Hudson is most blue, a little village lies.
No, hurry it up, Roger. We've heard this.
Oh, and in the year 1770, there lived here a simple, good-natured fellow by the name of Rip Van Winkle. Now, if we listen carefully, we'll discover Rip in his cornfield working.
Fie, Rip, fie, thus wouldst thou weed. Up, dullard.
Hold, wife.
I should hold thou sleeping, everlastingly sleeping.
Why dost thou sleep at midday, father?
Art thou ill, mine father?
I am not ill, children, nor do I sleepeth.
Why art thou not working like the other men of our village?
Because, O son of my loins, I am thinking.
Well, what dost thou think about, sweet father?
About a new way to catch the running deer. Then we shall never want for meat.
Could talk be eaten, we'd all be fat. Sleep and prattle is thy whole life,
and all the while we go hungry and in rags. Hast thou no pride?
Pride is a sin before the Almighty, Dame Winkle.
I'd rather have thee a sinner then than what thou art. A lazy, useless, shiftless, idle good-for-nothing. Up, I say.
Aye, Dame Winkle.
Oh, and to think I could have been the wife of the Burgomaster Van Camp, the richest man in the village. And on the Sabbath, I should have ridden forth to church in a gleaming carriage with red wheels.
Someday we shall have a carriage.
Wilt we, Father? Oh, joy. Oh, joy.
Stop filling thy children's heads with foolish fancies. Get up and attend to thy labors.
In but a moment, Dame Winkle.
Oh, Rip, you try me sore. I have half a mind to beat thee.
Oh, oucheth, 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 oucheth. I'm glad thou hast but half a mind for it. A whole one would be my death. Oh, that hurteth. Oucheth, oucheth.
Then do as I tell thee now. I have a task for thee, if thy strength is up to it.
What is it? My strength is up to it. What is it, Dame?
Take thy small son into the village. I want Burgomaster Van Camp, who, as everyone knows, is also the village barber, to shear our son's overflowing locks.
Thou meanst thou wouldst his hair cut?
Even so. And if thou so much as touch thy foot inside the tavern door, thou'lt hear from me.
I dare say, Dame.
Cease loitering, then. Go and take that mangy dog of yours along with thee. His scent offends me.
Come, my son. Come, my dog.
Oh, good father.
Yes, thou urchin in my own image.
Mother saith that if thou spend half the time in church thou dost in the tavern, thou wouldst be a greater saint than any.
Thy mother hath a long tongue.
Look, there is the tavern now, Father.
Why, so it is, son.
I knew not this was the way to Burgomaster Van Camp's, who, as everyone knows, is also the village barber.
Methought the walk more pleasant this way, son.
Oh, it would distress Mother should she learn we walked thus past the tavern.
We are not yet past it, son.
Well, for thy sake, Father, I hope that Mother learneth not we cameth this way.
Who would possibly spread such a tale as that?
I have need of a new book of maxims, Father.
Pray for it, son.
Greetings, thou Van Winkle.
Oh, look, Father. There in his new carriage is Burgomaster Van Camp.
Who, as everyone knows, is also the village barber.
Oh, joy.
Oh, joy. Cut. Now, wait a minute. Oh, well, no. Menanda, look.
What are you stopping for, Fred?
I just want to get out from under this bare covey of adjectives for a while here.
Yes, you do seem to be having a bit of trouble with the words.
Trouble isn't... This is not exactly Noel Coward dialogue, I must say.
Well, Fred, what I was after was the savor and the aroma of the period.
GBS, I think you have trapped the aroma.
Alfred Lunt would just breeze through a part like this, Fred.
I can see why he'd want to hurry through it.
Well, see if you can't get a bit more of the classic manner in the playing,
Classic
Fred.
manner. This story starts off like a long epitaph.
Yeah, and how would you write it, Mr. Allen?
Well, look at GBS. Look at this opening speech of Dame Winkle's. Look at this. Fie, Rip, fie. Thus wouldst thou weed up dullard. Now, wouldn't it be a lot simpler if she just said, get up, you rat?
Hardly 18th century, Fred.
Well, neither am I.
Well, now, just how would you tell Rip Van Winkle, Mr. Allen?
Well, I wouldn't change it much.
All right. Well, how would you do it?
Well, excuse me, before we start, Mr. Menander, there was a phone call for you from the Equitable Broadcasting Company, Mr. O.O. Dead Air.
What did he want, Miss Dimmick?
Well, he said not to let Mr. Allen go when the rehearsal was over until the men from the broadcasting company came to pick him up. They'll give you a receipt for him.
Must you bother me with this trivia? Oh, let's get on with your idea, Fred.
Well, that's impossible just now, Mr. Menander. I've noticed here with a message from United States Steel is Norman Brokenshire.
You are listening to Rip Van Winkle, produced by the Theater Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel Corporation. And here speaking for United States Steel is George Hicks.
Good evening. We won't be with you again until after New Year's. So let me take this opportunity to wish each and every one of you a very happy healthy and prosperous 1949. Now, from Huntington, West Virginia, with a special New Year's message from U.S. Steel, is Benjamin F. Fairless, President of the corporation. Mr. Fairless.
Last year, about this time, when I was privileged to speak to you, I talked about the importance of teamwork. Teamwork between labor and management, between industry and government, and among all of us in American industry and business. Teamwork was my idea of the most important subject I could talk about in a New Year's message from U.S. Steel. And this year again, it is just as important. U.S. Steel, along with the entire steel industry, set impressive production records in 1948. The industry shipments to customers, for example, were over 2 million tons greater than the previous all-time record year of 1944. And of course, U.S. Steel, thanks to its $900 million modernization and improvement program, had plenty to do with these record shipments. But let me repeat what I said last year. Record-breaking production in 1949, just as in 1948 and 1947, depends not only on the size and efficiency of plants and equipment, but far more on what I consider the most important force for good in the world today, and that is the spirit and practice of teamwork. During 1948, for example, there was good teamwork going on in almost every phase of U.S. Steel's operations. Good teamwork between labor, as represented by the United Steelworkers, CIO, and our management. Splendid teamwork and understanding on the part of our customers, large and small, in the face of demand, which continued to stay ahead of even 1948's record-breaking production. And I only wish I could itemize the many, many kinds of teamwork U.S. Steel enjoyed in 1948 from transportation, coal mining, and all the other vitally important industries that help us provide you, the public, with more steel and better steel than ever before. Finally, even as I wish all of you a happy and prosperous new year on behalf of the 300,000 workers and 228,000 stockholders of U.S. Steel, I would also like to ask each of you to think about this teamwork idea for 1949. If all of us in the United States will really work together in the days ahead, then no problem will be too big for us, no goal too difficult to achieve. Working together as a team, we can help not only our own nation, but the entire world move forward into a new era of enduring peace and prosperity.
You are listening to the Theater Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel Corporation.
And now the curtain rises on the second act of Rip Van Winkle, starring Fred Allen as Rip and featuring Kenny Delmar as Torts, Arthur Margetson as Menander, Mary Wicks as Dimmick, and Billy Lynn as Mr. Horner. Fred Allen, who has become the exclusive property of the Equitable Broadcasting Company because he failed to read his contract properly, has been rented to the Theater Guild on the Air for a performance of Rip Van Winkle. A rehearsal for the play is now going on, which, when you consider the circumstances, certainly needs it.
Now then, Fred, you were about to tell us your version of Rip Van Winkle.
Well, Mr. Menander, I'd have it start out the same way that it starts now, you see. An old Dutch village. Only this Dutch village got big. It's New York City. The time is 1928. And in a Bronx flat live Rip Van Winkle, his wife, and their 2 children.
Where's your pa, Judy? Kitchen. Doing what? Working.
Pa, working?
Cross my heart and hope to die, Ma. Working.
Is he fixing the stove like he's been promising for the last year and a half?
No, he's working on his mousetrap. That one he's inventing.
Ah, that.
He's working hard, Ma. He's got it set in front of a hole, and he's waiting for it to go off.
Wake up, you lazy bum.
I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm thinking.
Look who's thinking.
It's just a question of getting the bugs out of my mousetrap.
Anybody who baits a trap with cheese in a New York apartment is going to get bugs.
Why don't you get up on your big feet and go out and look for a job like other men?
Can't you just be patient until I perfect my mousetrap?
Your own son needs shoes.
Oh, shit.
Judy needs undershirts. The rent ain't paid. And all you can think about is catching some defenseless mouse. What kind of a man are you that you get so much fun out of picking on mice that never done nothing to you? Hey, you know what you are?
What?
You're a neurotic.
Yeah?
I read about your kind. You're a neurotic.
What's wrong with trying to build the best mousetrap in the world?
Ah, you and your mousetrap.
Oh.
My old steady, Harold Van Camp, not only owns his own barber shop, but he just bought an almost brand new stud spear cat.
Oh, I wish we had a car, Daddy.
Someday we'll have 2 cars, Judy. If my mousetrap doesn't do it, Coolidge Prosperity will.
Say, does it ever occur to you that I could have married Mr. Harold Van Camp?
It occurs to me daily on the hour.
If you just find a job, Mr. Rip Van Winkle, maybe your family could ride around an almost brand new stud spare cat.
I'll find a job soon.
You'll go looking right this minute. You go to the employment agency and you go right now. You hear me?
All right.
And while you're there, you can take Junior to Harold Von Camp's barber shop next door. Junior's got to speak a piece in Sunday school, and I don't want him looking like a fiddler. He's out front playing.
At the moment, I do not happen to have the money for Junior's haircut.
Oh, ain't that a surprise, Mr.
Well.
Rockefeller? Well, here's the 60 cents, and don't let me catch you losing it.
Could I maybe have a nickel extra for a cigar?
You could not.
A stogie?
And take that lazy dog of yours with you when you go. He smells.
Well, you just wait until I finish my mousetrap. The world will beat a path to our door.
Pa, when the world beats a path to our door, who'll keep it shoveled in the wintertime?
Junior will. Come on, Wolf. Come on, boy. Come on, Wolf. We next discover Rip Van Winkle walking along a Bronx street with his dog Wolf and his son Junior.
Boy, I'll be glad when I'm as big as you, Pa.
Proud of your father, eh, Junior?
You're kidding. But when I'm your size, I just like to see you make me get my hair cut.
Stop, Junior.
Huh?
Junior, don't move.
What's Wolf doing?
Acting like a well-trained English setter should. Wolf's pointing.
It ain't polite to point. Point at what?
You see that gentleman with the big black cigar?
Yeah? Oh, now he's throwing a cigar away.
So he is. Fetch, Wolf. Fetch, boy.
Like that, he's picking up the cigar, Pa.
See how gently he does it so the cigar won't be harmed? What form?
I like that. He's barking with a lit cigar in his mouth. That ain't easy. Oh, now he's bringing it back to us.
Retrieve is the proper term, Junior. Wolf is a bird dog.
The cigar must be a white owl, huh? Oh! He's laying it right in your hand and still lighted.
Blood tells every time, Junior. Good dog, Wolf. Good dog,
Well,
Wolf.
what do you know? You taught him to snipe butts.
A poor man has to be resourceful, Junior.
Boy, wait till I tell the kids about this.
I think it may be better if you don't tell anyone about this, Junior. Your mother might think it was undignified.
Yeah, well, give me a dime or I tell her.
Well, I haven't a dime.
Okay, a nickel then.
I'm your father, Junior. I haven't got a nickel.
Okay, I'm going to tell Ma. That's all.
Junior,
I'm going to tell
Junior,
Ma.
quiet,
I'm gonna tell
Junior,
Ma.
Junior.
That's all.
Junior, I'll make a deal with you.
What?
Don't tell your mother, and I'll let you smoke half of the cigar. Well, let's go. Come on, Wolf. Ah, nice, Wolf.
Hey, Pa, what's a speakeasy?
A speakeasy? Junior, a speakeasy.
Well, you ought to know. Ma says you're the reason they have them.
Well, that's your mother. She's as funny as a mortician's acquaintance.
Yeah, but what's a speakeasy?
Well, you might call it an adult soda fountain.
Gee, I wish I could go to one sometime.
I would like to satisfy your curiosity, Junior, but we only have 60 cents, and that 60 cents is earmarked for your haircut.
Well, could we just walk in, want to look? We wouldn't have to buy a soda.
Stop, Junior. You make me thirsty talking about sodas.
I want to go to a speakeasy, Pa.
Come on, then. How can I deny a little child's tears? Hello, Hugo.
What are you doing with that kid in my speakeasy? It's illegal.
This urchin happens to be my son, Rip Jr.
Son or no son, I ain't giving you credit today.
We're only here to look around, Hugo.
No credit.
By the way, Hugo, did you ever hear Wolf and me sing our duet? How dry I am, how dry I am.
I bought you the last free drink I'm ever going to buy you for singing it. Hard-hearted Hugo, cash on the bar.
I want some Moxie, Pa.
You can't have it.
I want Moxie.
Then you should keep your hair from growing. We need this 60 cents to give to that Harold Van Camp so he can ride around in his Stutz Bearcat.
I don't want a haircut. I want Moxie.
No credit.
Not even for Moxie, Hugo?
I'm not giving you nothing today.
I don't want much, Hugo.
I'm giving you nothing, I said.
Not even the lend of a pair of scissors, Hugo?
Well, here's a scissors, then.
Come here, Junior.
What are you going to do, Pa?
Take off your beret, Junior.
What happened to my boy's hair?
That Van Camp just ain't much of a barber, that's all.
Harold cut them chunks out?
You know, I think his fingers are still cramped from driving his Stutz.
Oh, how could you let Mr. Van Camp do such a thing, Junior?
Well, Pa was there, too.
Oh, ain't you going to be a sight in Sunday school? It don't even look like a haircut. Looks like he put his head in a pencil sharpener.
Let us be thankful for small favors, wife. He still has his ears.
And to think that Harold Van Camp could do this to me after what him and me was to each other.
Come in, come in.
This is one place I'm going to sell a ticket to the Barber's Picnic, or my name ain't Harold Van Camp.
Oh, hello, Harold. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Van Camp.
Mr. Van Camp, she says, but no kidding. What a picnic. Next Sunday at the old Barber's home in the Catskill Mountains. It's for the benefit of the Barber's Fund, but we won't clip you much.
Some nerve you got to talk about Barber's benefits after what you done to Junior.
I done.
Look at my poor boy.
What, he get run over?
Don't play dumb with me. You cut his hair, and I'm going to sue.
Oh, no, I didn't cut the kid's hair. Holy cow, I'd do a better job than that with my grandmother's false teeth.
Well, who done it, then?
Well, it wasn't no barber. If you ask me, it wasn't even a man. Looks more like a baboon went crazy with the hedge clippers.
A baboon, huh? I know somebody that description fits to a T. Rip.
Yes, dame?
What do you got to say for yourself?
Me?
You, Mr. No Good.
Well,
What's that, a fire?
It's my mousetrap. It works.
Hey, Pa! Pa, Wolf sat on the mousetrap again.
So the following Sunday finds Rip Van Winkle at the old Barber's Picnic.
Hold it. Hold everything a minute, please.
Oh, now what, Horner?
Oh, we can't have all this stuff about Barber's benefits, Fred.
But barbers have to have benefits, Mr. Horner. When a barber gets old, what does he got? 2 or 3 tons of old hair. What can a barber do with old hair? Sit around and part it?
I'm talking about this Van Camp being a barber.
Oh.
He's your heavy, isn't he? He's the villain.
Yes, he's the villain, that's right.
Then he can't be a barber. That's no way to treat a sponsor who makes steel. What do you think they make razors out of? Bubble gum?
Oh, I see your point, Mr. Horner. This is a problem. If we offend school teachers, the bottom will drop out of the pinpoint market. Full of brushmen are in constant contact with metal doorbells. A playboy might even own stock in the company. Say, how about this?
What, Fred?
Harold Van Camp, a non-entity.
That's it, Fred. A non-entity. A perfect radio character.
Shall we continue, gentlemen? So the following Sunday finds Rip Van Winkle at the old non-entity's picnic. Everybody who is nobody is there. And Rip is having the time of his life.
I'll wake up, can't you?
I'm awake.
Some man you are. You can't even come to the Catskill Mountains for a day of rest and relaxation without falling asleep.
Where's Wolf?
He's running around someplace. I hope he's lost. Serve you right for bringing him.
I better take a look around. Here, Wolf. Wolf.
If you're going to look for him, get up and look. Don't just lay there and yell.
What's the matter, Judy?
I'm scared something's happened to Wolf.
Oh, he's just off hunting a rabbit or something.
But I heard him barking up on the side of that big mountain there.
Well, don't worry. Wolf won't fall off.
But that mountain's haunted. It's what, Judy? It's haunted. One of the old men who lives here told me so. Some kind of awful things live up on top of the mountain, and they come out whenever it thunders. They're out now.
Ain't you ashamed of yourself, Rip Van Winkle? Here's your own daughter crying her heart out, and you ain't stirring a step. Get that dog.
Here, Wolf. Here, Wolf.
Oh,
Wolf.
get up and look for him like a man.
All right, I will.
Oh, be careful of those awful things up on the mountain, Pa.
Judy, after the years I've spent with your mother, there's nothing I can meet up in the mountain that can frighten me. Wolf! Wolf! Where are you, Wolf? There you are, you runaway. Come here. What's the idea, making me chase all the way up this mountain after you, huh? What was that again? Oh, all right, all right. But don't let it happen again. Now, let's see. Which way do we go? A fine nose you've got for a hunting dog. You must have a sinus condition. Every time I follow you, we come out higher up on the mountain. We're lost, Wolf, and it's your fault. It's getting dark, too. The wife ain't gonna like this. This place gives me the creeps. One of the old men at the Nonentity's home said it was haunted. What's the matter, Wolf? Wolf, you hear something? Take it easy, boy. Wolf, come back here. Wolf! Wolf! What do you suppose scared him?
Methinks we did, Mynheer.
Where did you two guys come from? I don't know what's so funny, except those clothes you two are wearing, those baggy breeches, those buckles on your shoes. What are you trying to look like, Old Dutch cleanser?
Thou wilt come with us, Mynheer?
Oh, no. You two guys are midgets. Don't give me any of your small talk.
Thou wilt come, we said, Mynheer. The commander is waiting.
Strike! All 9 pins, a strike!
Commander Hudson, Mynheer.
Why dost thou bother me at my game?
We found this upon the mountainside, Mynheer Commander.
What is it, an aborigine?
I am not an aborigine. I'm from the Bronx.
Thou art a reckless man to break in upon the privacy of Henrik Hudson.
Hudson? You're named after the river down below there?
The river is named for me, Mynheer Fool. Look there, my noble Hudson. It is mine. I found it. And here upon this mountain top, I keep everlasting vigil, watching it.
Well, sounds like steady work, a river watcher.
Canst thou visualize the beauty that lay there when I first sailed my ship, the half moon on it? It was fit to water the tree of paradise. And now, upon its noble palisades, amusement parks. Upon its green banks, signboards for liver pills. And on the breast of its moonlit waters, the Weehawken Ferry. You have desecrated mine river, Mynheer.
Not me. I never even went wading in it, Commander.
You are a modern man, Mynheer. You spend your life destroying beauty, and therefore I shall destroy you.
Well, let's not be too hasty, Commander.
Hast thou not heard from time to time how men have fallen to their deaths among these mountains?
Well?
They did not fall, Mynheer.
No?
I threw them down the mountainside, even as I bowled this ball at yonder 9 pins.
Say, you can't do much business with a bowling alley up here in the mountains, can you?
Huh? Dost thou play at bowl?
Well, I sort of dust, yes.
We'll bowl then, thou against myself. What wager?
What do you suggest?
What say to this? The contents of my purse and pocket against the contents of thine, sight unseen.
That's more than fair, Commander. Seeing that I haven't any money.
Your life against my money, then.
Well, Mrs. Winkle doesn't like me to gamble.
'Tis your only chance to save your wretched life, Mynheer. Beat me at bowls and you go free.
Well, let's bowl then.
But I must warn you, Mynheer. I have never lost a game.
And I must warn you that up to now, I have never lost my life.
Well, now as we bowl, we drink. Pour schnapps.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Ah, good. There's no music like the pouring of schnapps. Each time you bowl, you drink one glass of schnapps. That is Dutch custom.
Well, don't the bowling balls get egg-shaped after a few games, Commander?
You cannot refuse my hospitality, Mynheer. If you cannot drink, good, that is your lookout.
Well, I'm not going to refuse your hospitality. I was just wondering if you'd accept some of mine.
What's that bottle?
Oh, just one I happen to have with me at the picnic. As long as we're being hospitable, you drink this while I drink your schnapps.
You give me great advantage, Mynheer. My schnapps is very strong.
Hospitality is hospitality.
Spoken like a Dutchman. What do you call your pale beverage? Holland gin?
Bathtub gin.
As we drink, eh?
Good.
Good. And now we bowl.
Oh, too bad, Commander. You missed.
That never happened before.
Now I'll try. There's a strike. Missed again, Commander.
Why are the pins floating in the air?
Watch how we do it in the Bronx. There's a strike in the game, Commander.
I'll take my money, Mynheer. And now we roll another.
What's the bet this time?
Thou hast all my coin.
Yeah?
But I have here some parchment deeds. Land grants they are. I'll wager of them.
Fair enough.
But first we drink. Schnapps, bathtubs.
There's another game, Hendrik.
I cannot understand it. I didn't even get my ball in the alley that time.
Well, at least you stayed on the mountain, Hendrik.
Thou hast won my last deed, Fritz.
Oh, has I, Hendrik?
Yeah. The bathtubs are gone also, too.
Oh, so is the schnapps gone, too, Hendrik, old boy.
Yes, so. Let's sleep it.
Good idea, Hendrik. Let's sleep it, huh? I wonder how long we slept, Hendrik. Sounds morning. Hendrik. Hey, where is everybody? Oh, my head, those schnapps. Oh, how am I going to explain this to my wife? Well, I was climbing down the mountain, dear. I met some little Dutchman and, Well, I guess I better get back to picnic and find the wife and kids. Well, you see, dear, there's an old friend of mine by the name of Hendrik Hudson, and, it never works. She'll never believe it. We next discover Rip Van Winkle on the bus to New York, somewhat bewildered because his beard has grown a foot while he was asleep. Say, what's the newspaper say, mister?
The usual, all bad.
All bad, eh? Who's Al Capone been knocking off lately? Anybody we know?
What are you talking about, old-timer? Capone's been dead for years.
Yeah, I get up too early in the morning for that to fool me, mister. Next thing I know, you'll be telling me the Prince of Wales is King of England or something.
No, he retired. The King's king now.
King's king. I only asked you what the news was, mister.
Mostly about the president's speech. A good picture of him, look.
President, for heaven's sake.
Oh, what's the matter?
Coolidge is wearing glasses, and he's changed his name to Harry. A little later, Rip Van Winkle mounts a familiar flight of stairs in the Bronx and opens a well-remembered door.
Well, what do you mean walking in like this?
Where's Mrs. Winkle?
I Mrs. Winkle.
Oh, no, I mean Mrs. Rip Van Winkle.
I'm Mrs. Rip Van Winkle. There's my husband over there in the chair.
That's me.
Hey, wake up, Rip. We got a crazy old man here.
Huh? How can you be Rip Van Winkle?
Oh, sorry to be asleep. I'm all wore out working on my father's mousetrap.
Junior, don't you know me?
I'll get lost, old man.
Well, I was lost. I'm your pa, Junior. I come home again. Look at me.
I think you better go someplace and sleep it off, mister.
Yeah?
My old man got lost in the mountains 20 years ago, and he ain't been heard from since.
I tell you, Junior, I'm Rip Van Winkle. Don't nobody know me? Don't nobody know me?
Oh, Wolf's getting too old to take walks.
Why not? He's over 20, Judy.
Judy. Wolf.
Who's this?
Don't you know me, Judy?
Well, should I?
I'm your father, Judy.
My father got lost up in the Catskills in the year 1928.
What year is it now?
It's 1948, naturally.
Jeepers, I overslept. Look, I'm Rip Van Winkle. I've been asleep up in the mountains for 20 years. Don't nobody know me?
Oh, gee. That's the first time old Wolf's barked in years.
He knows me. He knows me, don't you, Wolf? Remember how we used to sing, Wolf? How dry I am. How dry I am. How dry.
Gee, Wolf hasn't done that since Pa got lost.
No. He knows me and he knows the lyrics, Judy. You heard him.
Well, I guess I do too, Pa.
Judy. Where's your mother?
Can you stand a shock, Pa?
What is it, Judy?
Mother's married again.
Well, I can stand that all right.
You see, you were declared legally dead, so Mother married Harold Van Camp.
The non-entity?
He's a radio agent now.
Oh, that's a step down, ain't it?
Oh, here they are now.
Did that picture smell? Oh, pardon me, Judy. You got company.
It's Pa, Ma.
Pa?
He's been asleep up in the Catskills for 20 years.
That sounds like your father, all right.
Don't worry, Mabel. I'm declared dead, and I'm happy to stay that way.
Oh, just think of poor Pa missing 20 years out of his life.
So much has happened, Rip. The market crashed, and there was a big depression.
Yeah?
And then there was worry about a war, and then there was a war, and... Oh, you poor fella, you missed everything.
Well, I'll try to bear up, Mrs. Van Camp.
You know, Rip, we'll make things up to you. I'm
Yeah?
going to put you on television for the Soothe Rest Mattress Company.
Oh, no.
Rip Van Winkle, world's greatest sleeper. You can make plenty, too.
No, Harold, I don't want to do that.
Oh, big money in it, Rip.
Oh, what do I need money for?
Look who's saying he don't need money.
Do you know what television pays?
I don't need it, Harold, I tell you.
What are those dirty old papers?
Parchment deeds, land deeds. I won them bowling. Look here, I own the whole United States west of the Hudson River. Well, that's my story of Rip Van Winkle, gentlemen. Mr. Menander, what have you got to say?
I'm speechless.
Here's a telegram for you, Mr. Allen.
Oh, a telegram, thank you. Let's see. Say, what do you know? My owner, Mr. Deadair, is having a party after the Guild broadcast Sunday night.
And you're invited?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's swell, Fred.
Say, if Mr. Deadair gets to like me, maybe he'll let me out of the contract someday.
Well, I don't see why not. What's he say?
Look at this, Roger. Having party after Rip Van Winkle broadcast, expect you.
Well, he sure wants you there.
Please wear white coat as you are to serve the drinks.
The curtain has fallen on the Theater Guild on the Air production of Rip Van Winkle, sponsored by the United States Steel Corporation, starring Fred Allen as Rip and featuring Kenny Delmar, Arthur Margetson, Mary Wicks, and Billy Lynn. Other members of the cast included Arnold Stang as Rip Jr., Harry Bannister as O.O. Deadair, Thelma Ritter as Mrs. Rip, Ruth Gilbert as Judy, Paul Crabtree as CBS, Hiram Sherman as Hugo, Ian Martin as Van Camp, Brad Barker as Wolf. And here is Roger Pryor with a word about next week's play.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the Theater Guild on the Air has the honor to present The Game of Love and Death, starring Katharine Hepburn, Claude Rains, and Paul Honreid. The Game of Love and Death by Romain Rolland is a gripping drama of love and violence and was originally produced on the New York stage by the Theater Guild. Week after next, Alfred Lunt really will appear on our program. The most famous acting couple in the theater today, Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne, will be heard in their stage success, Oh, Mistress Mine, by Terence Rattigan. This will be the first radio presentation of this light-hearted comedy in which the Lunts appeared last season on Broadway and this season on tour. They'll be supported by the original Broadway cast.
Remember, next week, The Game of Love and Death, starring Katharine Hepburn, Paul Henreid, and Claude Rains. And remember, too, that the trademark of United States Steel, USS, on any steel product is your guide to quality steel. The Theater Guild on the Air is under the supervision of Lawrence Langner and Teresa Halburn, with Armina Marshall, executive producer. The program is directed by Homer Fickett. Carol Irwin is production executive and S. Mark Smith editor. Music was composed and conducted by Harold Levy. Your announcer is Norman Brokenshire. The United States Steel Corporation hopes that you'll be with us next Sunday at this same time.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
We start our last four shows with another episode of the Ford Theater, The Late Christopher Bean, broadcast originally on June 20th, 1948. Starring Louis Calhern and Barbara Weeks, it's about a housekeeper who loves a long-dead painter and is about the triumph of integrity over greed. A really great drama. Next up, we have Theater of Romance, which ran from 1943 to 1956 and changed formats, producers, directors, and actors many times throughout its run. It was extremely popular, thus its long run, and featured romantic dramas, romantic comedies, and some of Hollywood's biggest stars each week. In Goodbye, Mr. Chips, which aired July 4th, 1944, the show's adaptation of the 1939 film is one of the best versions I've heard. It tells the story of Mr. Chips, aged 85, looking back on his life and 63 years of school teaching, but especially the 2 years that he was married to his beloved wife, Catherine. Next is yet another CBS radio mystery theater program, The Ninth Volume, which tells the story of a geologist who accidentally discovers a home buried for 12 billion years. The twist? The house also contained a 9-volume history of the world, which includes the future of the Earth. The final volume is lost, however, and he has to find it before it's too late. This is a really great sci-fi drama story. It aired December 30th, 1977. In our last show of the collection, This Is My Best, another anthology drama series which ran from 1944 to 1946 and dramatized literary works by such authors as Steinbeck, Thornton Wilder, and others. Orson Welles starred in several early episodes, and then he took over as producer, host, writer, and star from March 1945 onwards. The most famous episode of the show was I Will Not Go Back, dedicated by Welles to his friend Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who had just died. Today we present Snow White, that great classic fairy story, and starring John McIntyre and Jane Powell, which aired March 27, 1945. Thanks for listening. Continue dreaming your dreams and sleeping peacefully while these great radio shows play in the background.
This is the Ford Theater, a full hour of radio drama. Our play today, The Late Christopher Bean, a tender comedy about a hired girl and an unusual romance. In the past 3 generations, millions of Americans have learned to rely on Ford products. For 3 generations, Ford has led the way in the development of more dependable, more economical transportation. Today, in the 3rd generation, more than 8 million Americans prefer Ford products. They know from experience you can depend on Ford. Our regular Ford Theater spokesman, Howard Lindsay, is away in Detroit, where he recently opened his new production, Life with Mother. To fill his place, Mr. Lindsay has invited a very distinguished actor, Louis Calhern, who shared with him alternately for many years the part of father in Life with Father. Currently, Mr. Calhern is starring in the Broadway revival, The Play's the Thing. We take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Louis Calhern.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It seems to be my lot to share many of the good things in life with my friend Howard Lindsay. I am delighted to be here this afternoon to introduce the Ford Theater's presentation of the late Christopher Bean, with Barbara Weeks in the role of Abby. It's a revealing play about how the expectancy of sudden unearned money can disrupt the behavior of a family. Further, it's a play in which sentiment triumphs over greed, and a humble hired girl shows great nobility. As our curtain goes up, we find ourselves in the art galleries of Messrs. Bannon and Talent, located on New York's 57th Street. Mrs. Alcott, a wealthy collector of paintings, is being shown round by Mr. Bannon.
Are you sure I can't interest you in this Rembrandt, Mrs. Alcott?
I told you, Mr. Bannon, I want a Christopher Bean.
Well, perhaps this Van Dyck. A magnificent painting.
Bean. Christopher Bean. That's what I want.
Well, my dear Mrs. Alcott, it may interest you to know that there are only two Christopher Beans in existence. One in the Metropolitan Museum and the other in the Corcoran Gallery.
Well, has Mr. Bean stopped painting?
Christopher Bean, my dear lady, is dead. Has been for years. Died quite young, as a matter of fact. Poor as a church mouse. Had some lung trouble, I believe.
Well, he just wasn't a one-work painter, surely. He must have done other pieces.
Well, he did a great many, but unfortunately it's impossible to find them.
Are you sure it's impossible, Mr. Bannon?
Mrs. Alcott, art dealers are scouring the four corners of this country for paintings and information on Christopher Bean.
Well, perhaps some other gallery may be able to help me. Good day.
But Mrs. Alcott...
Well, Bannon?
No luck. You saw for yourself, Talent. She just walked out.
You couldn't sell her the Rembrandt?
She wants a Christopher Bean.
No, they all do today. Those articles by Maxwell Davenport have made him the rage of New York.
Well, that settles it. Did you see Davenport's article in the Chronicle this morning, Talent?
Yes, I did.
This little country doctor he's heard about, Milton Haggett, may hold the key to the late Christopher Bean.
Possibly. What of it?
Well, I intend to... Hello? Grand Central Station? I'd like your schedule on trains to Tompkins Corners, Massachusetts.
Are you, thinking of going there, Bannon?
Well, of course I am. Might be able to find something in that little burg. Hello. Information? What time do you have trains running to Tompkins Corners, Massachusetts? Just a second. Talent! Talent, where are you going?
Hello? Yes, this is Dr. Haggett's home. No, this is Abby, the hired girl. Who's it for, Abby? It's for your father, Susan. Mom, telephone!
Oh, drat that telephone. I just got home. Hello. Telegram?
Somebody died. Who's it from, Pa?
I'll see, Susan. Who's it from? Maxwell Davenport. Don't know him. What'd you say again? Don't make a bit of sense. Well, thanks anyway.
What's it say, Pa?
There's a fellow by the name of Maxwell Davenport who's coming to call on me today.
How's that call for a telegram?
Didn't say. Just said he's an admirer of that young artist fellow that lived in our barn, the late Christopher Bean.
Oh?
What's the matter, Abby?
Oh, nothing, Dr. Haggett. Nothing. Oh, it's the excitement of leaving after 15 years.
Well, bless my buttons. Today is the day, isn't it? I clean forgot.
It's going to seem like losing one of the family when Abby goes. I'd appreciate it, Susie, if you didn't talk about me leaving till after I'm gone. Couldn't live through the day if there's going to be talk about it. Well, if you feel so bad about leaving us, Abby, why don't you stay? I want to, Susie. You know I want to. But it's the will of God.
First time I ever heard of the will of God sending a woman to live in Chicago.
Oh, what else would it be, Dr. Haggett, to make my poor brother's wife die and leave him with 4 little children? No woman in the house. 'Twouldn't be my way to will a thing like that. We know, Abby. What else would make me go from a place where I'd been 15 long years?
Milton? Yes?
You home yet, Milton?
I'm home, Hannah. How'd you think I'd answer if I wasn't?
Well, you better come up here right away, Milton. I want to talk to you.
Coming. Seems like everything in this house always gets going at once.
What is it, Hannah?
Well, Warren Creamer was supposed to pick up his paint buckets from painting your office last night, and he didn't. Now Ada's got the sick headache from the paint smell. I told Abby to tell Warren.
Now, Hannah, it isn't Abby's fault Warren Creamer didn't come for his paint buckets. And anyhow, she's leaving today.
I can't say I'm sorry.
Abby ain't got a mite of style or dash to her.
Now, look here, Hannah. You're not thinking of bringing in one of those city maids from Boston.
Why not?
Because we can't afford her, that's why not. Unless you can find some way to collect my back bills, I take my stand on that.
Well, I take my stand too, Milton Haggett. And I wouldn't be no mother if I give it up.
What's a city maid got to do with being a mother?
You may not care if your daughters get married or not, but I do.
And so do they. Pa wants for me to grow up an old maid. I'm pretty near that now.
You're not more than a baby.
I'm 24.
No, you're not. You're 26.
Come on.
Now, there's no call to go throwing Ada's age up to her, Milton. You hear me? And if she is 26, that makes it all the worse then. You want your girls to grow into old maids? Dried up old maids like Abby?
You all finished packing, Abby? Almost. That's the 6th time you went to look out my window, Susie. Whatever you looking for? I wanted to see if Warren Creamer was coming up the walk. Ma's awful mad at him about not coming for those paint buckets. Warren Creamer's got a wide pair of shoulders and he can look after himself. Meanwhile, Susie, I'd be ever so much obliged if you'd help me get my portrait down from the wall. Why, sure, Abby. If you just grab a hold of that end there. Uh-huh. Now, set it down right here on the bed, Susie. Thank you kindly, Susie. You're not thinking of taking the picture to Chicago with you, Abby? Why, what else would I do with it, Susan Haggett? But it's so monstrous big, Abby. Well, you'd never be able to handle it on the train with your reticule and all the other things. I wouldn't move a step in this world, Susan, without my portrait. Well, Ma says the boy that drew it, I was too little to remember him good, but she says he lived in the back of the barn where Pa keeps his old Ford now. She says he died of too much drink. Is that a fact, Abby? That's a lie. Abby! I don't want to say nothing against your ma, Susie, but that just ain't true. The late Christopher Bean was the most gentlemanly man I ever knew on this earth. The most. I was too young to really remember him. I ain't ever forgotten him. The things he taught me. Why, Susie, he taught me things I never knowed there was in this world. That's the feeling I get sometimes about Warren Creamer. Not that Chris ever set up to be a teacher, Susie. Oh, no. But you couldn't be with him any time at all and not pick up a mite here and a mite there. What did he teach you like, Abby? I'd be interested to hear if you remember. Oh, I remember. It was mostly things to see, I guess, Susie. Like, did you ever notice the way the marshes get a rust color this time of year? I never seen the marshes get rust color. I didn't neither, till Chris showed me. But now I'm leaving, and I won't see the red barn no more, nor the hill pasture, nor none of the places he liked to paint. I used to take him hot coffee while he was painting. He was the only man that ever took me serious and talked to me, Susie. Talked to me. I would have liked to known him. He taught me lots, Susie. And I ain't never forgotten none of it. I've lived over and over that time he spent here. Over and over it. Ever since he died. Abby, did you say you was looking out the window so you could see Warren Creamer when he comes up the walk? Well, here he comes now, and if you want to get to him before your ma does... I better run then, Abby. I'll help you finish packing later. I'm all finished now, Susie. All I got left to wrap is my portrait. Hello, Warren.
Hello, Susie.
I saw you from Abby's window upstairs, Warren. I ran all the way down.
Did you, Susie?
I wanted to tell you, Warren. Ma's awful.
I looked for you last night to say goodbye, but you wasn't around. That's why I left my buckets here, so I'd have an excuse to come back.
You hadn't ought to have done that, Warren. Ma's awful.
I brought you a present, too.
Did you, Warren?
Who is that, Susie? Is that paper hanging
on your Ma. It's Warren Creamer, Ma. Ma's awful mad about you not fetching your buckets sooner, Warren. She's just
it's about time you showed up, Warren Creamer. Ada's been sick all morning on account of your paint buckets. Look at her.
It ain't Warren's fault, Ma. He don't know I'm delicate. Warren come to get his paint buckets, Ma.
And I brought each of the girls a little present, Miss Haggett.
A present? For me? Oh, Warren, what is it?
I brought you each one of my pictures.
Pictures? Oh, they're awful pretty pictures, Ma. We could hang 'em over the sideboard, the two of 'em.
No, Susie. I wouldn't have no appetite if I had to look up at a dead fish or a dead duck.
Oh, Ma. Warren, I hadn't no idea you was a picture painter. Now, Warren and me are kindred spirits, aren't we, Susie? I don't know, Ada.
What makes you and me kindred spirits, Ada?
Because I'm a picture painter, too, silly. That flower piece on the wall there.
Yes, Ada painted that years ago.
Oh, of course, I was only a baby then. But I could give you a lot of pointers, Warren, if you was to come here pretty regular. Couldn't I, Ma?
Well, I'd rather have a real painter in the family than a picture painter.
I was thinking of painting the dooryard fence for you, Miss Haggett,
For
but...
free?
But I think I'll paint your portrait of the girls instead.
Oh, I'll be pleased to pose for you, Warren.
You and Susie. You'd sit for me, Susie?
Yes, Warren.
Oh, but couldn't you paint the girls and the dooryard fence?
Ma, Warren will begin to think we're greedy. What do you want me to wear for your painting, Warren?
What you got on's fine, Ada.
Oh, this rag? Oh, no, I'm going to put on my flower print. You'll love me in my flower print. Now, don't you budge from the fountain.
I'd better go and help her.
I didn't know you was fixing to be an artist, Warren.
I am, Susie. And I'll be a good one, too. Chris Bean taught me.
Christopher Bean?
He used to let me follow him wherever he went and draw the same things he did. I try to remember all he taught me. I'm going to be a good artist, Susie. You wait and see.
Oh, I know you will, Warren. Only
what?
well, when you paint our picture, Warren, Ada's and mine, make Ada look real pretty.
I couldn't make her prettier than she is, Susan. I wouldn't be a real artist if I did.
Oh, you've got to, Warren. You've got to be nice to Ada or you'll get Ma down on you.
I paint pictures to suit myself, not your ma. Besides, I guess you know why I'm painting this picture.
Said you wanted to give Ma a present.
All I want's an excuse to see you every day.
You've known me a long time to talk that way, Warren.
I guess you know me long enough to know what I think about you.
Guess you better not say any more.
You say you'll marry me and I won't.
Oh, I wouldn't be any wife for you, Warren. Not if you're going to be an artist, I wouldn't.
Why not? I'm a hard worker and I'm going to be a good artist.
But I don't even know if I like art much.
I'll teach you to like it.
Haven't even said you love me.
Do I have to say that?
I guess I'd have to wait till Ada gets married first. I'd never have any peace if I didn't do that, Warren.
Well, I better kiss you anyway.
Why?
Well, we're going to get married, ain't we? And as long as I'm here anyway.
Well, as long as you're here anyway.
You ain't afraid.
No.
Well, here I am
Ada!
Well, of all the... Ma!
Don't call Ma, Ada.
I sure will call Ma. Ma!
Ada, what's come over you? You know I was busy in the kitchen.
There's things going on here Ma want tending to.
Ada?
I come into the room, Ma, and the first thing I see is him and
Don't
Susie.
tell her what I was doing, Ada.
Why not?
Because I'd sooner show her myself.
Warren! Oh, he's kissing her again, Ma.
Warren Creamer, how dashed you. You pack up your stuff and clear out of here at once.
All right. I don't mind. Coming with me, Susie? Susie and me are going to be married, Miss Haggett.
Ma, if you let Susie get married ahead of me...
Don't you worry, Ada. Susie ain't going to marry no Warren Creamer. My daughter's too good to waste on any starving deadbeat of an artist.
Ma!
You ain't talking about me, Miss Haggett. I'm the best bet for marriage in this whole country. I'm going far, and Susie's coming with me.
Milton! If you ain't out of this house before I count 10, Warren Creamer...
Please go, Warren. I'll get word to you later.
All right. I'll go to keep the peace for Susie's sake. But she's going to come with me because we are going to be married. And as for you, Mrs. Haggett, you're what they call a Philistine.
Warren!
I don't care, Susie, because it's the truth. A Philistine, Mrs. Haggett.
Well, the trunk's ready, and it's... Susie, what's the matter?
Ma just nipped a silly little romance in the bud, Abby. That's what's the matter.
Ada, I don't see no need to discuss our private doings, and I want you to come and help me in the kitchen.
All right, Ma.
Oh, don't take on so, Susie.
He loves me, Abby. He loves me, and I love him.
I know, honey, I know.
What'll I do, Abby?
You'll find a way, Susie.
But what if I don't? What if there ain't no way?
Well, if you love him, Susie, you'll have to find a way. Yes, sir?
Oh, you're Abby, aren't you?
Well, I've never seen you before, that I remember.
No, you never have.
Well, if this is the first time we've ever met, how'd you walk right in and call me by name?
I'll tell you all about it, Abby, after I've talked to Dr. Haggett.
But you say we've never met before, and yet you...
Is that Dr. Haggett coming down the stairs?
Yes, it is, but what I'd like to know...
Dr. Haggett, sir.
What's that? Abby, you've been keeping a patient waiting on the landing again.
Dr. Haggett, this minute...
Come right in, sir. Come right into the parlor here and sit down. Abby's been with us so long she's gotten careless. Now, what's your chief complaint? Where does it hurt most?
Oh, well, I'm not sick, Doctor.
Not sick? Well, then what are you here for?
To pay a debt.
To me?
You look startled, Doctor. Let me explain. A matter of 10 years ago, you had as a patient a young man called, Christopher Bean.
Oh, it's you, is it?
I beg your pardon.
Funny me taking you for a patient, but I wasn't expecting you for some hours yet.
You were expecting me?
Well, I got your telegram, Mr. Davenport. Isn't that right? Maxwell Davenport?
Oh, yes. Maxwell Davenport. And I can tell you very quickly why I'm here. Going through an old desk of mine the other day, I came across an old letter that my dear old friend Chris had written me while he was living here.
Yes, we let him use the old barn to paint his pictures in. Terrible bad those pictures were.
He mentioned an unpaid bill and asked if I could help him pay it. The sum, I believe, came to $100. Is that correct?
Well, I don't remember that I kept exact track, but likely he asked me how much he owed me, and likely I told him if ever he had 100 he could spare.
Allow me, Doctor. A little late, but paid in full.
Well, gosh almighty.
And all my apologies for keeping you waiting.
Well, gosh, just a minute. Hannah! Ada! I want you to meet my family, Mr. Davenport. Hannah!
What's the matter, Milton? Me and Ada was just fixing to get some rest.
Oh, after all the aggravation I had this morning. Oh.
Davenport, my wife and daughter. Hannah, Ada, I want you to meet an honest man.
What?
Oh, don't be alarmed, ladies.
Mr. Davenport here came all the way from New York to pay up the little debt poor Chris owed me. $100.
$100?
Oh, let me see it, Pa.
Why, you cover me with confusion, Doctor. I see nothing extraordinary in what I've done.
You haven't tried collecting doctor's bills.
I just happened to think of a little something you could do for me, though.
Yes? What is it, Mr. Davenport?
Did Chris, by any chance, happen to leave any of his pictures around? Oh, I know they're worthless. Chris wrote how even the village boys laughed at him.
We never let him see us laugh, did we, Ada?
No, Mom.
No, I just want them for their sentimental value. You understand.
Why, I know where there's one right now you can have.
You do?
Yeah, out in the chicken house.
In the chicken house?
Yes, there was a leak in the chicken house roof, and I was looking around for something good and watertight. Those pictures are solid with fine, thick oil paint, you know.
Yes, I know.
Wait. Abby! I just thought of something else.
Yes, Dr. Haggett?
Run up in the attic and look in that corner behind the north dormer. Seems to me like a few years ago we put one of them pictures of Chris Beans in there to stop up that leak, too.
What you want with it, Dr. Haggett?
Mr. Davenport here wants it to take along home with him.
Mr. Davenport does?
Mr. Davenport was Chris Beans' closest friend.
Mr. Davenport, what?
See if you can get that picture off without tearing it. Then bring it down here.
For Mr. Davenport?
That's what I said.
Yes, Dr. Haggett.
I'm sorry to cause your household so much trouble.
A man like you ain't no trouble to us. I only hope we can find what you're after.
How about Ada's flower piece off the wall there, Mr. Davenport?
Ada's flower piece?
Mom means I turned one of Christopher Bean's pictures over to paint my flower piece on the back.
You did? I mean, did you paint this, Miss Haggett? This lovely, lovely thing?
Gosh almighty.
Would I be able to prevail upon you to let me buy it, Miss Haggett?
Buy my painting?
What's it worth?
What do you say to, $50?
$50? But I could do one like it every day.
Oh, don't hesitate then, Miss Haggett. Your fortune's made.
It strikes me kind of funny, Mr. Davenport, you coming in here and paying Christopher Bean's bill and then offering my daughter $50.
I'll take it, Mr. Davenport. A young girl like me can spend $50, Pa. Thank you, Mr. Davenport.
5 new bills. And thank you, Miss Haggett, for the very great pleasure of discovering a new art.
Well, at this rate, maybe we can have a city made after all.
And you got Chris Bean's picture on the other side of mine, Mr. Davenport.
Oh, by Jove, so I have. You know, I'd quite forgotten that. Oh, this is his work, all right.
Can I see
see you in a minute, Dr. Haggett.
Well, Abby?
Out here.
Why, all right. Excuse me, Mr. Davenport.
Why, surely.
I couldn't find a thing in the attic. There's no pictures up there of any kind.
But I tell you, I'm positive.
I've been over every inch of that attic, Doctor. Couldn't find a thing but the old trundle bed used to be in the front room before you got the brass bed. And the trunk with your ma's pewter in it in the other trunk.
I could have sworn. Well, it's too bad. That's all, Abby.
Dr. Haggett.
Yeah?
If I was you, Dr. Haggett, I'd watch Mr. Davenport real careful.
Well, what makes you say that?
Strikes me it's always a good idea to watch folks careful when they know as much as he does.
I declare, Abby, I think Mrs. Haggett's pretty near right about the way you meddle. Didn't I get a telegram from him this morning? Isn't he an artist? You ain't got nothing against artists, have you?
Me? Oh, no, Dr. Haggett. No, not me.
And the curtain?
So the curtain falls on Act One of Sidney Howard's comedy, The Late Christopher Bean. Abby apparently has her own reasons for not helping to find Christopher Bean's paintings to give to the visitor she distrusts. We'll learn more about the visitor and the paintings, and Abby, in Act Two. In the meantime, let us renew our acquaintance with Kenneth Banghart, speaking for the Ford Motor Company.
Bright and early last Friday morning, Ford dealers all over the country removed the concealing posters and paint that had covered their showroom windows, opened their doors wide, and invited the public to see the car of the year, the 49 Ford. And that invitation was accepted by a lot of people. According to reports we have from every part of the United States, literally millions of people have already visited their neighboring showrooms to see the Ford 49er. And Ford dealers are expecting busy days and crowded showrooms for some time to come, because it seems that everybody wants to see the new Ford. People have heard about it on the radio, seen stories and pictures in newspapers and magazines. Thousands have even seen it on television, and everybody has heard talk about it. And what they've seen and heard has apparently convinced everyone that this is a car that must be seen, and they haven't been disappointed. From coast to coast, people are saying that the beautiful new Ford really is the car of the year. The new low silhouette of the 49 Ford, its new width and strikingly handsome new airfoil grille, its sleek new lines and distinctive simplicity have surprised and delighted millions. Then, when they've seen the new features of the car and learned about its new roominess, comfort, and performance on the road, men and women from Oregon to Florida have been enthusiastic. In every state of the Union, people have seen and liked the 49 Ford. If you haven't seen the Ford 49er yet, your Ford dealer invites you to see it tomorrow. Go if you can. You'll enjoy seeing the one and only new car in its field, the car of the year, the 49 Ford. The second act of the Ford Theater's presentation of The Late Christopher Bean will be heard after a brief pause for station identification.
Abby, the hired girl in the Haggett household and the humble heroine of our Ford Theater play, is leaving after 15 years to take care of her brother's family in Chicago. With her, she's taking her two most valued possessions, a portrait of herself and the memory of the young man, Christopher Bean, who painted it just before his death. As the curtain rises on Act Two, we find Susan, the younger Haggett daughter, still planning her secret meeting with Warren Creamer, the young house painter of whom her mother disapproves.
Ma and Ada aren't back from the store yet, are they, Abby?
My land, Susie, you give a body a heart attack creeping up like that. No, they ain't.
Then will you watch the front door against their coming, Abby? I just seen Warren Creamer waiting out by the barn.
You're taking awful chances, you two, and don't try to mix me up in it my last day.
Hello, Susie.
Hello, Warren. I seen you by the barn.
I seen you wave. What was it you want?
What do you want hanging around the barn for, Warren Creamer? There'll be just a terrible row if Ma finds out.
I have something to tell her.
What, Warren? What do you want to tell me?
I just come to an important decision in my life, Susie.
What important decision, Warren?
Well, Harold Sherman's been after me, Susie, to sell my stocking business so as he can have all the contracting around here, and today I made up my mind to take it.
Now, what you want to go do that for?
So I can get to New York and study art.
Warren Creamer, that's an awful rash step to take.
And it means you'll be going away from here.
I wouldn't do it on only one condition, Susie.
What's the condition?
That you come with me.
Oh, you know Ma'll never let me go, Warren. Well, didn't you hear the way she took on this morning?
I wasn't figuring to let your ma know nothing about it.
You ain't proposing to elope.
If Susie likes me as much as she says she does.
Oh, I do, Warren. I think you're wonderful.
He wants taken down some.
Abby.
I got it all figured out, Susie. Everything. You give your clothes to Abby to put in her trunk. Then when I bring the truck to fetch her things, you come along with her like you was seeing her off. Then I drive you to the junction and put you on the train. Then I meet the both of you in Boston and we get married. Guess there ain't much wrong with that scheme, is there, Abby?
If you listen to one word of this, Susie Haggett, I'll tell your ma. Abby, you wouldn't. Why wouldn't I? It's my bounden duty.
Haven't you never cared for any man, Abby?
You think I'd be watching this front door now if I hadn't? Abby? Now, you better get along now, Warren Creamer, before you get caught.
Say you'll help us, Abby.
Abby, please. There's still some room in the trunk if you don't mess it up too much when you pack.
Oh, I love you, Abby. I love you.
We'll never forget this, Abby, never.
Oh, now go on, get out of here, Warren Creamer. Ain't got time to stand around and have my arm pumped up and down. I got doorbells to answer. Yes?
This is where Dr. Haggett lives, I believe?
It's where he's been living 30 years.
I wonder if I can see him for a minute.
You can have a chair. Waiting Room magazine's got lost during the painting, but he won't keep you long.
You must be Abby.
Do you know me, too?
Well, I've heard an awful lot about you, Abby.
If that's a patient, Abby, ask
This man wants to see you, Dr. Haggett. I don't know what's got into things around here, but I'm getting back to my kitchen.
Abby's been with us a little too long, but she's leaving today.
Ah, yes. My card, Dr. Haggett.
You're here as a patient, Mr. Bannon?
No, I'm not. I'm here on a more fortuitous mission. You once had as a patient, Dr. Haggett, a young friend of mine, Christopher Bean.
Why, yes, sir.
Looking through his old letters the other day, by the merest chance, I was reminded that Chris had died owing you $100. Computing the interest on his unpaid bill at 6%, the total for 10 years comes to exactly $160. Allow me to offer you my check for the full sum.
Ah, thank you. I see artists make better paying patients than I thought.
Indeed they do, Dr. Haggett.
Only
what?
There's one question occurs to me I'd like to ask you.
Anything, Dr. Haggett, anything.
Are you going to ask me if Chris didn't leave any pictures behind him that you can take away as souvenirs?
Am I? No, Dr. Haggett. I don't do things that way. Well, of course, any pictures Chris left behind him are your property, even those he didn't give you personally. Chris had no family, and they'd all be considered security for the unpaid bill, and so forfeit to you. Dr. Haggett, I'm prepared to give you $1,000 for the lot.
$1,000?
For the lot of that.
I understand, Mr. Bannon. The only trouble is there was someone else here.
Someone else?
Not 2 hours ago.
With the same proposition?
Not quite the same.
You didn't sell him your Christopher Bean pictures.
I gave them to him.
You... What?
Well, Mr. Davenport said...
Maxwell Davenport?
That's the one.
You're sure his name wasn't Talon?
No, he said his name was Davenport. He said the paintings weren't much good.
Have you got witnesses?
My wife and daughter.
Ah, then we're all right. We've got Davenport where we want him.
We do?
Yes, indeed. Maxwell Davenport is the art critic on the Chronicle. He has a reputation to protect. When we tell him we're going to swear out an affidavit against him and mention that he said the pictures were no good, well, I rather think he'll prefer to give the pictures back to you. Now, meanwhile, I have here with me a bill of sale, which I shall just make out to you for $1,000.
Dad, blame it, Abby. What do you mean interrupting me in the middle of a business deal?
Here's another one of them New Yorkers that knows me by name, Dr. Haggett. I won't stand for no more folks who never saw me before in my life streaming in here and calling me by my name.
I hope I'm not disturbing you, Dr. Haggett.
Well, who are you?
I'm Davenport.
Who?
Hello, Davenport.
Oh, Bannon. Well, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm here, Davenport, to straighten out a little hoax that was played on my good friend here.
Mr. Bannon, it's not the same.
What?
It's not the same
Well,
man.
don't say another word. Don't say any more until we find out where we stand.
I'm going to find out now. Mr. Davenport?
Yes, Dr. Haggett.
I don't think I'm not glad to make your acquaintance. I am. Will you please tell me how come all of Chris Bean's friends come to call all of a sudden?
Why, haven't you heard, Dr. Haggett?
Heard what?
Christopher Bean's pictures are making a sensation in New York.
No, I didn't hear.
Why, just yesterday, the Atlantic Monthly came out with all the details of his stay here. How he lived in your barn. How your maid Abby used to bring coffee out to him on cold mornings.
Abby did that?
That's why I came. I'm writing a book on Christopher Bean.
So those are the letters you folks have been finding in your desk, Mr. Bannon.
You guessed it, Doctor.
Just one more question, Mr. Davenport. How much are folks paying for Chris's pictures?
From $5,000 to $10,000. That's right.
Each? Oh, I think I'm going to be very sick.
Dr. Haggett.
No, I've got to be alone. I've got to be alone with my family.
The material for my book, Dr. Haggett.
Not now, later.
Very well. I'll be back this afternoon. Oh, coming, Bannon?
Now, about that man who was here before pretending to be Mr. Davenport, Dr. Haggett. What did he look like?
You get out, too.
Well, all right, Doctor, all right. But don't do anything final until you see me.
The one chance I ever had to make any money in... Hannah!
The wicked, sneaking, thieving skunk. Walked off with 2 pictures. The greedy, oh, it just makes me sick. That's what it does.
That's it, Hannah. It's the greed of it that turns my stomach. And him snatching $20,000 right out of my hands.
Oh, well, maybe if we look some more, we'll find the other pictures Chris left behind him.
Don't you think I looked, Ada? Don't you think I looked?
Well, maybe if we went through the barn again.
No, it's no use, Ada.
What's no use?
I burnt them.
You what?
I put them on the bonfire and burnt them.
Ma, you didn't.
They took up so much room, I burnt the lot.
10,000 and over for everyone.
Then you thought they was terrible pictures, too, Milton.
Don't keep saying that.
The telephone's ringing, Milton.
I'll let it ring.
Well, maybe it's the thieving sneak that stole our pictures.
You'll never hear from him again. Hello. Yes, this is Dr. Haggett. Go ahead. Put them on. What's that again? How much? I'll think it over. Call me tomorrow.
Who was it, Milton?
New York Museum. Wants to pay me $12,000 for Bean's painting of the covered bridge.
That's the one I painted my flower piece on the back of and sold for $50.
I know it.
What are we going to do, Milton?
I've got to think.
Shut your eyes, Milton. Shut your eyes. You always think better with your eyes shut. Now what?
Soup's on the table, folks.
Get back in the kitchen, Abby.
Well, I didn't think I'd be hollered at on my last day here, Dr. Haggett.
Her last day. Thousands of dollars slipping through my fingers and her.
Pa.
I don't want to be talked to now, Ada.
I know where there's a Christopher Bean picture.
You what?
Where? Why didn't you say something before?
Well, I didn't remember till I saw Abby come in.
Stop talking. Say something.
It's up in Abby's room.
Abby's room?
Abby's portrait, Ma. Remember you told me and Susie how you thought the fella painted that mess was the same one who used to live in our barn.
Abby!
Abby, dear.
A veritable gold mine has been uncovered in the shabby old New England house of Dr. Haggett. But instead of shining metal, the treasure consists of dusty old canvases still on their stretchers, bearing the pigments laid on by the skillful and sensitive hand of the late Christopher Bean. While the modern 49ers of the art dealers' fraternity are staking their claims, let us turn to Kenneth Banghart in consideration of another 49er that is making history this week, the Ford 49er.
In some of your favorite magazines this week, you may see an advertisement which says, "You can look now, it's the 49 Ford." Well, you can look now, because the one and only new car in its field is now on display at the Ford showroom in your neighborhood, and it's well worth looking at. Naturally, you'll be impressed first by the sleek, modern beauty of the 49 Ford, its simplicity and style. But look further. Examine the new Ford closely. Probably the next thing you'll notice will be the new bigness and comfort of the interior. The front seat is now 6 inches wider, and the rear seat almost 9 inches, a full 5 feet wide. The windows are bigger, 20 square feet of sparkling glass. The instrument panel has been rearranged and lighted with black light for comfortable night driving. As an accessory, Ford has a new Magic Air temperature control to regulate the climate in your car the year round. And when you notice the luxurious new upholstery, the softness of the seats, and the baggage space in the deep deck luggage locker, you'll know why the new Ford is called a living room on wheels. Look under the hood. Learn about the 2 new Ford engines, a 95 horsepower 6 and a 100 horsepower V8. And you'll find, too, that for the first time in its history, the new Ford offers you at extra cost a factory-installed overdrive. That means new economy and ease of driving. Check the springs. The Ford 49er has new hydrocoil springs in front and new, longer, extra-strong Paraflex springs in the rear. And there are new king-size Magic Action brakes and a new improved steering linkage to make driving easier and safer. Take a good long look at the new 49 Ford. Examine it from bumper to bumper. Add up all its features and its beauty, comfort, power, and safety, and see if you don't agree, too, that the car of the year is the 49 Ford.
Act 3 of the Ford Theater's presentation of the late Christopher Bean. As our curtain fell on Act 2, Dr. and Mrs. Haggett had discovered that the paintings of the late Christopher Bean, who had lived in their barn, were worth thousands of dollars. Desperate at the realization that Mrs. Haggett had burned all pictures Bean left behind, they suddenly remembered that there was one that had not been destroyed. A portrait the sick and hungry young artist had painted of their hired girl, Abby, who this very day is leaving them forever. And now Abby, who had just been ordered back into her kitchen, is being called, ever so sweetly, back into the dining room.
You called me Dr. Haggett?
Yes, Abby,
Abby, Dr. Haggett's sorry he spoke so rough to you just before.
That's all right.
And he couldn't rest till he'd apologized.
It's all right.
Ada's gone out to buy you a little going-away present, Abby. We're giving you a box of candy.
Dr. Haggett.
Oh, you know I wouldn't have yelled at you on your last day, Abby, if there weren't something wrong with me. It's my nerves.
You want a good dinner, that's what you want, Dr. Haggett. It's almost time for me to catch my train, but I got a pork chop nice and hot
So
for
I
you.
couldn't eat a thing, Abby.
Nice glass of hot milk with a cracker.
It's no use, Abby. Look at how my hand is shaking.
Oh, you are in a state, Dr. Haggett.
You going away and all these people streaming in from New York and this room in a mess. You know, it wouldn't be so bad if this room looked right.
What's the matter with the room, Dr. Haggett?
It's that patch over the fireplace where Ada's picture was.
Yes, things like that bother Doctor's nerves something terrible.
I can fix that, Dr. Haggett. I'll wash off where it smokes.
Oh, that would still leave an empty place, Abby. What we need is something to cover up the whole place.
Big picture.
Abby, haven't you got a picture Chris Bean painted of you before he died?
I got my portrait.
Well, now, if that isn't just the thing, we'll hang that there.
Dr. Haggett.
Just till you go, Abby.
I couldn't have my picture hanging here.
Why not?
Oh, what do people say if they come into your dining room? See a picture of me hanging there, scraping carrots.
This is a democracy, isn't it?
Well, I'd like very much to oblige.
Now, don't refuse him, Abby.
There's a picture of your mom in the upstairs hall, Dr. Haggett. It's about the same size as this. Why don't you hang that up?
She's been dead so long, she's just as happy in the upstairs hall.
Look at how my hands are shaking, Abby.
Well, having my picture in your dining room would make your hands stop shaking.
Oh, it would, Abby. It would, believe me.
Well, then I guess I'll go get it. Didn't know folks thought so highly of me.
There, Milton, you see? That wasn't so hard.
I'm only doing this for the girl's sake. You know that, Hannah. I'd never do this if you didn't din into me about getting a city maid and the girls having to find husbands and all.
I know, Milton.
Only this morning I was a peaceful country doctor, filled with gentle thoughts of a medical description. I coveted nothing.
Well, you better stop thinking about that and think how you'll get the portrait from her. She ain't give it up yet, you know. And her train goes.
Well, here it is, Dr. Haggett. You want me to hang it over the patch now?
I can't tell you how I appreciate what you're doing for me, Abby.
It does look nice here, don't it? Makes it look more important, though.
Just look at that picture, will you? Look at that dab of red on the nose. And the hands is blue.
Maybe she just did the wash. Oh, what's that she's holding?
It's a knife. She is scraping carrots.
Well, there it is. Who'd ever thought that my portrait would be hanging over the fireplace in the dining room?
Wouldn't Chris Bean be proud to see it now?
Wished he could see it. Thanked me when he was all done painting it.
Now, Abby, don't cry. Here, you'll have me crying, too.
You're all so good to me.
It's because we're fond of you, Abby. Now, look, Hannah. Now we've got two Abbies. One of them standing here in the flesh and blood, and the other there on the wall.
That's right.
Seems a pity to let the both of them leave us, doesn't it, Hannah? I know what, Abby. since you're going away after all these years, it'd be awful nice for you to leave your portrait behind you here with us.
Leave it here? For good?
Oh, I wouldn't ask you to make such a sacrifice without giving you something in return.
How could you give me anything in return?
I wouldn't say I could give you anything to equal what the portrait would mean to us. But I guess $50 would come in pretty handy in Chicago.
It's real generous of you, but I couldn't never see my way to giving up my portrait. I'm funny that way about things I've had so long, Dr. Haggard.
Abby, how'd it be if we had a nice photograph made of it and gave that to you to keep with you in Chicago?
Got me so upset now I don't know what to do. Had no idea you were so fond of me.
Why, Abby, you know we always liked you.
No, I didn't, Miss Haggard. I knew Susie did, but I had no idea you and Doc... I know what we'll do. I'll get the photograph for you. I'll get it made in Chicago and send it back.
Now, don't be...
You'll be late for the train if you don't start getting ready. Warren's come for the trunk.
Susie, I'm so glad you're here, Susie. I need somebody to talk to.
Tell Warren he can start taking the trunk down, Susie. Abby'll be ready in a minute.
Go on now, Susie. You're not going to rush Abby away from us after 15 years.
Well, but don't forget now, Abby, I'm riding to the junction with you.
Susie, your ma wants me to leave
We want you to ride to the junction with our Abby, Susie. Now go tell Warren to get the trunk.
All right, Ma.
Dr. Haggard.
Don't disappoint us, Abby.
I got so used to looking at that portrait.
Vanity, Abby, vanity. No better than if you were to sit all day in front of a looking glass.
Oh, it ain't me I see, Dr. Haggard. It's the time when I was young. It's all how things used to be in the old days. I couldn't say it. I couldn't say it. Oh, there's the doorbell, Dr. Haggard. Maybe those New York folks again. I better let them in.
I'll let them in, Abby, while you make up your mind about the portrait.
Just didn't think my leaving would hit everybody so hard.
It hit us terrible hard, Abby. That's why we want you to think it over about the portrait.
Now, why don't you go up and sit in your room alone for 10 minutes and think it over, Abby? Think what it would mean to us.
All right. I will. I just never thought it would mean so much to you. To have me hanging there in your dining room.
Well, you've come just in time, gentlemen. Mr. Davenport, Mr. Bannon, come right in.
Take a chair, folks. Take a chair and sit and rest yourselves.
Thank you, Mrs. Haggard. I came, Dr. Haggard, to find out once and for all what Christopher Bean paintings you've got in the house and to make an offer.
And I'm here to protect you, Dr. Haggard. I don't usually mix in buying and selling, but I'll be glad to put proper values on. What? Good heavens. That painting over the fireplace.
That painting is...
The portrait of Abby. Why, just as he described her in his letter. Bringing him coffee on cold mornings. Taking her work out to him.
Our coffee.
And to think that the man who painted this died miserably. Why, this is a masterpiece.
I'll give you $7,500 for it, Dr. Haggard.
Where's Abby, Hannah?
It don't matter, Milton. Did you hear what he said? He'll give you...
I can't, Hannah.
$10,000.
Milton, nobody'll marry Ada if we don't get her away from here. You'll have her on your hands all your life. And maybe Susie, too.
10,000 is as high as I'll go, Dr. Haggard. And I think it's eminently fair, don't you, Davenport?
Oh, hell, I might as well be hanged for a sheep as a lamb. I'll take 40,000.
Milton.
You're crazy.
40,000.
I appeal to Mr. Davenport.
Oh, a little high, Doctor.
All right, 35.
Don't be easy, Milton.
15.
No.
17 and a half.
30,000, Mr. Bannon. Take it or leave it.
Well, I certainly won't take it.
I think you've met your match at last, Bannon.
20.
30.
Cash in 3 days.
29.
Milton, don't slip.
23. Half of it down and the balance tomorrow.
25 on the same terms.
Done. Dr. Haggard, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. I'm fine, but you better get that picture out of here right away.
After you give us our money.
That's just what I'm going to do right now.
Well, I thought it over, Dr. Haggard, as much as I hate denying it.
Yes, I knew it was all right, Abby. I knew it was all right. Now, here's the $50 I promised you, and goodbye, Abby. You'll miss your...
What's the man doing there with my portrait?
Taking it to New York, Abby. Does somebody have some string?
What right you got to take it away?
Well, I never paid more for a right in my life.
Belongs to me.
How's that again?
It belongs to me.
What's come over you, Abby? You just sold it to me.
I never.
Why, Abby, you got the money right in your hand.
Why,
there.
Dr. Haggett, it wouldn't be that you'll just try to cheat Abby, would it?
Here. Take this money back. Go on, take it. There. I'd be ashamed. I'd be ashamed. After me telling you I never wanted to part with it. You, of all the sharp, underhand...
This house is mine and everything in it is mine, and you're my paid help.
Oh, now this is going too far,
My
Haggett.
portrait ain't yours.
Now, look here, Doctor. I want my check back. It's just a misunderstanding between me and my friend Abby. Now, if you'll all just step out of the room a minute, we'll have it straightened out in just 1 minute. That's all I ask. 1 minute. You see now, Abby? I was only trying to make money for you. It was going to be a surprise Mrs. Haggett and I were working up for.
Well, I caught you at it.
But, Abby, I can get you $1,000. You're not going to turn your back on $1,000. Why, people in your circumstances haven't got the right to own things that are worth so much money, Abby.
Maybe we ain't. But my portrait's all I got in the world. And the boy who painted it, well, I ain't ashamed to say it now, so long ago. I loved him, and I still love him. And he died just after he finished painting it. That's why it means so much to me.
You're thinking only of yourself, Abby. How about your poor brother in Chicago and the children? You'll all be poor out there.
Don't keep at me, Dr. Haggett. I promised Chris would never part with it. It means all the happiness I ever had in my life. And you know that I ain't had so much, Dr. Haggett.
That portrait doesn't belong to you, Abby.
Don't belong to me.
It was time I paid for that you wasted sitting for Chris Bean to paint it, when you should have been working.
It ain't so. I worked every minute he was painting, every minute.
You used to take him out our coffee to drink.
I never. You know how Miss Haggett always watched coffee. That was my own breakfast coffee that I saved for him and took out to him. It was all I ever had to give him, my coffee was. There now. What more meanness can you think of?
Yes, I'll be honest with you. Honesty is the best policy after all. They want to pay me $25,000 for your portrait.
$25,000?
Divide with me, Abby. Take half and give me half. Now, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have any of it.
I can't, Dr. Haggett. I promised Chris.
Take more than half. Take $15,000. Now, think what you can do with $15,000.
I can't, I tell you.
Take $16,000.
Let go of my dress.
Greed, Abby, greed.
It ain't greed. I wouldn't take $1 million. You ought to be ashamed.
Yeah. All right, Abby.
He was so poor, Chris was. Never had no good coat nor nothing warm. Never had no warm room to sleep at night. Nor nothing he needed. He was so poor. He could have afforded to go away from here down south. He needn't have died. I used to pray that we'd have an early fall, just for sweet pity's sake. How is it a man dies so poor when he painted pictures that's worth so much?
Because nobody had any use for his pictures while he was living.
I always liked them, for I kept so many.
You kept so many?
Miss Haggett, she put him on the bonfire, but I took him off. Couldn't stand to see Chris Bean's paintings burn.
How many did you keep?
17. Got them all rolled up in the trunk, nice and safe. All 17.
Hannah! Mr. Bannon! Everybody, quick! Now, you do what I tell you, Warren Creamer. You open up that trunk. Tell him to open up that trunk, Abby.
But I just roped it up, Dr. Haggett.
Unrope it. You've got a knife, haven't you?
You make me miss my train, Dr. Haggett. Susie's waiting out in the truck already.
Talking about trains at a time like this. Cut the ropes, Warren.
There. Hope you're satisfied.
Now, Abby, where are the paintings?
I'll get him, Dr. Haggett. Don't like for folks to go messing in my trunk.
There they are. There they are.
You needn't grab, Dr. Haggett.
Yes, they're Christopher Beans, all right.
You don't have to tell me, Mr. Davenport. What do you say they're worth, eh? What do you say they're worth?
Will you rope my trunk up for me again, please, Warren?
Sure, Abby.
Is this person worth $10,000, Mr. Davenport?
Easily, I should say.
Ah, do you hear that, Bannon? $10,000 for the first, and I've got 17 of them.
I guess you can take my trunk out to the truck, Warren. I'll just say goodbye to the folks here.
All right, Abby. What's your offer, Bannon? I'm prepared to talk business now, so what's your offer?
Well, now, wait a minute before we start talking business. Are you the rightful owner this time?
Weren't they left here against the unpaid bill? Am I the rightful owner? Well, what do you think?
Yes, Bannon, they do seem to belong to him.
Well, I've never tackled anything quite so big in my career. A corner on Christopher Bean.
I guess I'll be going, Dr. Haggett.
What's your offer, Bannon? Remember what Mr. Davenport said now. 10,000 for the first, and there's 17 of them.
Well, now, let's see. I might get the deal financed. If you'll give me time, Schmidt will come in on this, I think, and there's Goldman. I'm going to put him down for 40,000.
My train will be going, Dr. Haggett.
How much time will you give me, Dr. Haggett?
Well, depends on the price you set on the lot, but it's got to be a good price, mind you.
Well, let me just figure this out.
Well, you go right ahead, Mr. Bannon. Not going to stop your figure.
Well, I guess I'll just go. Goodbye, everybody, Mr. Davenport.
Oh, Abby, excuse me, I didn't hear you.
It's all right, Mr. Davenport. I was just saying goodbye, but
May I
it's
just
also
say
busy.
one word to you about your portrait, Abby?
Please, Mr.
Oh,
Davenport.
I'm not trying to take it from you, Abby.
I'll give you 180,000.
You said 200 before.
I appeal to you, Mr.
Just
Davenport.
a moment, Mr. Bannon. I know that it's more than a work of art to you, Abby.
I'm not ashamed to admit it, Mr. Davenport. I never was. You know how folks talk about him here, and being known as artists and all. And they never understood him. They wouldn't have understood him no better for liking me. But I'm not ashamed.
I know you're not, Abby. I know the bond that must have existed between you and Chris Dean when he painted it.
Chris Bean was the only man that ever asked me to marry him.
What was that, Abby?
Chris asked me to marry him. He was the only man who ever did.
Haggett, did you hear what... Haggett? Abby, you didn't...
He was so sick, I couldn't refuse him nothing.
Then you're the widow of the late Christopher Bean.
I know I am.
She's got to prove it. She's got to prove it.
Well, I believe he can.
Certainly I can. Got my marriage lines right here in my rectory. Here it is. We got married on a Thursday night right after I did all the baking.
Rights of matrimony between Christopher Bean
Here's
and...
my wedding band. All the for it on the same little velvet
Well,
ribbon.
then, all these pictures belong to her. I can't do business this way. I can't.
Sorry, Mr. Bannon. I always wanted to hold folks' good opinion of me. But I guess I really don't care who knows it. I'm Mrs. Christopher Bean. I'm Mrs. Christopher Bean just as much as Miss Haggett is Miss Milton Haggett. And Mr. Train Haggett. I'm coming, Susie. Well, goodbye, Dr. Haggett. I sent you a postcard from Chicago.
Here,
Well, what you doing?
take them.
But I thought
He's giving you back your paintings, Abby.
you're giving me back my... Well, now, isn't that just too lovely? You're awful good to me, Dr. Haggett. And I hope to get over them shaky hands of yours real soon. Hurry up, Abby. We'll miss the train. Come in, Susie. Paintings are kind of hard to carry off on rollers, ain't they? But I wouldn't exchange them for all the money in the world. I think that's all other folks sees in them. But to me, they'll always be Christopher Bean.
The curtain falls on this heartwarming scene as the widow of the late Christopher Bean, dressed for the train, her eyes shining and with pretty flush in her cheeks, walks down the garden path to the waiting truck. In her arms are the unwrapped paintings she treasures. I should like to acknowledge the tender and sympathetic performance of Barbara Weeks, who played Abby in this afternoon's Ford Theater performance of the late Christopher Bean. Dr. Haggett was played by Cameron Prudhomme. Next week, for the season's final Ford Theater presentation, we invite you to listen to a radio version of Sinclair Lewis's famous Pulitzer Prize-winning novel, Arrowsmith, the celebrated story of a doctor's fight against sham and fakery. May I say how much I've enjoyed pinch-hitting here on the Ford Theater for your regular spokesman and my very good friend, Howard Lindsay. Next week, Howard Lindsay will be back on the Ford Theater, following the successful launching of his new play, Life with Mother.
Thank you, Louis Calher. This afternoon, your guest spokesman has been Louis Calhern, famous as one of the fathers in Life with Father, and currently starring in the Broadway revival of the plays The Thing. The Late Christopher Bean was written by Sidney Howard, adapted for radio by Sylvia Berger, and edited by Howard Titan. The musical score was composed by Amadeo Di Filippi and conducted by Howard Barlow. The entire production was under the direction of George Zachary. Other players heard in today's cast were Warren Bryan, Alice Goodkin, Richard Gordon, Jane Houston, Joanne McCoy, Beatrice Pons, James Van Dyke, and Harry Worth.
Colgate Tooth Powder's Theater of Romance presents Goodbye, Mr. Chips. Yes, tonight and every Tuesday night, Colgate Tooth Powder brings you the Theater of Romance, featuring each week your favorite stories and plays, especially adapted for radio. And here is your host of the evening, Arnold Moss, to tell you about this evening's presentation, Goodbye, Mr. Chips.
Good evening, and welcome to Colgate Tooth Powder's Theater of Romance. James Hilton's tender and moving story of the old school teacher, whose life was enriched by one great love, is known to all of you as Goodbye, Mr. Chips. At this moment, Mr. Chips, 85 years weary, with 63 years of schoolmastering behind him, is very ill. His doctor and the headmaster of the school watch him anxiously.
Poor old chap. He must have lived a lonely sort of life all by himself.
Not always by himself. He married, you know.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
No, I guess he didn't know. Few people do know now. I wish I found it easier to talk about. Wish I could just speak up and say, yes, I married, and it was heaven and paradise and Eden and Olympia. I lived my lifetime in a year or two and died so long ago that none of you remember. Let me tell you about my Catherine. Her hair was like sunshine and her eyes were blue. And her laughter reached out to me the day we met on top of a mountain, as close to God as it was possible to climb. And she was merry, and I was very cross.
Now, see here, young woman. I don't know what you're laughing at. I climbed all the way up here because I thought you were in difficulty.
Well, it was very gallant of you, and please don't take me unappreciative. But you look so outraged that it's funny.
Well, why on earth were you waving your arms about, sir, if nothing was wrong with you?
I was waving at a friend of mine just below you.
Oh. Oh, dear. I'm afraid I shall have to sit down for a moment.
Oh, what's wrong?
Nothing very serious. I twisted my ankle on that last inside.
Well, I can see it. Oh, it's really swollen. Here, I'll clear off a piece of my petticoat and soak your ankle.
My dear young lady, I'm certainly not going to have you tearing up your undergarments for me. It's quite unnecessary and most embarrassing.
Oh, pooh. Are you going to shut your eyes?
I am not.
Well, just as you like.
Oh.
I thought you'd close them when it came right down to it. You can open now. The operation's over. Now, I'll just get this wet. Making sure it's starting off.
Well, there doesn't seem to be anything else to do.
Now then, I'll just wrap this round your ankle and let it soak for a while. I'll be as gentle as I can. There. Did that hurt?
Hmm?
I said, did that hurt? Well, I guess it didn't. Or you'd have had something to say about it. What's your name?
Chipping.
Oh? Well, mine's Catherine, Mr. Chipping. But my friends call me Cathy. What do your friends call you?
Chipping. What would you expect them to call me?
Oh, something a little less formal than Chipping. And a little more friendly.
And, what might such a name be?
Well, that name might be Chips. Mr. Chips. Now, there's a jaunty name with dash to it and a sense of humor.
I rather like it.
I'm glad. I hope you'll use it often. I hope I'll use it often. Oh, look, the sun's going down. You'll have to start back. I'm afraid you'll have to try and put your shoe and sock on.
Oh, very well. Do you mind?
No. Glad you said my bad.
Thank you.
It's been a beautiful day. It's going to be a beautiful night. There's a full moon now, you know. Or do you?
Certainly I know.
It's too bad about your ankle. You might have gone for a walk in the moon.
I've never walked in the moonlight with a young lady in my life.
How old are you, Mr. Chips?
48.
Well, I'd be ashamed to admit it. Here, take my hands. I'll help you up.
Oh, all right.
There we are. Now, lean on me and we'll start back. I'm afraid this is going to be rather painful for you.
Thank you. You know something, young lady? I'm beginning to like you very much.
Do you know something, Mr. Chips?
Uh-huh.
I'm beginning to like you very much, too. Hello, Mr. Chips. I brought you some cake. How's the ankle tonight?
Better, but I still can't walk on the blasted thing. Hang it all.
What's wrong with you?
Well, what would you expect? Look at all that moonlight going to waste. What's that piece you're playing, Kathy?
It's a love song. It's been one of my favorites for a long time. When I was a little girl and dreaming about a prince who would come riding on a white horse, there was always someone playing that song somewhere in the background.
And did the prince ever come?
Yes, he did.
Oh, I see.
But he didn't come on a white horse. There wasn't any music, except in my heart. He came limping up a mountain and walked straight into my dreams and said his name was Chicken.
Kathy. Oh, Kathy, my dear, I don't quite know what to say, confound it.
What do you want to say?
Well, what I want to say seems altogether too prosaic and old-fashioned. It's just... Catherine, my dear, will you do me the honor of becoming my wife?
Oh, darling, I've been so frightened.
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course, I've been too impulsive. That's why you've been frightened.
Oh, my darling, I've been frightened to death. You wouldn't ask me. Mr. Chips, look. There's the first star. Let's wish on it.
Oh. What did you wish?
That we'd always be as happy as we are this moment. What did you wish?
That you would never leave me. She stood beside me in her mother's wedding dress, wearing a veil that 5 Irish grandmothers had worn before her. And then, those words that I was to be proud about forever.
I, Catherine, take thee, Robert, to my wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poor.
Before we go on to the next scene, here is Del Shabbat. It's the radiance of your teeth that puts sunshine in your smile, right? Then use Colgate tooth powder for a smile that dazzles. This remarkable tooth powder quickly removes dull, dingy surface films, permits your teeth to shine in all their natural brilliance, lets their own true luster glisten through your smile. And oh, how fresh, sweet, and wholesome your breath is after every brushing with Colgate tooth powder. Scientific tests prove that Colgate tooth powder stops oral unpleasing breath, stops it instantly in 7 cases out of 10. Believe me, there's a powerful attraction in a breath that's sweet and a smile that dazzles. So brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder, and be ready for romance with a breath that's sweet and a smile that dazzles. Get Colgate tooth powder tonight, won't you? Remember the name, Colgate tooth powder.
And now the second act of Goodbye, Mr. Chips. Old Mr. Chips lies quietly on his bed under the anxious eyes of his doctor, and his mind and his heart have raced back almost half a century to the days of his great love.
Oh, Mr. Chips, isn't it a lovely party? I'm going to love it here at Brookfield.
Good evening, Chipping. I'd like the pleasure of meeting Mrs. Chipping.
Oh, good evening, sir. This is Mr. Weatherby, dear, the headmaster of Brookfield.
How do you do, Mr. Weatherby?
Mrs. Chipping, welcome to Brookfield. We're happy to have you with us, and very glad indeed to see you both so happy.
Thank you, Mr. Weatherby. How long have you known my husband?
Oh, roughly 20 years or so, I'd say.
Aren't you lucky? You know, every once in a while I think, even if God is very good and gives us 70 years, that won't be nearly enough. When I've known him 70 years, you'll have known him 90. Think of it.
Oh, and you'll be saying, just think, today Weatherby's known you 90 years, my dear. he was a fine old chap, wasn't he?
This all verges a little on the depressing. I shall be 118 years old myself.
And they had to your age, too.
Well, there's the music again. Will you do me the honor of this dance, Mrs. Chipping?
With pleasure, Mr. Weatherby.
Oh, my darling, how beautiful you were. How beautiful. The days that followed were my golden days, for they began with your smile and ended with your kiss. Too short those days and fleeting. I see you walking beside me through the gray historic halls of Brookfield. I see you sitting before your dressing table, brushing your hair and eyeing me gravely in the mirror.
Chips, dear, don't be hard on the boys. After all, they didn't do anything so serious. Someday you'll be head of the school yourself, you know. And you must be very understanding.
I? Head of the school?
Yes. Won't it be wonderful?
How much you knew of boys, Kathy. You who had no son but dreamed of one constantly. And one day cradled that dream in your arms.
Chips, darling, I've something to tell you. We're going to have a baby. Oh, isn't that wonderful? Oh, my darling, isn't that wonderful?
Kathy, it's so wonderful, it's unbelievable. How do you feel? Are you all right, darling? Here, sit down. Let me get you a pillow.
Silly, that won't be necessary for a long time yet. Oh, Mr. Chips, if you knew how I've prayed for this. You know, coming home from the doctor, I kept wanting to run up to people that I'd never seen before and say, I'm going to have a baby. I'm going to have a baby. Oh, Mr. Chips, he'll have your hair and your eyes and your laugh and fat rosy cheeks. He'll be the most beautiful baby there ever was.
And he'll be very bright, too, won't he?
Oh, yes, the brightest boy in the school.
Yes, and he'll make the team, and we'll go and sit in the stands and wave flags and cheer him home for the school.
And he'll marry the prettiest girl in England, and then he'll have a son, and we'll be grandparents. Oh, Chips, was there ever anything in the world so wonderful as having a baby?
No, my dear, not one. Not one.
Mr. Chips, I love you very much.
Kathy, Kathy, my dear,
I know, my dear. I know.
It seemed we had everything in the world, you and I. I was full of plans. At first you shared them with me. And then, gradually, you seemed to draw away from them. You smiled and said the right things, but your eyes didn't believe them. And my heart grew cold with the fear that prowled restlessly inside me and would not be stilled. And then, one day...
Mr. Chipping, you're wanted right away at home. I'll take your mathematics class for you. Hurry, man, hurry.
I don't understand, Doctor. I don't understand.
Mr. Chipping, try to listen, please. We've done everything we can.
Do you mean she's going to... Oh, no. No, you can't mean that. She's my whole world. She's my whole life. If I lose her, I want to die.
Take hold of yourself, man. Remember that life and death must come to everyone.
What good are words to me? There must be something that you can do, Doctor. There must be something.
I wish there were. Her child was born dead. She should not have tried to have this baby. I warned her.
She wanted a son so much. Oh, Doctor, what'll I do? What can I do?
You can come in with me now and sit with her until the end. And try not to let her see what you are feeling. She has only a short time. Try not to make her unhappy.
I'll try.
Come in, then.
Kathy? My darling?
Hello, Mr. Chips. You look tired. Sit down here by the bed where I can smooth your hair. It's standing all on end. Did you have a hard day?
Yes, Yes, it was a bit difficult.
I told them not to call you until the last moment. I didn't want you worrying when there was nothing you could do. I'm very tired, Mr. Chips.
I know, darling. You must rest.
No, I don't want to rest. I've plenty of time for resting. You see, I know No one is needed to tell me. I've seen it in their eyes and in yours.
Kathy.
I'm glad I know. Because otherwise it might not occur to me to say thank you. Thank you for so many lovely things, Mr. Chips. I'm sorry about your son. You wanted a son.
I want you, and only you. Kathy, what'll I do with my life without you?
Be grateful for what we've had, Mr. Chips. Don't spoil that by weeping for the things we cannot have. You must live a good life and a full one. You must be headmaster. And a splendid one you'll be, too. But don't be too hard on the boys. They're such little fellows, after all.
I love you. I've never loved anyone else. I never shall.
I know. And you've made me so very happy. Goodbye, Mr. Chips. Goodbye, Mr. Chips.
Oh, Kathy. Kathy. Kathy, don't leave me. Oh, Kathy, don't leave me. Don't leave me, Kathy. I walked out into the sunlight, dazed, shocked into complete numbness. People passed me on the street and spoke, and it seemed horrible that the day could go on and people could go on as though she was still part of the world. Young Faulkner came up to me on the street.
Please, sir, may I have the afternoon off? My people are coming up.
Huh? What's that? Oh, yes.
Can I miss chapel too, sir?
Yes.
And may I go to the station to meet them?
I nodded and stumbled on. I took my fourth form as usual, setting them to learning grammar by heart, and I sat there staring at them, wanting to shout, "She's dead! What do I care for verbs and adjectives when she's dead?" Finally, the class was over, and as they filed out, someone stopped by the desk.
Please, sir, there are a lot of letters for you.
I looked down, and so there were. I tore them open one by one, but each one contained only a blank sheet of paper, and then I realized it was April 1st, and this was a piece of April foolery. And I began to laugh at the top of my lungs. I stood there laughing until I was completely worn out. I fell asleep, with my arms on my desk, and the pain dimmed and flickered and went out. And there was nothing but silence and darkness. Once, several years after she'd left me, someone spoke her name. A boy who came back for a visit.
How is Mrs. Chipping, sir? I remember her very well. She had me in for tea one day.
Is that so? You do remember her?
You don't forget people like her.
No, I suppose not. There's no one here now who ever knew her. Boys come and go, and even masters don't stay forever. She died, less than a year after you left in 98.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir. She was a wonderful woman. She gave me one of the best afternoons I can remember. I wish it were then and not now. I'm off to France tomorrow.
Oh. Well, Godspeed. God bring you safely home. A month later, I heard that he'd been killed at Passchendaele, and then there was no one who remembered. But I remembered. Through the years that kept step with me, I remembered. When I became headmaster, she was there beside me. When there was a boy to be reprimanded, I saw her face looking back at me from a mirror, pleading for him. And when I saw young people, hand in hand with a light on their faces, I saw her smiling at me, and my heart grew warm for an instant. I loved her very much.
Poor old chap. Must have lived a lonely sort of life all by himself.
Not always by himself. He married, you know.
Really? Huh. I didn't know that.
She died. It must have been, quite 30 years ago. More, possibly.
Pity he never had any children.
What's that? Did I hear one of you saying it was a pity I never had any children? But I have, I have. Hundreds of them. Thousands of them. And all boys.
Close your eyes, Chips. Try to rest.
What's that?
Close your eyes, Chips. try to rest.
Kathy, what are you doing here?
You're tired. I've come to sit beside you.
Good night, Chips. Good night, and goodbye, Mr. Chips.
What was that, Kathy? What was that he was saying?
He was saying, goodbye, Mr. Chips.
Oh, he was, eh? But you won't say it, will you? You won't say it.
No, Mr. Chips. I won't say it ever again.
The curtain has gone down on Goodbye, Mr. Chips. And in just a moment, Arnold Moss will tell you about next week's play. But first, I'd like to ask you if you're the type of person that can face the world with a smile. Well, maybe you are. But don't leave that to chance. Use Colgate tooth powder every day and before every date. For Colgate tooth powder not only removes dull surface film from your teeth, bringing out all the natural sparkling brilliance of your smile, but at the same time it assures you of a breath that's invitingly sweet and fresh. Now, that's not just my say-so. Scientific tests have definitely proved that Colgate tooth powder stops oral unpleasing breath. Stops it instantly in 7 cases out of 10. So don't take a chance with romance. Simply brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and a smile that dazzles. That's it, Colgate tooth powder. And now, Arnold Moss.
Our play next week is a comedy of all comedies. My Man Godfrey by Eric Hatch. The rib-tickling story of a beautiful, if slightly wacky, society girl who discovered that sometimes a forgotten man is the kind that's hardest to forget. Until next Tuesday, then, when Colgate Tooth Powder presents My Man Godfrey on the Colgate Theater of Romance, this is your host, Arnold Moss, saying good night and wishing you love, happiness, and romance.
In tonight's play, Kathy was played by Gertrude Warner, and the lovable Mr. Chips was played by Carl Swinson. The radio adaptation was written by Gene Holloway, the music conducted by Ben Ludlow, and the production was directed by Mark Slobe.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. How great is our capacity for belief? Most people would probably claim they'll believe anything they can see, feel, taste, touch, or hear. In short, anything they could experience with their senses. But I will venture to say there are things in this world so fantastic, so incredible, that you or I could stare at them with our own 2 eyes and swear under oath that we were not seeing what was there.
Sharky, you have got to support me on this.
I can't.
You've got to. They'll never take my word alone. I sound like a raving lunatic.
I'm sorry, Mr. Perk, but I can't do it.
You were down there with me. You saw it just like I did.
No, I didn't.
What?
I didn't see it. Neither did you. We didn't see a thing. There's nothing down there.
Our mystery drama, the 9th volume, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Michael Wager. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Energy is something we hear a great deal about these days. The kind of energy provided by oil and coal, that is. We hear debates as to how much of these precious substances are left. Some say supplies are virtually unlimited. Others say we'll run out in 200 to 300 years. And the more dire prophets claim a mere 25 years. Whatever the figures, one thing is certain. As the situation becomes more urgent, some of those looking for new reserves are not going to let anything stand in their way. The year is 1998. We're at a drilling site on the western slopes of the Rocky Mountains.
Okay, start her up. Start her up. Sharky?
Yes, sir?
What are the chances of that well getting down another 50 feet by noon?
I don't know, boss. That's pretty solid stuff we're drilling through now.
I don't understand this. Not in all my 42 years in this business as a company geologist told me to drill halfway up a mountain instead of on the low ground.
He seems pretty confident.
He's a young smart aleck, if you ask me. He isn't quite right.
You mean in the head?
Yeah. But he went to college. All right, get on the back of that rig, Sharky, and take it as fast as you can. But remember, under no circumstances do I want any more delays.
Morning, Milo.
Morning, John.
Coffee's on.
Uh-huh.
Everything underway okay today?
How can you be so cheerful when we've only got less than a week left and no sign of oil?
Less than a week?
5 days, to be exact. I got a call from headquarters last night. They've decided against renewing the lease on this land.
Oh, they're crazy. They know how much oil there is under that mountain.
Well, John, forgive me, but you seem to be the only one still under the illusion that there's anything at all down there. We've drilled 10 dry holes over the past 2 years, 10 dusters. And all of them have been based on your so-called calculations.
That's right, because headquarters always pulled a pipe before we got down far enough.
Do you have any idea how much drilling costs go up when you get down past the second mile?
Milo, I'm going to make you a little wager. How many feet do you think the boys can take it down today?
I asked Sharky for 50 by noon.
That I will bet you $100 that by noon we've struck oil.
$100.
How far down are we now?
As of last night at quitting time, it was 19,967 feet.
Okay. I'll make that bet even more specific. I say that by the time we reach 19,980 feet, we'll be into the biggest pool of oil you ever saw.
Well, that's only 13 more feet.
That's right. Is it a bet, Milo?
Well,
Mr. Hawkins.
Yeah?
Mr. Burke, I think we've hit something.
What?
We've hit an air pocket.
Are you sure?
I think that's what it is. The rock bit's not meeting any resistance.
None at all?
No, sir.
Are you holding in position?
Yes, sir.
Good. Get ready to cap. Keep the rig going, but wait till I give you a signal. I want to get company headquarters on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Milo, I think you just saved yourself $100.
I want headquarters to put this over the intercom. When this geyser goes, everybody in that whole building is going to hear it. What? What was that?
Sounded like the rig. The rig! It stopped.
What's the matter? What's happened?
Sharky, what's gone wrong?
I don't know.
Why did you stop the rig?
Something weird is happening, boss.
What? What are you talking about?
Well, there was this, I mean, I don't know how to describe it. The rotor was kicking up rock dust. You know, that yellowish granite we've been drilling through, and then all of a sudden, well, it changed color.
Changed color?
Yeah.
And for that, you stopped the rig?
Well...
Oh, now, wait a minute, Milo. Sharky, you said the dust changed color to what?
Well, I think it was kind of reddish.
Ah, well, it sounds like we may have hit a stratum of clay.
So where is this red dust? Let me see it.
Well, now that's what I'm trying to tell you. It isn't here anymore. It was in my hands. I was holding it in my hands, looking at it, and it just disappeared.
You mean the wind blew it away?
No. My hands were cupped. There wasn't any wind. It just evaporated.
It just evaporated? Disappeared?
Yes, sir.
Now I've got two nuts to deal with.
As a scientist, I'd be rather curious to have a look at some of this dust. There ought to be still some of this stuff in the hole here if I can just turn the pipe.
Ah,
here we are.
No, I don't know if I'd touch it, Mr. Perk. What if it's not safe?
That looks harmless enough to me.
Yeah, but you don't know. That's from nearly 4 miles down in the earth. It could be almost anything. That's why I had them stop the rig.
I think my first guess was right. It seems to be clay of some sort. It's very odd, though.
What would it?
There'd be a seam of clay that deep in the earth. And the kind of rock formation we've been cutting through.
Look there. See what I mean?
Hey, what happened to it?
It just vanishes. That's what I was telling you.
Sharky, bring me some kind of small container, will you? A plastic bag, anything, so long as it's airtight.
Okay.
Why airtight?
I think it must be the fresh air that's causing this stuff, whatever it is, to disintegrate. I want to get a sample of it down to Boulder, to the university there, and have it analyzed.
This is the only airtight bag I could find, Mr. Perk.
What is it?
Well, it's from my lunch pail. Wife put my sandwich in it this morning.
Well, I guess it'll have to do. Milo, will you give me a ride?
Well, what about the well?
I think we'd better leave the rig off until we find out what this stuff is.
It's past 1 o'clock. We've lost the whole morning. How much longer is this friend of yours going to take?
Milo, Professor Anderson is a very thorough person. He'll be finished when he's finished.
This is ridiculous.
You saw that dust disintegrate with your own eyes.
So, stuff comes up from the center of the earth and acts weird. Why not? If I was down there, I'd act weird.
It doesn't raise your curiosity at all. Ah, Professor Anderson.
Gentlemen.
What did you find out? Were you able to analyze the powder?
Mr. Hawkins, is that right? Yes, sir. You can call me Milo. Milo, how do you enjoy working with this practical joker here?
Professor, what?
You see, Mr. Hawkins, Mr. Perk here was one of my more intelligent students, so I assume he must be attempting humor when he comes around bothering a busy old man with a handful of powdered tile.
Tile?
That's right, John. What you asked me to drop everything for and analyze is nothing but common tile, such as one might use to roof a house. What's so special about it?
What's so special about it, Professor, is that it comes from the bottom of a well shaft nearly 4 miles down inside a mountain.
Oh, I see. So you weren't pulling my leg. Why did you ask me to keep the sample in an airtight container? It made my examination much more difficult.
Because when that dust is exposed to fresh air, it disintegrates.
Disintegrates? John, if that's true, do you realize how old this material could be? Your find must be investigated at once.
Well, there's just one problem, Professor. How would you get down there?
I don't know. I only know the site must be excavated. This powder could well be far older than all our previous estimates. It could be all that remains of a civilization we never even knew existed. Which reminds me, John, I must keep this sample and run dating tests on it.
Of course.
Now, look, our company has a deadline. If we don't find oil, we've got to be off that land by the end of the week.
Oh, but you can't continue to drill for oil, son. Don't you realize that by continuing to drill, you might destroy an invaluable clue to our past?
I don't care about the past, Professor. I care about the future. And I don't see that the excavation of one more prehistoric Indian dwelling or whatever is going to make any difference. But getting to that oil, if it's there, will.
Problem still is how to reach the site.
Just a minute. You're drilling up near Pine Creek, aren't you?
Yeah, 3 miles up the mountain from there.
Well, then I think there might be a way. There used to be a big silver mine at Pine Creek, remember?
Ah, that's right. It was abandoned at the turn of the century, 95 years ago.
But the last shaft the miners dug struck a cave system.
Of course. You took us there on a field trip.
Now, let me see. I should have some maps around here someplace. Yes. Here we are. This is the one I'm looking for. A cutaway view of the mountain. Now, you can see here how extensive the cave system is. Now, where exactly is the location of your drilling site?
Right here.
There, you see. Trace line straight down 20,000 feet. That's your depth?
Uh-huh.
And it would place you here, the very deepest bowels of the mountain. But here you see the cave starting at the base of the mine shaft, which is already at the base of the mountain, And you give yourself a head start of nearly 15,000 feet.
And look, here's a branch of the cave which comes practically to the point our drill has reached. Why, we could crawl there in a matter of hours.
Now, just a minute, John. Seem to be forgetting who pays your salary.
Milo, look, it's now 1 o'clock. Give me until starting time tomorrow, 9 o'clock. What do we lose? A half a day.
I think perhaps you better allow Mr. Perk to attempt the descent. My analysis showed traces of a rather strange substance. An adhesive, I believe.
Well, why was it strange?
Because it was entirely synthetic. And no primitives we're familiar with could possibly have known about it.
I'm reminded of an old story about a cabin boy on a clipper ship. It seems he was always losing things. One day, the captain asked him to clean his favorite clock. But when he asked to have it back, the boy couldn't produce it. The captain flew into a rage. I suppose it's lost, he said. Oh, no, sir, replied the cabin boy. I know exactly where it is. It fell out of my hands as I was cleaning it, and it's at the bottom of the ocean. The characters in our story know where something is, too. And like the captain's clock, the only problem is how to get to it. We shall dig deeper into all of this when I return with Act 2. There are many things which distinguish man from the so-called lower orders of the animal kingdom. And geologist John Perk is giving us a good demonstration of one of them right now. For man is the only animal who will deliberately set off to confront the unknown. John Perk has bought a few precious hours from a grudging Milo Hawkins, and with Sharky as his assistant, is descending into the mountain.
Sharky, carefully. The ledge isn't too wide.
Is there room for both of us?
Just barely. What time is it, Sharky?
Almost midnight.
Sharky. Huh? There it is. The end of the tunnel. Hand me the bag with the drill and the explosives.
Here we go.
While I'm drilling a hole for the dynamite, you get out the oxygen packs. Then inflate one of those balloons to seal off the tunnel behind us. We don't want any fresh air getting into whatever is behind that rock.
The tunnel's all sealed off, Mr. Perk.
Good. Charge is ready. Now let's just back up around this corner here.
Yeah.
Okay. It'll just take a second to hook up the wires.
Mr. Perk.
Yeah?
Are we sure we want to do this? I mean, are we sure we want to know what's back there?
I'm a scientist, Sharky.
Yes, sir.
It's all wired. Push the plunger.
Okay. Can you see anything?
Not with this flashlight. No. Wait. Through the dust, it looks like there's a chamber of some sort. Come on. Let's get back in there and set up the light. Here. Give me the light. You crank up the generator.
Okay. Okay, turn her on.
Good Lord.
I don't get it, Mr. Perk. We must have taken the wrong turn. This isn't a prehistoric dwelling. It's somebody's house.
We didn't take any wrong turns, Sharky. Well, look. See in the ceiling there? The nose of our rock bit from the drilling rig.
Yeah, but look at this. A stove, a sink, even a dishwasher.
And look in here. A dining room, rugs, a table, chairs. They look like they came right out of a department store.
I don't like this. I wish we'd brought guns or something. What if this is some kind of criminal hideout?
4 miles underground?
Well, we don't know. Maybe it's a secret government project, a bomb shelter or something.
But how was it built?
I don't know. But there's got to be a reason why it's here.
Let's have a look around. Maybe there's another way in which the survey charts don't show.
Did you find anything, Mr. Perk?
Nothing. How about you?
Well, nothing.
Fantastic. This entire house is encased in solid bedrock.
But I saw bedrooms, a bathroom, even a TV set. Everything just like people lived here.
Except that there are no signs of life anywhere.
Hey, look at this. Glass in the windows, not even cracked. And curtains.
I wonder if the plumbing works.
Well, there's only one way to find out, isn't there? Ah! Hey, the stuff that came out of the tap. It's black.
Black?
What is it?
Let me take that.
No, Mr. Blake, don't.
What I thought. There's nothing wrong with this, Sharky. It is perfectly good crude oil.
Oil?
Yep.
I don't believe what I'm seeing. A ranch house in the middle of the earth with oil coming out of the faucets. It's like magic.
I think there may be a more rational explanation, at least for the oil. Did you see any stairs leading to the basement?
I saw some stairs down the hallway.
Come on, then. Let's follow these pipes. Pipes should be over on that far wall.
What's that?
Oh, no, I stepped in something. The whole basement floor seems to be covered with it. Shine your lights out.
Hey, look. It's oil. The whole floor is 3 inches deep in oil.
You see, I was right all along. There is oil in this mountain. We were right on target.
The only thing that stands between us and a gold mine is this house.
This solves everything. At last, we have proof that the oil exists. The company can go ahead and take a new lease on the land, and we'll have the time to try to find an answer to the mystery of this house. We can leave the generator here. We've got to get back and stop Milo starting the rig up. What time is it?
2:57 a.m.
We should just about make it. We'll inflate another balloon to seal the passage behind us before removing the first one. Are we all set to go?
All set.
Wait a minute. What's this?
What?
This door. I didn't see it before. Did you check it out?
No, I thought you did.
Well, we better have a look.
Mr. Perk, this place gives me the creeps. I got this funny feeling. Why don't we just leave well enough alone?
Help me move the light over.
What kind of thing could survive down here without air? Mr. Perk, I'm frightened. Now, don't open this door.
Get out of the way!
What is it?
A library.
A library?
Only a library. Room filled with books. You're not afraid of them, are you? I'm going to have a look. Maybe they'll provide some kind of clue. The owner is obviously a man of refinement and culture. Look at this. Complete works of Shakespeare, Milton, Plato's dialogues, Aristotle, Dante, Plutarch. Here are the more recent authors, Faulkner, Fitzgerald, Hemingway. This isn't offering us much in the way of clues.
Huh.
Did you find something?
This reclining chair. My father-in-law's got one just like it in his den.
Oh.
Exactly like it. It's a different color, but it's the same model.
Now, here's something. Whoever owns these books is obviously interested in history. Here's an entire case devoted to it. Herodotus, Tacitus, Livy. They're arranged in chronological order. Holinshed's Chronicles, Gibbon's French Revolution. Who's this?
Who?
Someone named D.V. Davis wrote A History of the World. I thought. I never heard of him, Sharky.
Well, don't look at me. I never heard of half those other guys you mentioned.
Davis. Strange. Every other author on the shelf is familiar but him.
Mr. Perk, you remember that feeling I had before? Well, it's coming back. I think we ought to go.
Now, wait a minute. History of the World by David Vladimir Davis. In 9 volumes. There are only 8 volumes here. Well, there's a space. The 9th volume is missing, and the 8th volume covers... Good Lord. Sharky, you don't see the 9th volume of this set lying around anywhere, do you?
No, why?
Did you see it anywhere lying around the house?
I don't know. I just...
Try to remember.
Well, there were some books on a table in the living room.
I've got to find it.
Yeah, but the time, it's after 3.
Forget the time. We've got to find the 9th volumes of this set.
Why?
Because I am holding the 8th volume in my hand. I can feel its weight. I know it's real. It's not an illusion. The 8th volume of a 9-volume set of books on the history of the world. Our world as we know it and have lived it. And this 8th volume goes from the year 1815, the Battle of Waterloo, to the year 2000.
But this is 1998. What is this guy, a fortune teller?
Don't you see? There's still another entire volume to the set. I think I'm beginning to understand.
Hey, wait. What's that noise? Miss Perk, the house is beginning to shake.
It's stopping.
What was it?
I'm not sure. But if we really are sitting on top of an oil field, it's a highly unstable situation. The vibrations from the dynamite must have disturbed things.
We gotta get out of here.
First, we have got to find that book.
Why? What's so important about some old fortune teller's book?
That's not it, Sharky. That's not it at all. Don't you realize what we've discovered? This is...
What's that smell?
What?
That smell. Hey, it's gas. There's gas escaping from somewhere. That explosion must have opened a leak in a gas pocket. Quick.
Put this book in our bag. We'll have to come back later with masks to search for the 9th volume.
Hi, Mr. Perk. There's daylight.
At last.
There's someone there at the mine entrance.
Huh? Oh, God, it looks like Professor Anderson.
John, is that you?
Yeah. We're coming, Professor. What are you doing here?
I must know what you found down there. I've been up the entire night running dating tests on that tile sample. At first, I couldn't believe it. But now I know there can be no doubt. That powder you brought me is over 12 billion years old.
But we know the world's only 4.5 billion years old. Well, I mean, that's what I heard Mr. Hawkins say once.
Yes, that's what we've always thought, Mr. Sharkey, but evidently we've been wrong. Now tell me what you found.
At the bottom of our well hole is a house. Even more perfectly preserved than the ruins of Pompeii. It has every modern appliance we're familiar with, from electric can openers to reclining chairs.
It's just like the houses in the suburb where I live.
The only difference is it is from a civilization so far in the past. And until now, not even a trace of it's been known.
But what about all those books, Mr. Perk? The Shakespeare and all. How'd they get there?
Shakespeare?
That's the most incredible thing of all, Professor. That 12 billion year old civilization was ours. Same names, same events, same people fighting the same wars, making the same inventions, creating the same masterpieces.
Probably making the same mistakes.
Oh, so that's why you wanted the 9th volume of that history.
That's right, Sharky, because whatever fatal mistake they made, whatever happened to cause their extinction, it's going to happen to us, unless we can discover what it was and avoid it.
The 9th volume?
There isn't time to explain now, Professor. We've got to get back to camp and stop Milo before he turns on that rig.
In our beginning is our end, said T.S. Eliot. All living things duplicate themselves in reproduction with a phenomenal precision. So is it not at least possible, then, that nature repeats itself on a larger scale, too? In fact, on the largest scale of all. I shall return shortly with our final act. We catch but glimpses of our past. The legend of Atlantis lives on. The mysteries of Stonehenge and the giant statues of Easter Island continue to baffle us. The most advanced and sophisticated civilizations are represented by mere shards of pottery, stumbled on by accident. For all our research, there is still behind us a vast unknown. But now, a discovery, fantastic, terrifying evidence of a former civilization identical to our own. A civilization whose end was so cataclysmic, no trace had ever been discovered until now.
Milo, thank goodness we got here before you started that rig.
John, I've got a bone to pick with you.
There's no time for that.
Sharky? Yes, sir? Get out there and get the rig started.
No, wait, you've got to listen to us.
I've got a better idea, John. Why don't you listen to me for a change? I got a little phone call last night from headquarters. You remember them, don't you? They wanted to know how things were going. Understandably, they're getting a little anxious, considering the fact that we've got only 4 days before our lease here is up. You can imagine my chagrin when I had to tell them the rig wasn't even running, that my geologist, who's supposed to be telling me where to drill, had told me to stop so he could go down and nose around some prehistoric Indian hut.
That's not what's down there.
I don't care what's down there. My job is to drill for oil. You know who's arriving today? Sid Dobbs.
Sid Dobbs?
That's right. The company executive vice president. He wants to know what the heck is going on here. He's flying out personally to take over the operation.
Well, if you would let me get a word in edgewise, I can tell you what's going on.
All I want to know is why we haven't struck oil.
Well, that's one thing you don't have to worry about. There is oil down there. We saw it.
You saw it?
I stuck my finger in it. I tasted it. It's there, right where I said it would be. The drill is no more than 20 feet above the strike at this very moment.
Well, then let's get it going and have that oil coming up for Mr. Dobbs, so he won't have our heads in a sling. Sharky?
Yes, sir? No, wait a minute. You can't start the rig, not until we've had a chance to go back down there.
Go back down? What for?
Milo, what we've discovered, it wasn't what we expected. There's a house down there, all right, but it's modern. I mean, well, not modern exactly. It's 12 billion years old, but...
Sharky, what's he talking about?
I know, it sounds incredible, but Professor Anderson ran dating tests on that powder we took him, and it is 12 billion years old.
Ah, so you found a modern 12 billion year old house.
But the important thing is the book. That's why we've got to go back down.
Oh, I see. What?
The 9th volume. It's a history of the world from the year 2000 on.
John, I'm doing my best to stay with you, but you aren't making it easy for me.
Milo, now listen. There is a house down there from a civilization that existed 12 billion years ago that was ours. It was us. Don't you see what that means? We're being given the chance to look into the future.
I see. Sharky? Yes, sir? You've been awful quiet.
Yeah, I guess so.
You were down there with Mr. Perk, weren't you?
Yes.
You went all the way with him? You saw everything he saw?
Yes.
And you saw this house he's talking about?
No, I didn't.
What? Sharky, you didn't see a 12 billion year old house that looks just like ours, that has a set of books? It's going to tell us what's going to happen?
No, sir, I didn't. I didn't see any of that.
That's what I thought.
No! Fuck you, what are you saying? Milo, look in this bag. We brought up the 8th volume of that set. See, look, it goes from 1815 to the year 2000. Now, will you believe me?
There's nothing in here but a pile of dust.
What? Oh. Good grief, we were in such a hurry I must not have sealed the container properly. Look, Milo, you've got to believe me. 12 more hours is all I need. But we've got to go back down there.
Hello, Hawkins here. He has? Okay, I'll be right over. The company plane has just landed with Mr. Dobbs. I'm going to meet him, and I want that rig in full operation by the time we return.
Milo, listen to me. Remember when we were at Anderson's lab? He said his analysis of the powder showed traces of a substance that primitive man couldn't have known about.
Oh, yes. Yes, I meant to tell you. Professor Anderson called yesterday, right after you and Sharky'd gone down into the mine. He'd run another test and discovered what it was.
But doesn't that convince you I'm telling the truth?
It was mayonnaise, John.
Mayonnaise?
That's right. Remember? We used a sandwich bag from Sharky's lunch pail. Mayonnaise.
Sharky.
Mr. Perk, please, let me get by.
Why did you lie?
I gotta get the rig started.
Are you crazy? Do you realize what we'll be destroying?
Mr. Perk, I don't want to talk about it.
What are you afraid of? Going back down there, we'll run hoses down to pump out the gas. Anyway, you don't have to go if you don't want to. I can find somebody else. I know it's risky, but it's too important not to take the chance.
Mr. Perk, please let me go.
Not until you tell me why you lied to Milo. Don't you see what this discovery could mean? The chance to look into the future, the chance to avoid making the same mistake twice.
How?
What?
How are we going to avoid it?
Don't you want to know your own fate?
No. I don't want to know.
An entire civilization may perish because of your cowardice. Why won't you support me?
Didn't you see that house?
Of course I saw it.
Did you take a good look at it?
What are you getting at, Sharky? What's the matter?
It's a modern house.
So?
It's not ultra-modern. It's not some weird, futuristic contraption filled with gadgets we've never seen. It's modern. It's contemporary. Don't you see what that means? This is as far as we're coming. This is the end of the line. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen soon. And it's probably too late to stop it.
But we can try if we know what it is.
I don't want to know what it is. I don't want to know.
So you won't support me. When Sid Dobbs arrives, you won't back me up.
Sorry, Mr. Burke.
You'll think I'm a raving lunatic.
Sharky, why isn't that rig going yet?
Oh, man. Hello, John.
Hello, Sid.
Mr. Dobbs, I'm sorry. I gave orders for the rig to be running it.
That's all right, Milo. Forget it. The rig isn't going on.
It isn't?
No. We've decided to suspend operations altogether.
Suspend operations?
Our lease is up in 4 days. It'll take us that long to pack up and be out of here. And as far as I'm concerned, the sooner we never see this place again, the better.
Sid, when you say suspend operations, you mean you intend to pull a pipe?
We sure can't afford to leave it behind.
You can't do that.
What? Why not?
Removing the pipe would expose the hole to the fresh air and... Well, there's something down there that would be destroyed.
By fresh air?
Sid, we struck some old clay rock yesterday. That's why the rig isn't going. John insisted on exploring in a nearby cave.
Sid, you have to listen to me. Sharky's right. There is oil down there. We're within 20 feet of it.
Are you asking me to start the rig going again?
No. I'm asking you to take a new lease on the land and hold off making the strike until I've completed my explorations.
John, I remind you that we've been listening to you for 2 years. There's no more time. It's all run out.
You are also sitting on top of something infinitely more important than oil. And it's going to be destroyed.
John, I think you need some sleep. That's your problem.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute, Marlowe. I'm curious about these continued illusions, John. I might give you one more chance. I will accept your considered judgment as a rational scientist that the oil is there and hold off drilling. If you'll tell me what's down there that's so important.
My judgment as a rational scientist. Oh, never mind, Sid, never mind. Go ahead and pull the pipe.
Okay. Marlowe, have the men pack up. We'll pull the pipe and dismantle the rig in the morning.
John, why didn't you just tell Mr. Dobbs what it was you'd seen?
He wouldn't have believed me, Professor Anderson, not without Sharkey's corroboration.
So? You're going to start pulling the pipe in the morning in a golden opportunity and we'll be lost forever.
No, not exactly.
Oh? What chance remains? Surely you don't intend to stop them at gunpoint?
No. I'm going to try going down again.
You said there was gas leaking, that the ground was beginning to shift.
We can wear masks against the gas, and as for the shifting, well, we'll just have to take that risk.
You said we.
That's why I came to you, Professor. I need someone to go with me. It's a two-man job. I don't know who else to turn to. I know you're... I mean...
Oh, I know what you're trying to say. But on a mission of such importance, I wouldn't hesitate. Not for 1 minute.
Then you'll come with me.
Yes, of course I will.
Good. We've got to start at once. There's barely enough time as it is.
Sharky, I can't say I'll be sorry to see the last of this place. Something about it always did give me the willies. That you better lock the gate for the last time.
Oh, okay, Mr. Hawkins.
Hey, wait a minute. What's that?
What?
The stuff on your boots. The black stuff.
Why, that's the oil.
Oil? Where'd it come from?
Well, that's what I was trying to tell you all along. The oil that's down there. Mr. Perk and I saw it, and we waded through it.
Sharky, get Mr. Dobbs from the office.
Why?
We've got to start up that rig. There is oil, Sharky. Oil. Do you know what that means? Ha! Our future's golden.
Here it is, Professor.
This is amazing. A house in every detail, exactly like our own. From a duplicate civilization that inhabited the earth 12 billion years ago. Oh, how much it could teach us.
Wait a minute. Sharky said he thought he'd seen some books in the living room. This way.
Look, over there on that table.
Yeah, this is it. The History of the World by D.V. Davis.
Volume 9.
Do you realize what this will mean, Professor, when we open this book?
Yes. I wonder what it is, John, that we're to learn about ourselves from ourselves.
What's that? Professor, they started the drill. The whole house! It's collapsing into dust!
There is a legend in classical mythology about the Sibyl, a prophetess who lived, appropriately enough to our story, in a cave. She offered to sell 9 prophetic books to Tarquin the Proud, the last of Rome's legendary kings. He refused, for he felt her price was too high. So she burned 3 of the books and offered him the remaining 6 for the same price. Again Tarquin refused. And again, Sibyl burned 3 of the precious volumes. Finally, he bought the last 3 for the price of the original 9. But because of his stingy short-sightedness, mankind lost forever his chance to know what the future holds. I shall return shortly. Do we really want to know what fate has in store for us? That would probably depend on whether or not we had the ability to act on that knowledge and to alter the impending course of events. But would it be a simple matter of avoiding a single fatal mistake? Or would we discover a future as complex as human nature itself and as unchangeable? Our cast included Michael Wager, Court Benson, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, inviting you to listen to Walt Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs on Cresta Blanca's This Is My Best.
This is My Best, America's greatest stars in the world's best stories. Presented each week by Shenley's Cresta Blanca wine. Wine of friendly nature. Pride of the vintner's art. Symbol of hospitality. Compliment to honored guests. A wine to serve proudly, saying, "This is my best. This is Cresta Blanca." C-R-E-S-T-A B-L-A-N-C-A. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Our guest tonight is Jane Powell, who appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, the producers of The Picture of Dorian Gray. And now here's our director, Mr. Wells.
We're very proud. Thank you. We're very proud that tonight's show has been chosen for rebroadcast overseas, and I'm proud, too, if you'll pardon the personal reference, because my oldest daughter, Christopher, is 7 years old today. Like most young ladies and gentlemen of her age, Christopher likes her father to tell her a story. Well, I don't know a better one than Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. In recent memory, Walt Disney contrived the best of all his technicolored fables on the theme, and none of us who've met Dopey and Doc or the rest of the seven, none of us who've heard the warm and irresistibly singable songs from Walt's picture, are likely to forget those wonderful things for as long as we live. Disney didn't write the story, of course, and neither did the brothers Grimm, who first put it into print. The tale is a little bit older than time, so nobody remembers who first thought it up. Maybe it really happened. Whatever the facts of the matter, it surely belongs on This Is My Best, and on my daughter's birthday. Once upon a time in the middle of winter, when the flakes of snow were falling like feathers from the sky, a queen sat at a window sewing. And while she was sewing, she pricked her finger with a needle, and 3 drops of blood fell upon the snow, and the red looked pretty upon the white snow, and she thought to herself, "Would that I had a child, as white as snow, as red as blood, and as black as the wood of the window frame." Soon after that, she had a little daughter who was as white as snow, and red as blood, and her hair was as black as ebony. And she was therefore called Little Snow White. And when the child was born, the queen died. After a year had passed, the king took to himself another wife. She was a beautiful woman, but she could not bear that anyone else should surpass her in beauty. She had a wonderful looking glass, and when she stood in front of it and looked at herself in it, she said,
"Magic mirror on the wall, who is the fairest one of all?"
And the looking glass answered,
"Thou, O queen, art the fairest of all."
But Snow White was growing up and grew more and more beautiful. She was as beautiful as the day, and more beautiful than the queen herself. And finally the queen asked her looking glass,
"Magic mirror on the wall, who is the fairest one of all?"
And the looking glass answered,
"Famed is thy beauty, majesty, but hold, a lovely maid I see. Alas, she is more fair than thee.
Alas for her, reveal her name."
Lips red as rose, hair black as ebony, skin white as snow."
Snow White.
At this, the wicked queen locked Snow White away in a distant wing of the castle and dressed her in rags, that none might learn of her beauty. But in the walled garden outside Snow White's room was a wishing well, and there each day she would walk with her friends, the birds, who came from far away to listen to her song.
Oh,
Did I frighten you?
no,
But I think you'd better go now, before the Queen's cards catch you here.
No. Where?
It was not long before word came to the Queen that a prince of a mighty neighboring realm had sought out Snow White and declared his love for her. When she heard that, she turned green and then yellow with jealous rage and summoned a faithful huntsman to do her despicable bidding.
Take her far into the forest. Find some secluded glade where she can pick wildflowers.
Yes, Your Majesty.
And there, my faithful huntsman, you will kill her.
But Your Majesty, the little princess...
To make doubly sure you do not fail, bring back her heart to me in this jeweled casket.
Her heart, Majesty?
Her heart.
And so the huntsman took Snow White into the forest to do as the Queen had bid him to do. Deeper and deeper the path ran, into the glades at the very depths of the forest, where the sun seldom penetrates, and the day is like a fetid midnight in the reek of rotting leaves. And when they had got there, the huntsman drew forth his knife and held it above her.
Forgive me. I beg of your highness, forgive me.
Why, I don't understand.
She's mad with jealousy. She'll stop at nothing.
But who?
Queen, your stepmother.
Commanded you to kill me?
Yes. Run. Hide.
Where can I go?
Through the woods, over the 7 hills, anywhere.
But I don't know the way.
No matter. Go quickly. Run away. Hide!
Now Snow White began to run. In her terror, the branches of the trees were like giant clutching hands, reaching out to claw at her, choke her, tear her to pieces. An owl flew out of a thicket. A bat circled above her head, regarding her with red, sightless, malevolent eyes. And now, all around, closing her in, were luminous, gleaming, glowing eyes, coming out of the black night of the forest. Evil, shining eyes, coming closer, closer, closer. And when they came still closer, Snow White was ashamed that she'd been so frightened. For now, as the dawn came up, she saw that the shining eyes had belonged to the gentlest animals of the forest, and her scream of terror had sent them scampering for cover.
Please don't run away. I won't hurt you. But you don't know what I've been through, and all because I was afraid. But I'm so ashamed of the fuss I made. What do you do when things go wrong? You sing a song?
Towards evening, Snow White came upon a little cottage in the forest and went into it to rest herself. The cottage was small, very small.
Oh, how adorable. 7 little beds. And look, they have their names carved on them. Doc, Happy, Sneezy, Dopey. What funny names for children. And Grumpy, and Bashful, and Sleepy. Oh, I'm sleepy myself. Maybe if I just lie down across the beds without mussing them up. Oh, it's so soft and nice. I'm so sleepy.
Shut up. Somebody's been sleeping in my bed. And in mine. It's a girl. Oh. And she's beautiful. Just like an angel.
Angel? Huh. She's a female. And all females is boys.
Not so loud. You'll wake her up.
Oh, let her wake up. She don't belong here nohow.
Oh, are you little men? How do you do? I said, how do you do?
How do you do what?
Oh, you can talk. I'm so glad. Now, don't tell me who you are. Let me guess. I know. You're Grumpy. And you're Doc.
Why, yes. Well, that's true.
And you're Bashful.
Yep, that's him. Just a little.
And you?
Me?
You're Sleepy.
How'd you guess it?
And you're Sneezy.
Not that time.
Oh, Sneezy. And you must be.
The happy man, that's me. And this here is Dopey. He don't talk none.
You mean he can't?
You don't know, he never tried.
Shut up, all of you. Shut up. Now, you young lady, we know who we are. Who are you?
I'm Snow White.
Snow White, the princess.
Yes, and please don't send me away. If you do, she'll kill me. My stepmother's the queen.
Oh. Well, then, I guess we better let you stay.
Yes. Oh, you won't be sorry. I'll keep house for you. I'll wash and sew and sweep and cook and... And I can also tell stories.
Tell us a story now.
Well, what kind of story would you like? A true story.
A love story.
Well... Yes?
Yes?
Well, once there was a princess, and she fell in love.
Was it hard to do?
Oh, no, it was very easy. Anyone could see that the prince was charming. The only one for me.
Did he say he loved you? Did he steal a kiss, huh?
No. No. He was so romantic. I couldn't resist him.
My. That's real pudding. Oh, mush. Oh, shut up, Grumpy. Come on, fellas. Let's go to work.
In the mornings, the little men went to the mountains to look for copper and gold, and in the evenings they came back, and then their supper had to be ready. Snow White was alone the whole day, but she was never lonely, for the birds and beasts of the forest kept her company. And the queen, meanwhile, believing the huntsman had brought her Snow White's heart, could not but think that she was again the first and most beautiful of all. And she went to the magic mirror and said,
Snow White lies dead in the forest. The huntsman has brought me proof. Behold in this jeweled casket her heart. Who now is the fairest one of all?
Snow White still lives, the fairest in the land. 'Tis the heart of a pig you hold in your hand.
The heart of a pig? Then I've been tricked. I'll go myself. I'll go to the dwarf cottage myself in a disguise so complete no one will ever suspect. Now a formula to transform my beauty into ugliness. Change my queenly raiment to a peddler's cloak. Mummy dust to make me old. To shroud my clothes the black of night. To age my voice an old hag's cackle. To whiten my hair a scream of fright. Now to drink the evil mixture. Look! My hand! My voice! My voice! My voice! A perfect disguise. Now then, which of my magic formulae shall be the death of Snow White? Ah, this book of magic spells, which shall it be? One taste of the poisoned apple, and the victim's eyes close forever in the sleeping death. But wait, there may be an antidote. Antidote. Poisoned apple, here it is. The victim of the sleeping death can be revived only by love's first kiss. Ah! No fear. The dwarf will think he's dead. You'll be buried alive. Buried alive! All alone, my pet. Why, yes, I am, but the little men are not here? No, they're not. Oh, making pie? Yes, gooseberry pie. It's apple pies that make the men folks' mouths water. Pies made from apples, like these. Oh, they do look delicious. Yes, but wait till you taste one, dearie. Well, thank you, but I don't think... Oh, this, my pretty one, is no ordinary apple. This is a wishing apple. A what? One bite, and all your dreams will come true. No, I promised I wouldn't let him... Oh, maybe there's someone you love. Well, what if there is? I thought so. Ha! Take the apple, dearie, and make your wish. I wish that's it. Go on.
I wish that my prince would find me and carry me away to his castle, where we will live happily ever after.
Fine, fine. Now, take a bite of the apple.
Why are you laughing at me? Oh, I feel strange.
Her breath will still. Her blood congeal. Now I'll be the fairest in the land.
The dwarfs, when they came home in the evening, found Snow White lying upon the ground. She breathed no longer and was dead. They lifted her up and laid her on a bier, and all 7 of them sat around it and wept for her, and wept 3 days long. Then they were going to bury her, but she still looked as if she were living, and still had her pretty red cheeks. They said, we could not bury her in the dark ground. And they had a transparent coffin of glass made, and they laid her in it, and wrote her name on it in golden letters, and that she was a king's daughter. Then they put the coffin out upon the mountain, and one of them always stayed by it and watched it, and birds came too, and wept for Snow White. First an owl, then a raven, and last a dove. And now Snow White lay a long time in the coffin, and did not change, but looked as if she were asleep, for she was as white as snow, as red as blood, and her hair was as black as ebony. And at last one day, as the dwarfs were placing fresh flowers on Snow White's glass coffin,
Listen. What's that?
Be quiet. It's only somebody singing up the mountain.
But, ain't that the song Snow White said a prince used to sing? Maybe he heard about Snow White and decided to come and see her. What if he don't know? Who's going to tell him?
Darling, I found you. At last.
He's kissing. He don't know.
Well, tell him, dog.
Hey, she's moving.
She's waking up.
Oh, darling, you were only sleeping after all.
Have I been sleeping long?
Forever, it seemed. Then I found the antidote for the old witch's poisoned apple. The first kiss of love.
The first kiss of love.
and Snow White went away with the prince, and their wedding was held with great show and splendor. But Snow White's wicked stepmother was also bidden to the feast. When she had arrayed herself in beautiful clothes, she went before the looking-glass and said,
"Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest one of all?"
And the glass answered,
O Queen, of all here the fairest art thou, but the young Queen is fairer by far as I trow.
Then the wicked woman uttered a curse so dreadful that the mirror shattered into 1,000 pieces, and where the queen had stood was only a heap of ashes, from which black spiders crawled and scuttled off into the night. And Snow White and her prince lived a long, long time, and had all the happiness they wanted, as long as they lived. The end.
Casablanca Wine joins the audience here in Hollywood in applauding Jane Powell for her performance in tonight's play on This Is My Best. In a few moments, Mr. Wells will be back to tell you about next week. If ever a man can justly feel he is master of the manor, it's when he sits at the head of his own table at dinner time and plays host to his family and friends. The gracious lady of the house aids and abets his feeling of pride when she adds some charming touch, like a Cresta Blanca table wine served with the meal. This excellent wine never fails to add a note of festivity to any occasion. And remember, the service of wine is a simple thing. Just choose the wine you like best and serve it well chilled. It may be a red table wine, such as Cresta Blanca California Burgundy or Claret. Or it may be a white table wine, like Cresta Blanca California Sauterre. No matter which you choose, when you see the name Cresta Blanca on the bottle, you can be assured it is the crest of quality in wine since 1889. And now, Mr. Orson Welles.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks to our lovely and very young singing star, Miss Jane Powell. And congratulations to Bill Days. Sang Prince Charming. We're extra proud of the music of the Cresta Blanca Orchestra, arranged and conducted by Bernard Katz. He and his fine musicians deserve another good word, a very, very good word. John McIntyre, who's been bringing you Cresta Blanca's message on this program since it began, was the magic mirror. I'm sorry to say that he and Mrs. McIntyre, otherwise known as Jeanette Nolan, are forsaking radio after tonight and going off to the wilderness to raise a family and, I suppose, to write a novel. We're very sorry to see them go. Jeanette, by the way, played the Wicked Queen tonight. She was wonderful, as always. For the record, I think we ought to admit that in the tale as told by the Grimm brothers, from whom we borrowed pretty heavily tonight, there's a grisling closing sequence with some business by the Wicked Queen dancing at Snow White's wedding in red-hot shoes. Now, my daughter, Christopher, doesn't mind that sort of thing at all, but we thought we'd better censor it for the benefit of the grown-ups. As Mr. G.K. Chesterton once said so truly, children are innocent and love justice, while most of us are wicked and naturally prefer mercy. Before I tell you about next week's show, here's a brief but very urgent message. The Women's Army Corps needs at least 8,000 more women immediately for WAC hospital companies in this country. Women to free nurses for uninterrupted care and of the wounded by serving as medical and surgical technicians and medical stenographers. No previous experience is necessary to enlist, and you may choose a hospital near your home. Next week on This Is My Best, we bring you a very strong story by a very gifted American novelist, Mr. John Dos Passos. Don't miss it, please. I think we can promise you an unusual broadcast. Its title is pretty unusual, too. Number 1. Figure it out for yourself. Till next week, then, until number 1.